He arrived near the town of Oakwood late in the evening, emerging from the woods along the main eastern trail. He paused to survey the flickering lights of the town nestled below, breathing in the air heavy with despair, before urging his chestnut stallion down the slope with a gentle press of his heels. The inn yard was unexpectedly quiet despite Oakwood's location on major trade routes. Inside the tavern, only a handful of local patrons were present, their faces marked by grim exhaustion and a palpable absence of life. As the stranger stepped into the room, all eyes turned towards him. He was a young man, about 25, of average height and build, but his tanned, agile frame spoke of his rugged lifestyle. His long black hair, streaked with gray, was pulled back with a leather strap, accentuating the sharp intensity of his gray eyes and the firm line of his thin lips. His attire was practical yet understated, a pair of sturdy trousers and a dark shirt complemented by a subtly gleaming belt. His travel-worn cloak was dusted with the journey's toll, and the crossguard of his sword peeked menacingly over his right shoulder. The emblem adorning his garment was well known to those present. This solemn young man belonged to the Hunters' Guild. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed a young boy darting about, attending to the sparse customers with a quiet urgency. Without a glance at the stranger, the boy hurried past and vanished into the kitchen, the back door slamming shut moments later. "What will it be, Hunter?" the innkeeper asked, his tone less than welcoming. "Braised vegetables and pork," the hunter replied, his voice calm, and made his way to a secluded table. He sat, neatly arranging his cloak and unbuckling his belt to lay his sword beside him on the bench. A middle-aged man, evidently the elder of Oakwood, entered the tavern, followed by a young lad, still beardless, whispering fervently, "Don't say anything unnecessary. He might just leave." Ignoring his son, the elder squinted through slightly myopic eyes and approached the hunter with measured steps. He paused, giving the hunter a moment to look up before speaking in a voice tinged with forced steadiness. "Welcome, Hunter. We're relieved to have you here. I'm Darren, and this is my son. Let's dispense with formalities. We desperately need your help." "Father," I wanted to say. The son attempted, but Darren sharply cut him off, pulling up a chair to sit across from the stranger. "We're plagued by a monster," Darren began, his voice faltering. "Nearly half the town has been affected. Fear and panic have gripped everyone. It spares no one, women, men, children, the elderly. It mercilessly devours them all. A horrific, relentless creature. When did it all start?" The man's steady, low voice added a layer of calm to the tense atmosphere. "It arrived here about 2 months ago," Darren murmured, his head bowed. All this time, the hunter leaned forward, his hands resting firmly on the table. A large ring with a dark stone glinted ominously on his index finger. "You've lived with the monster nearby and didn't call for the guild?" The elder seemed uncertain, struggling to find the right words. "Father," his son whispered urgently, a note of warning in his voice. Darren took a deep breath, as if diving into deep waters, and began. "I did send a request. 4 hunters arrived, and—" His voice trailed off as he hesitated again. "Continue, speak. Don't waste my time." The stranger leaned back in his chair, his demeanor relaxed yet commanding. "They never returned," Darren confessed somberly, his eyes downcast. "By morning, we found only bloody shreds of their clothing and the remains of their horses. 2 other squads passed through, but upon hearing that even 4 guild hunters couldn't subdue the beast, they declined to assist us. They left us to our fate. This beast will devour us all. It spares no one. Just yesterday, Matthew, a local, fled Oakwood in haste with his family. Today his mare returned alone, drenched in blood. The elder's son groaned, lamenting his father's frankness, and buried his face in his hands. A heavy silence fell over the tavern. Eyes fixed on the unmoving hunter, some filled with resentment, others clinging to desperate hope. 300 gold. The hunter's voice cut through the silence, prompting a skeptical murmur from the crowd. Darren looked at the composed figure with a mix of surprise and disbelief, nodding hurriedly. Yes, of course, Mr. Hunter. I understand. 300 gold for a hunting party is a significant sum, but we will certainly be able to pay. When can we expect your squad? I work alone, was the curt reply. The elder sputtered. What? Alone? Do you wish me to leave? The hunter's expression turned sour, and after a quick, anxious shake of the head from Darren, he returned to his meal. When the hunter set down his spoon, Darren, tactfully withdrawing to not disturb the guest, sidled up to him again, obeying a slight nod. The stranger tossed a coin to the innkeeper. No need for anything. All the food is on the house, announced the innkeeper. His attitude toward the hunter visibly softened after the agreement to eliminate the monster. The hunter shrugged nonchalantly, and the innkeeper, bowing repeatedly and clutching the coin, retreated to his counter. Did you find the bodies of those killed? The hunter inquired, turning back to Darren. No, Darren replied, his voice trembling. Who were the first victims? Our blacksmith, Edgar, then the miller's eldest daughter, Alice, and after her, the miller himself. So the monster began its attacks from the outskirts of Oakwood. Yes, the elderly man shrugged. What was the interval between the attacks? The hunter inquired, standing up to fasten his belt and don his cloak. At first it was once a week, but now it's almost daily. The latest attack was just last night, Darren answered. Then you can sleep peacefully tonight. With determined strides, the man headed towards the door and exited. The heavy air of despair that had saturated the tavern began to slowly lift. Throughout the next day, the hunter relentlessly guided the elder from one victim's house to another, meticulously examining doors, windows, and exterior walls. Occasionally, he stooped to inspect something on the ground, then demanded the visibly shaken Darren to lead him to where the remains of the hunting party had been discovered. By midday, the exhausted elder was pleading for a respite and offering lunch, which was met with a silent refusal and a stern request to visit the graveyard. At the cemetery, the hunter moved slowly along the row of graves, inspecting them intently, sometimes appearing to sniff the air. He then grimaced in disapproval and proceeded towards the houses of the initial victims, which were situated on the outskirts and already deemed cursed. The elder trembled and lagged behind, only stopping when the blacksmith's house came into view beyond the low trees. The hunter seemed oblivious to his companion. He was absent for about 15 minutes, after which he returned, whistling a tune thoughtfully. You know, he started, I need something from you. Anything. The elder was ready to do whatever it took, as long as it meant ridding their community of the terror. After sunset, no one is to venture outside, regardless of the reason or urgency, even if the world outside seems to be falling apart. His voice carried a tone of indifference. Anyone who dares to go out before dawn will have only themselves to blame. The elder nodded vigorously and hurried to spread the word among the townsfolk. Oakwood appeared deserted. Even the courtyard dogs hid under bushes and in their kennels, their fur bristling as they anxiously watched the thick darkness envelop the town. It was well past midnight, the hour when sleep is deepest and darkness most perilous. The darkness now swirling around the houses was not the usual transparent night. It was impenetrable, somber, and suffocating. And cold. A bone-chilling cold that seemed to emanate from all sides in waves, unlike any warm summer evening. The shadows began to stir, their movements subtle yet unmistakably sinister. The hunter strolled along the wide street, worn by the wheels of countless trade caravans that had stopped in the village overnight. His pace was deliberate and unhurried. Instead of a simple travel cloak, he donned a dense dark jacket embroidered with silver-threaded symbols along the edges. His sword lay quietly sheathed, ready for the moment it was needed. With a light flick of his fingers, a rune briefly glowed beneath them. His eyes emitted a soft glow, enhancing his vision to as clear as day. A swift shadow darted at the edge of his sight. The creature moved silently, a soft rustling of branches accompanying its passage through the thickening darkness. It was drawn by a compelling scent, the aroma of living, frightened, delicious prey. The heat of pulsing hearts and the rush of blood through veins drove it mad with hunger. This unusual figure, emitting none of the enticing scent of fear, made it shrink back into the shadows, tasting the air. Previous encounters, townsfolk, travelers, even those forearmed with biting silver, had smelled irresistibly of fear and desperation. But this one carried the scent of danger, threat, and death. The Barghest growled lowly, hesitating in confusion, feeling like prey for the first time. The cursed little human was heading where it couldn't go. He was close to the nest. He saw him. The elongated wolf-like muzzle, the thin, spring-like body sheathed in thick fur, the powerful legs with sharp curled claws, the large, predatory eyes and gleaming fangs coated with venom. A Barghest, a vile creature often appearing as a massive black dog with fiery red eyes, capable of shape-shifting at will. It was the specter of a werewolf, a monster known for its deadly cunning, intelligence, and treachery, typically avoided by hunters. Those two squads hadn't left merely because they'd heard of the 4 dead hunters, as the elder believed. They had chosen survival, calling for reinforcements. Soon, 2 or 3 reinforced squads were expected to arrive, and ordinarily, the man wouldn't have bothered with a Barghest. But this werewolf harbored what he needed. Moreover, it had made its nest under the blacksmith's old house, and the arriving hunting squads would face not only this monster, but also its dangerous offspring, due to emerge that night. Sensing a slight disturbance in the air, the hunter quickly spun around. His sword, with a predatory hiss, swept a wide arc, its silver runes gleaming as it slashed through the air. The creature dodged just in time. Fast. Very fast, the man noted. The monster lunged, aiming to claw at the hunter's eyes. Anticipating the move, the man easily ducked and swung his blade, leaving a deep gash along the creature's tough hide. The beast snarled, leaping into the air with a furious bound, its clawed paws striking at the hunter's chest and knocking him onto his back. But like a cat, the hunter twisted, kicked with the steel-clad toe of his boot, striking the gaping jaws with force, sending the werewolf recoiling. Simultaneously, he traced a rune in the air. A bright flash and a piercing, high-pitched squeal froze the creature momentarily. That brief confusion was all the hunter needed. He darted forward, his silver blade whistling as it sliced through resistant flesh. The creature roared in blinding pain, toppled over, and convulsed in spasms. The venom frothed on the bared fangs, twisted in a death grimace. Dark blood gushed in bursts from the smoldering wound, exposing a gray mass of entrails. The man waited until the creature's convulsions ceased completely, stepped forward, and with precise crosswise strokes, slit open its belly. He then bent down and picked up 2 small stones, glowing from within, about the size of large chicken eggs. He chuckled with satisfaction, and just as leisurely as before, walked towards the blacksmith's house. The residents only ventured out of their homes around noon, sniffing the scent of smoke and starting to survey their surroundings. Casting wary glances and counting those present, the elder breathed a sigh of relief. Just as that lad had promised, no one had gone missing today. He hurried to the stable yard. The owner, with dark circles under his eyes from a night spent in the basement, flinching at every sound, opened the gate and confessed he hadn't seen the hunter since the previous evening. The elder groaned helplessly. What had he been hoping for? That the damned young hunter, even with his graying hair and solitary nature, could defeat the creature that a whole group of 4 hunters hadn't managed to handle. The approaching sounds of human voices and excited barking of dogs pulled him from his gloomy thoughts. The approaching hunter tossed a large burlap sack with a dark stain on the side at the elder's feet. The untied ends flew apart, and a gruesome, snarling face in its final grimace met the old man's boot. He recoiled to the side, gasping. The blacksmith's house had to be burned down, the unscathed hunter stated indifferently, along with the werewolf's nest. The crowd, staring in horror at the monster's severed head and their savior, held its breath, recoiling in fear, then erupted into chatter once more. The elder covered his eyes, overwhelmed by the realization of what this man had saved them from, and handed him the heavy, dull-sounding pouch with trembling hands. The hunter didn't even bother to count the coins, just nodded and extended a clenched fist to the elder. "Give this to the squad commander who will arrive soon," he said, as 4 rings with stones gleaming with the guild's emblem rolled onto the elder's palm. The elder opened his mouth, amazed at the rings that had belonged to the deceased quartet, but the hunter, abruptly turning away, was already walking towards the inn, while children started to gather around the werewolf's head lying in the dust on the road. "Master Hunter," the elder called out as the man mounted his horse. "What's your name?" The man paused, holding his horse, then replied thoughtfully, "Godwin," before spurring the chestnut stallion, which trotted steadily down the road. The stream of people moving through the city gates flowed unusually slowly today. Here and there, scuffles erupted as eager individuals tried to push through, clashing with those who had been waiting since early morning. Meanwhile, the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting a glow on tired faces, laden carts, irritated guards of trade caravans, and jittery merchants. Godwin navigated silently through the dense crowd, riding almost to the gates, his horse rudely pushing people aside. Outraged shouts fell silent as the onlookers noticed the guild emblem, and the crowd quickly dispersed, clearing a path for the chestnut stallion and its composed rider. Upon reaching the heavy ironclad gates, Godwin immediately identified the cause of the congestion. Standing next to the guards who were inspecting the entrance was a silent figure clad in a robe embroidered with 2 crossed golden torches on the back. The Inquisition. What were they doing here? Godwin wondered, clicking his tongue in annoyance. The Holy Order had emerged 5 centuries ago, heralding a new era with the rise of the 7 higher gods. Over the years, they had become a constant source of headache. The Holy Brethren wielded their power without hesitation, employing it for noble causes, eradicating monsters, witches, and demons, and not so noble ones, targeting nature spirits, leading to severe cataclysms, and pursuing people who practiced beneficial arts like village healers, alchemists, and physicians. Their indiscriminate approach to identifying foes had sparked the first large-scale conflict between humans and magical folk, known as the War of Cleansing Flame. It was debatable who came out victorious. Humans believed they had won, but Godwin knew better. The magical beings, referring to these events as nothing short of a rebellion, had simply vanished one day, leaving behind desolation and ashes that blanketed the scorched earth like a bitter cloak. Nonetheless, the order considered the outcome justifiable. The boundaries of the Blessed Land, the realm of magical entities, had been pushed far to the east. Before this, mythical creatures had nearly overrun the mainland, but it was then they had ceded territory to humans. An enthusiastic army led by the Holy Brothers and the Grand Master, battered and exhausted yet filled with resolve, ventured beyond the border to expel the foes from lands they never owned. They were met with fierce resistance, suffering losses from which they never fully recovered. Despite the Master's efforts to rally the people for continued warfare, he could not convince them that victory was within reach. It was said that at this point, the Master lost the favor of the Seven because he, along with a group of the strongest brothers and inquisitors, no more than 200, disappeared into enemy territory. Whether he perished or achieved his goal remained unknown, but since then, the Holy Order's influence had permeated the young kingdom, and the fidelity of its servants to the Seven was unquestionable. Now the Brethren were zealously eliminating any trace of magical lineage in those possessing powers, sorcerers. Against monsters, their magic proved mostly ineffective, giving way to solid steel, leading to a fraught relationship with the Hunters' Guild, as they were often seen as rivals. Lord Godwin, a tall guard greeted him respectfully. "It's been a while since we last saw you." The man nodded in acknowledgement and remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the Inquisitor. "Lord Hunter," the servant addressed Godwin sternly, "please proceed swiftly." Godwin frowned in displeasure, but noticing the uneasy glances of the guards, dismounted gracefully from his horse. The Inquisitor ran the signal amulet over Godwin's body, which emitted a steady green light. Satisfied, the priest nodded slightly and stepped aside, allowing the hunter to enter the city. Taking horse by the reins and casting a final glance at the Inquisitor, Godwin passed through the gates. "Sir," exclaimed the elderly housekeeper joyfully, greeting the master of the 2-story stone house, a massive and rather gloomy structure. "Come in quickly. I'll prepare the bath for you." "Hello, Edith," Godwin replied, his voice, once sharp and dry, now softened. "I'm glad to see you're well." 3 hours later, having washed off the road dust, changed clothes, and hastily eaten, Godwin picked up a heavy folder bound with twisted clasps, slung an ornate purse from his belt, and, donning a sash with a simple sword, left the house, saying as he departed, "Edith, I'll be late, so no need to wait up." He saw the understanding nod from the elderly woman as he quickly disappeared around the corner. He walked with confidence, navigating the dimly lit maze of intertwining alleys with ease. Figures lurking in the shadows, waiting for unsuspecting or intoxicated passers-by, froze and concealed themselves as soon as they caught sight of the dimly gleaming buckle with its engraving. Half an hour later, Godwin found himself in the craftsman's quarter, stopping before a neatly adorned house with a sign featuring a hammer and anvil. Without hesitation, he entered the backyard, opened the gate, and, patting the head of the joyfully wagging watchdog, made his way to a low building from which dull thuds emanated. He knew his friend, the blacksmith, often worked late. "All blessings of the gods, Godwin," the blacksmith greeted him, a sturdy 40-year-old man with broad shoulders, a thick beard and iron-like muscles rippling across his mighty, sweat-glistened arms, as he stepped towards the lad and embraced him in a steel-like grip. "I haven't seen you in ages. Was starting to think you'd vanished somewhere," the blacksmith remarked seriously. "What brings you here?" Godwin chuckled, noticing the eager sparks in Alfred's guileless gaze, and placed the folder he had brought on the table. "Just once. I wish you'd come without a purpose," the blacksmith teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes, as he reached for the parchment tied with strings. Last time I came without a purpose, I ended up with a pounding headache after a night of revelry. Godwin laughed, his laughter hearty and genuine. In response, Alfred snorted good-naturedly into his thick mustache. Gods, Godwin, what have you brought me this time? He looked with surprise at the dense sheets. You know, he said, leaning over the drawings. I thought I wouldn't have to make anything stranger than that sword. Seems I was mistaken. What are we doing with these? These are for throwing, Godwin chuckled, surveying the metal blanks arrayed on the workbench against the wall. Can you forge them? Wait. The blacksmith frowned, examining the designs. This isn't just steel and silver. There's an unusual alloy here. Where will I get? He paused mid-sentence, watching as Godwin produced 2 glowing stones from his belt pouch and placed them on the table. Will the dark hearts of monsters suffice? Godwin grinned broadly. By all the gods, Alfred gasped, his eyes wide as he stared at the stones. So you took down that werewolf, the Barghest in Oakwood, 2 days' ride from here? Rumors travel fast, Godwin muttered, his expression darkening. Faster than you'd think, the blacksmith said, his tone turning grave. You're drawing too much attention to yourself. The entire guild is buzzing about you, and you keep picking the most perilous creatures to hunt. The other hunters can handle the rest, Godwin replied, clearly not pleased with the direction of the conversation. 3 teams of hunters went to Oakwood, 15 in total, and they had support from the Inquisition. And yet you took down that beast alone. If the Holy Order learns about your use of magical runes, they'll hang you from the nearest tree, the blacksmith warned in a hushed voice. I doubt that, Godwin scoffed. Speaking of inquisitors, what are they doing here? A sorcerer showed up a week ago, spread plague in a village to the south, and 3 days later, he activated some ancient dark ritual in the misty mountains. After that, creatures began pouring out of the mountains. The entire city was on its feet fighting them off. Now the priests are grilling everyone for answers. They won't find anything, Godwin snorted dismissively. If that sorcerer has any sense, he's long gone from this city and its surrounds. Who knows? The blacksmith shrugged. I take it, you need these weapons as soon as possible? Exactly, Godwin said, noting the serious expression on the blacksmith's face. I'll be back tomorrow evening when you start forging. Kid, you're playing with fire, Alfred spoke softly, concern etching his features. With an inquisitor in town, they might not notice your dark weapons, but if you start casting spells right under his nose, they'll catch you in no time. It's a fine line, Godwin replied tersely, signaling the end of the discussion. See you tomorrow evening. Fool, the blacksmith sighed deeply, shaking his head as he watched his friend depart, then turned his attention back to the plans laid out before him. The next day, late in the evening, they began their work. Alfred, wielding his hammer with force, shaped the strange, slightly glowing bluish steel. Godwin, standing apart and folding his fingers into intricate patterns, murmured softly, shielding his eyes. The alloy sparked, shifting colors. Unusual runes appeared sporadically on the emerging form. As the blacksmith tirelessly worked, he cast several wary glances at the intensely focused hunter. Even he, with no leanings towards the magical arts, felt the hair on his arms stand from the energy that Godwin channeled into the new weapons. What then of the inquisitorial trackers, experts in detecting magic? Once the work on the steel was completed, Godwin, visibly exhausted, slumped onto a stool. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he inquired, "When will they be ready?" "In 2 days," the blacksmith muttered as he began to tidy his tools. "And sooner?" Is that possible? Godwin pressed, his tone betraying his urgency. Your audacity knows no bounds, the blacksmith retorted, his gaze stern. I've already put off all my other commissions for you, and these mechanisms need additional small parts crafted before assembly. All right, I understand, Godwin conceded, raising his hands in a gesture of peace and catching the blacksmith's begrudging nod. Later, at the training ground, Godwin moved with precision and grace, his routine a dance of combat. He struck, pivoted, and blocked, his sword a silver flash cutting through the air, its lethal melody uninterrupted. Leap, spin, strike, block, counter. With a swift motion, Godwin executed a high leap, twisting in the air and driving his sword down in a ferocious arc, its cry piercing the silence. He paused, sweeping a stray gray lock behind his ear. His shirt, darkened by sweat, clung to his neck, the damp hair of his ponytail sticking to his skin. You wield that sword with exceptional skill, came an approving voice. Godwin turned sharply, his eyes narrowing on the unexpected visitor. I didn't invite you here, he stated flatly, wiping his glistening face with a towel. I often find myself uninvited, the inquisitor replied with a smirk, his thin lips curling slightly. I've heard quite a bit about you, Mr. Godwin. Flattered, Godwin replied dryly, his voice laced with irritation. I was there, the priest continued, capturing Godwin's attention with his intense gaze. In Oakwood, where you impressively dealt with that spectral werewolf and its spawn. How do you manage it? Working alone is already a feat, but to also handle the offspring of darkness so effectively, what's your secret? A secret wouldn't be a secret if it weren't kept, Godwin snapped, his annoyance growing. Did you come here on business, or is this just to satisfy your curiosity? The inquisitor's smile widened as he sat on a nearby bench against the house wall. The dynamic between hunters and priests was fraught, akin to that between cats and dogs. In theory, they could coexist peacefully, but in practice each encounter was tense, filled with bared teeth and hissed threats. Mr. Godwin, have you heard about the sorcerer? The inquisitor asked, shifting the topic as he settled more comfortably. Yes, I've heard the rumors, Godwin acknowledged. I've been searching for him for 4 days now, after he activated the dark ritual. And so far, no traces, as if he dissolved into thin air. Usually sorcerers aren't clever enough to hide in time, let alone cover their tracks. But, the inquisitor mused, rubbing his nose thoughtfully, yesterday I detected faint echoes of sorcery. Not the common low-grade magic typically used, but actual summoning magic. It was a subtle hint, barely noticeable. Godwin's expression hardened. Sorcerers are not my concern. This murderer, the priest said, rising to his feet, is not as straightforward as he seemed initially. And if he succeeds in summoning something more formidable than just monsters, we might soon need your expertise. Godwin remained silent, his eyes following the inquisitor's departure with a thoughtful gaze. In the forge, Alfred preferred solitude while working, finding distractions unhelpful to his concentration. He typically chased away anyone who dared enter his workspace. However, Godwin was the exception. The blacksmith felt a reassuring calmness with his friend present, who now sat quietly in a corner lit by the forge's glow, absorbed in a book. As Alfred applied the final touches to the weapon, Godwin sprang from his seat, eager to handle the new creation. He grasped the freshly forged weapon, a silvery disc that transformed into a wheel with 3 razor-sharp blades in his hands. With a forceful thrust, he embedded it deep into the stone wall, where it hissed angrily. Alfred watched, impressed, as Godwin effortlessly retrieved the weapon. Alf, you're a genius, Godwin complimented, examining another disc for its balance, flipping it in his hands to test its weight. The blacksmith beamed with pride, his beard hiding his smile. Godwin always brought him blueprints for unimaginably unique weapons, which delighted the skilled craftsman. "He's ruined all my walls," Alfred joked, chuckling as he saw a hint of remorse flicker across Godwin's youthful face. "I had an unwelcome guest today," Godwin remarked, a satisfied smile on his lips as he fastened the discs into special sheaths on his belt. "The Inquisitor." Alfred choked on his breath. "Godwin," he began sternly, "I've warned you." "He asked me to help him catch the sorcerer," the hunter continued nonchalantly. "He says the sorcerer is hiding somewhere around here." "And what good does that do you?" the blacksmith asked grimly. "Sorcerers are their problem. They're worried he's a powerful sorcerer who might summon a terrifying monster. I have to be involved because, besides me, there are no hunters in the city right now. Although I doubt—" Godwin's voice trailed off. His pupils dilated with sudden alertness, his gaze fixated on the distance. A foul stench of decay wafted through the air. "Damn these monsters!" Godwin cursed under his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Alf, gather the guards. This cursed sorcerer has summoned corpse werewolves. Keep them away from the people." Startled, the blacksmith nodded, and grabbing a hefty battle axe, hurried after the hunter who had already vanished into the night's dark embrace. Corpse werewolves. These hideous creatures were not only incredibly malevolent, but also harbored a deep hatred for humankind. Summoning them was akin to a twisted form of suicide, as these beasts would never submit to a human. They roamed in packs, capable of annihilating entire cities, leaving nothing but ruin in their wake. Unlike spectral barghists, corpse werewolves were bulkier, which ironically made them more vulnerable, easier targets for ranged weapons. The fate of the townsfolk hung in the balance. If Godwin couldn't subdue these monsters, devastation was certain. He darted through the city's dark streets like a shadow, his intuition leading him towards the gates, near the graveyard where such creatures were most likely to appear. Racing past the sleeping guards, he startled them awake with his urgent shout, "Close the gates, you fools! Werewolves are upon us!" Without waiting for the guards to overcome their confusion, he pressed on toward the burial grounds. From a distance, he could already see the flickering glows of eyes, pinpoints of malevolent light rapidly approaching. Familiar with the dark arts, Godwin swiftly traced a protective rune, revealing the grotesque silhouettes of his adversaries in the shadow. They rushed towards their prey, their laughter echoing eerily like hyenas. With a grim smile, Godwin executed a series of gestures, launching the spinning discs towards the advancing spirits. Illuminated by runic light, the weapons sliced through the night, decapitating two of the beasts, their remains dissolving into ash. He then smoothly circled to catch the returning weapons. The remaining creatures howled in rage and descended upon him. Godwin, agile and precise, dodged and deflected their frenzied attacks, his movements a blur. Each strike he delivered was lethal, thinning their numbers swiftly. Suddenly, one of the beasts managed a close swipe, its claws grazing Godwin's cheek, leaving a stinging slash. Though outnumbered, Godwin prepared to unleash another spell, his fingers weaving through the air in intricate patterns. Just as death loomed close, and he was about to activate his spell, Godwin sensed an imminent threat from behind. With no time to complete his incantation, he dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow. Shielding his face with his arm, a blinding beam of light erupted from behind him, engulfing the enraged werewolves and reducing them to dust. Godwin hissed in pain, feeling the heat sear his hand, and squinted against the intense light. As the dust settled, he stood, lowering his sword. The torchlight revealed a familiar figure in robes approaching. "Are you alive? What a relief," said the inquisitor, stepping closer, his face illuminated by the light. "Ever thought of warning your allies before striking?" Godwin hissed, his anger barely contained. "The holy palm is harmless to humans," the priest stated indifferently, turning away. "It poses a threat only to the undead and sorcerers." The inquisitor didn't notice Godwin's flinch as he quickly slipped on gloves over his burned hands. "What of the sorcerer?" Godwin asked in a low, tense voice as he followed the priest. "His own creations devoured him, as one might expect," the inquisitor replied, turning back to peer curiously at Godwin. "Thank you for containing them, Mr. Godwin." "I don't hunt for free," Godwin muttered under his breath. "Understood," the priest replied calmly. "Whenever you pass by any of our monasteries, stop by and say you're from Brother Guy. They'll pay you." "Everything is always so straightforward for you," Godwin said quietly, sidestepping a group of startled guards bombarding the priest with questions. He trudged slowly home, cradling his searing right hand against his chest. The next morning, Godwin struggled to rise from bed. His head pounded, his body ached as if battered the day before, and his eyes were irritated, constantly watering. The pain in his right hand not only persisted but seemed to flare with renewed intensity, although the cursed light from the inquisitor had left no visible mark. Groaning, Godwin cursed the priest to eternal damnation, slowly got dressed, and made his way downstairs. "You have a letter, sir," Edith said, as she handed a thick envelope to Godwin as he entered the dining hall. Godwin nodded in thanks, his brow furrowing as he recognized the guild's emblem and seal on the envelope. He scanned the contents quickly. Enraged, he crumpled the fragile paper and threw it to the floor. "Godwin?" Alf said in surprise as he watched his friend enter. Godwin's expression was dark, his mood foul. "Are the throwing discs still here?" he asked abruptly, foregoing any greetings. "Yes, still here from last time, and I've crafted a few new ones," the blacksmith replied, pulling out a small carved box and retrieving the silver-edged throwing discs. "No one else knows how to handle them as you do?" "Thanks," Godwin grunted. "What's wrong?" Alf asked, noting the hunter's grim demeanor. "I received a letter from the guild demanding my immediate presence," Godwin explained, a scowl crossing his face. "Do they think I'm merely their errand boy?" "Forget it," Alf dismissed with a wave of his hand. "They fear you like fire. Remember, they only contact you by letter for orders while other hunters report in person. Something serious must be up." "I'm exhausted, Alf." Godwin sighed, his voice heavy. He slumped onto a low stool. "I've been on the road for half a year, constantly battling shapeshifters and werewolves. I'm sick of their stench." He ran his hand through his already tousled hair, making it even messier. The blacksmith looked at his friend in astonishment. He had never spoken about his own condition, never complained, even when he had crawled in 2 months ago looking like half a corpse, with a wide, gaping wound. Bleeding profusely, he still managed to curse with colorful language, blaming the cursed monsters and quacks of healers who were ready to sell their souls for a coin and couldn't heal properly. "If this is the Inquisition's doing," the hunter hissed, "I swear by the abyss, I'll cut them all down." "Watch your tongue," advised Alfred. "If anyone hears us, how will you talk your way out of it?" Grumbling something unintelligible under his breath, Godwin grabbed a pouch made of sturdy leather filled with throwing discs and headed towards the exit. "What happened to your hand?" the blacksmith belatedly asked, only now noticing that his friend was nursing his right hand. "The werewolves got to me," the hunter replied as he turned at the threshold. "Until we meet again, Alf, and thank you." "Good luck to you, friend," the blacksmith said quietly, watching the door close behind Godwin. The hunter's preparations didn't take long. Carefully attaching the sheaths with discs to his belt, he donned a sword belt, arranged the sharp discs in special leather pockets stitched all over his clothes, and after a moment's thought, tucked knives behind his bootstraps. He grabbed saddlebags and bid farewell to the genuinely concerned housekeeper before heading to the stables. The steed, sensing his master, first neighed joyfully. Then, as if someone had switched it, jerked sideways, eyes wide with fear, snorting and foaming at the mouth. Godwin looked disappointedly at the animal, gently stroking its soft muzzle and whispering soothing words. "Again, only 2 weeks. Damn it. I'll have to buy a new horse every day at this rate," he muttered. He effortlessly mounted the prancing horse and, holding it back, headed out of the town. The city of Eldora, home to the Hunters Guild, was magnificent. The mighty fortress walls could withstand multiple direct hits from ballistae and battering rams, and the massive gates, reinforced with iron and inlaid with silver strips, were imposing. A wide moat encircled the city like a war-ready beast. Eldora stood on the border between the human kingdoms and the wild lands, a haven for various tribes and mysterious creatures from which monsters and savages constantly emerged. These lands were perpetually racked by wars between factions, and any person who wandered there was doomed. Thus, the hunters established themselves here, serving as the first and last line of defense against the denizens of another world. Godwin rode through the western gate, where he was immediately allowed entry, unlike ordinary people. The guards knew all the hunters by sight and did not dare to impede passage. The guild building was located in the center of the city. A man who disliked crowds, Godwin was on the verge of losing his temper by the time he reached the citadel. In the courtyard, surrounded by high walls, he was met with whispers and glances, admiring, envious, and occasionally hateful. Nodding indifferently to the hunters who greeted him, Godwin led his nervous stallion to the stables and headed straight to the leader, Thorin. The chief hunter, a burly man of about 50, was still strong and quick despite his age. He had once earned fame as one of the guild's most successful hunters, and when the previous master retired, he was chosen as the new leader, known for his ability to connect with the most stubborn of his subordinates. Even now, he only sighed wearily as his best hunter burst into his office, the door crashing open without a knock. "Hello, Godwin." Thorin extended his hand in greeting. "Good to see you." "I doubt the truth of your words." The younger man grimaced, but shook the offered hand. "Let's get straight to the point. You know I can't stand this city." The leader shook his head disapprovingly at the hunter's brusqueness. "I'm listening," Godwin reminded him, sprawling in a chair and tapping his foot nervously. "2 reconnaissance teams stumbled upon a rather strange place," the master began slowly, sitting at his desk and clasping his hands together. "In the eastern part of the border. However, what they found is on our territory, a small blind spot in the area. Most likely, some kind of gate that distorts space." Godwin frowned. He knew full well that such things could only be done by high witches, which meant serious trouble. "I sent people there." The leader's voice dropped. "A total of about 40 people. Only 2 returned, but their minds were shattered. They remember nothing, only howl like wolves and pace around like caged animals." "Is anything coming out of these gates?" the hunter asked matter-of-factly. "Or has anyone been dragged in?" "No." Thorin shrugged. "Then maybe we should leave it alone. Or do you have an unlimited supply of people? Recruits can't be trained fast enough." Monsters have been breaking loose lately, and the number of hunters is rapidly dwindling. Throwing novices into the fight is inhumane, don't you think? Godwin curled his lips in displeasure. It's not just that. The leader squinted, irritation flashing in his eyes. The Holy Brotherhood has latched onto us like a leech. I knew those zealots had to be involved, the hunter exclaimed, pounding his clenched fist on the sturdy armrest. What are they accusing us of this time? In the use of forbidden art, Thorin grimaced disdainfully. They shadow our men like specters. Dissatisfaction is brewing among the hunters. 2 days ago, one of the hunter commanders, Grom, clashed with one of the inquisitors when he tried to confiscate supposedly enchanted weapons. The commotion was so great that half the city gathered, and now the priests have no intention of leaving us alone. Godwin smirked. Grom was known as a brawler and a troublemaker who wouldn't let an insult slide. He would probably take on the devil himself if given a reason. What to speak of anyone daring to touch a hunter's weapon, considered an extension of their own self. The history of the feud between the Hunters Guild and the Holy Order dates back to the very beginning of the New Era, when the High Magistrate arrived in this world as the Regent of the Seven. After a devastating war with the magical folk, the repercussions of which were felt for another 200 years, strange creatures began to appear on the lands of humans, actively forming their own young, strong kingdom. These beings had nothing in common with the magical creatures and nature spirits banished from the lands now claimed by humans. Horrific, bloodthirsty, incredibly strong and intelligent, they easily decimated the brothers of the Order sent to capture them. The holy power couldn't handle them all. It was then that the first hunters emerged, establishing the Free Guild within the first year of successful operations. Warriors and mercenaries from all over the kingdom flocked to join the rapidly growing guild. Town rulers and common folk, revitalized in spirit, paid handsomely because if they didn't, or if they relied on the Holy Order for help, villages and towns abandoned to the creatures by the hunters were left as nothing more than cold graves and empty buildings with hollow, mournful windows. The Holy Order felt its hold over the people's minds slipping rapidly and grew bitter toward the competition. Accusations of witchcraft, use of enchanted weapons, collusion with witches and nature spirits flew. It cannot be said that they were entirely wrong. Hunters sometimes resorted to sinful methods to strengthen their weapons or give themselves and their comrades a better chance of survival. They did not confront nature spirits who did not harm humans or whose interference in human life was limited to mischievous pranks, preferring to resolve such conflicts peacefully. They rarely encountered high witches. The upper echelon of the magical folk seldom deigned to interact with humans, so there were no major problems with them. But hunters never allowed themselves to release a creature that could harm someone. However, the Holy Order was relentless, and the conflict began to escalate into a serious threat to the kingdom's stability, especially after the king, alarmed by the brewing confrontation, issued a decree forbidding the Order from interfering in the guild's affairs. The priests grew even more furious, and it ended tragically. On Harvest Festival in Eldora, one of the guild veterans, Trevor, now known as Soul Reaper, was publicly burned. He had repeatedly provoked conflicts with the zealots over accusations of witchcraft and attempts to save innocent people from the block or the stake. They apprehended him in a tavern, knowing his comrades were not present, and dragged him straight to the scaffold. The main problem was that Trevor truly had a gift. Though not particularly strong and undeveloped due to his choice of the path of sword and steel, he could still channel his life energy in the right direction. And as is known, at the moment of death, this power increases manifold, fueled by the life leaving the body. At the moment of his burning, the city gained a powerful dark soul, consumed by a thirst for revenge. No one could stop Soul Reaper. Neither the hunters, who weren't particularly eager to try, with some even attempting to aid their deceased comrade in delivering justice, nor the terrified priests, who found themselves utterly helpless against the vengeful spirit. Surprisingly, the holy power had no effect on him. In just one night, the entire representation of the Holy Order in Eldora was wiped out. The seasoned hunters who ventured into the building the next morning, which had only hours before echoed with wild screams of horror and pain, emerged with contorted faces, rushing to the nearest bushes. They had seen many things, but no one expected this. The bodies were found in unnaturally twisted poses, disemboweled, with entrails stretched across corridors. Some hung from ceiling beams, strangled with their own intestines. Clots of blood stained the floors, walls, and even the ceiling. The inquisitor who gave the order against the king's will was discovered in his cell, crucified on the wall. His twisted face, bulging eyes, and entrails wrapped around his torso led even the most stoic hunters to conclude that he had suffered long. After exacting his revenge, Trevor disappeared. To this day, no one knows if Eldora is rid of the dark soul for good, or if the dead hunter still protects his comrades from the encroachments of the Holy Order. Following this incident, the priests were subdued for a long time, no longer daring to touch the guild, and inquisitors appeared very rarely and only in passing in the city, allowing the hunters to establish a firm foothold in Eldora. And now, as if forgetting the past, the Brotherhood had resumed their old ways. But most of all, continued the Master, they are interested in you, Godwin. May they be damned, the hunter tensed, clenching his fists. His burned hand responded with a twitching pain. What do they want? You're a loner. The fact that you're not only alive but continue to successfully complete missions baffles them, as well as us. They are almost convinced you're a sorcerer, and you know what that means for you. I couldn't care less, the hunter snapped. But I care, the leader's tone turned threatening. I don't want to lose my best hunter to absurd accusations. Gather your team. No, the hunter replied firmly, baring his teeth. When I hunt alone, I am responsible only for myself. I don't need to look after clumsy fools, of whom there are many in this guild. You're as stubborn as a herd of donkeys, the Master said wearily. He hadn't expected the obstinate young man to agree. There's a mission for you. I'm listening. Godwin calmed down, realizing the unpleasant topic was exhausted. The gates at the border. They need to be checked, and we need to find out what they really are. What's the catch? The hunter inquired. If that were all, you could have just sent a letter instead of making me come here, especially with inquisitors constantly prowling around, eager for my company. Leader Thorin scrutinized the man sitting before him. The best hunter, a legend not only among the youth but also among seasoned hunters. A man capable of taking on different kinds of werewolves and demons single-handedly. No wonder the inquisitors were so interested in him. The Holy Brotherhood, the leader said curtly. They demand that you take one of them with you. What? Godwin roared, slamming his fist on the table. That's out of the question. Then, the Master pulled out a document. This is an order from the Prior of the Brotherhood. Here's an accusation of sorcery, a warrant for arrest, endorsed with the royal seal. I suspect King George V has no idea that such a vile document bears his personal mark. Someone at the top is clearly cozying up to the zealots and somehow pushing through such orders. But while I try to prove it, they'll get to you. They're authorized to kill you if you resist. He spoke in a dull, reluctant tone. Raising his eyes, he looked at the hunter. Godwin stood as pale as chalk, his eyes now seeming silver, glittered with impotent rage. Thorin faltered. In the familiar gaze, he saw something he had never noticed before in this man. A sense of being cornered, disbelief, and a weary hopelessness, as if Godwin had already gone through something similar once. Someday, the universe will punish these bastards, and I will do everything in my power to help, he hissed furiously, and a shiver ran through Master Thorin, because there was something in his voice that made the seasoned warrior's heart clench with fear. The hunter abruptly turned and headed for the door. "Wait!" the leader called out. "I think you should have this." A heavy gold ring thudded softly onto the table. The crimson stone bore the guild's crest and the personal mark of the hunter, a diving falcon. Godwin seemed to stumble. He looked at the gleaming ring in disbelief and asked quietly, "When?" "5 days ago. A werewolf killed him." Thorin watched silently as the hunter's lifeless gaze was fixed on the ring. The man slowly approached and took it in his hand, running his finger over the cold band. He clenched it in his fist and quickly left, for once carefully closing the door behind him. It was already late evening, but life in the city showed no signs of slowing down. Chaste couples strolled leisurely along the well-lit streets, only to finally find a suitably dark alley to attend to each other. Women of easy virtue grabbed men by the sleeves, bickering and vying for their attention. Hunters returning from raids gallantly wrapped their arms around the waists of these women, and the whole company, laughing merrily, headed to the nearest tavern. Godwin sat alone in one of the most popular establishments among hunters, known as the Sanctuary, a neat, 2-story building with a spacious hall filled with round tables made of dark, time-worn wood. Pretty serving girls, shyly smiling at the winking men, skillfully navigated the narrow passages. Around him, his guildmates chatted and drank merrily, but the man sitting at the far table in the corner barely noticed the noise. His light eyes were heavy and grim. Godwin mindlessly twisted a ring bearing a diving falcon in his hands, staring blankly into space. Beside him stood a mug, not his first, of strong ale. The hunters occasionally glanced sympathetically at him, but no one dared approach. Robert had been considered Godwin's mentor, though the young hunter needed no teaching. Upon his arrival at the guild, it became clear that the dark-haired young man was proficient with both sword and ranged weapons. Additionally, his combat techniques were unfamiliar to any of the hunters but proved highly effective against monsters. The hunters were certain that the two friends, who had quickly become close, would soon form their own team, and each unattached hunter eagerly awaited the moment, hoping to fight alongside such warriors. However, Robert and Godwin, who often went on missions together, were in no hurry to increase their team of men. The door creaked open softly. A man in a robe entered, the severe face penetrating deep-set eyes and rough, calloused hands accustomed not only to prayer but also to weapons, accompanied by a short, slender, red-haired boy with mischievous blue eyes. The boy was gangly, slightly stooped, and resembled a ruffled fledgling crow. The patrons expressed their displeasure quietly but distinctly. Several hunters gave the newcomers hostile, threatening looks. However, the inquisitor and his companion ignored the general sentiment and resolutely headed towards the lone hunter. "Good evening," he greeted quietly. For a few moments the man remained silent and motionless, like a statue, then slowly raised his gaze. His steel eyes glinted with sparks of hatred, growing brighter with each passing second. "What do you want, you damn bastard?" he asked quietly. In the ensuing silence, his words were like thunder. Hunters might compete with the Holy Brothers, might hate or despise them, but few dared to openly insult the inquisitors. Such actions could lead to serious conflict. The red-haired boy gasped in outrage, sprang up and angrily demanded, "How dare you speak to Master Michael like that?" "Shut your mouth, brat," Godwin said in the same low voice. He raised his head and, staring straight at the inquisitor, growled, "Which one of you bastards was with him when he went after the mist werewolf?" The inquisitor's eyebrows rose in surprise. He was aware of the recent incident and immediately understood what the hunter was referring to. Not far from a tiny town with the grand name of the Fortress of Seven Roads, a mist werewolf had appeared, a dangerous creature that few could handle. There were only 2 available hunter teams, but one was near the capital, and the werewolf would have devoured half the city by the time they arrived. The other team consisted of inexperienced young hunters, and Master Thorin had forbidden them from taking on the beast. Only Robert was at the guild, recovering from a recent injury and bored, waiting for his missing friend, Godwin. The seasoned hunter had overestimated his abilities for the first time. The Holy Brotherhood, interested in eliminating the mist werewolf, had sent one of their own with the overconfident hunter. The inquisitor returned alone, bringing both the news of Robert's death and his ring, now lying on the table in front of Godwin. "Surprised?" the dark-haired man asked hoarsely. "Yes, I know you were constantly watching him, as he was my best friend, and that one of you accompanied him to that monster. Why didn't your damned holy power protect him? Did you think he wasn't worthy of it?" He spat the last words with hatred at the silent priest's face. The hunter laughed, looking at the impassive face. "And now you think you can burn me at the holy stake? What will happen to you when we, destroyed by the claws of monsters and your gallows, simply disappear? While we die like dogs, protecting your peace, you hunt us like spawn of darkness." His eyes burned with fury, and his low voice seethed with such wild anger that the inquisitor stepped back. Godwin, like a beast sensing weakness and fear, lunged forward, overturned the table, sending it crashing into the hunters who had jumped up from their chairs, and drew his sword with a whisper of steel, pressing the blade against the priest's throat. The hunters leaped from their seats, rushing toward their enraged comrade. 2 of them clung to the man's arms, but were almost immediately thrown aside like puppies. A red-haired boy lunged to defend his mentor, but a brutal elbow strike to the face sent him staggering back, falling flat. He clutched his face, blood streaming between his fingers from split lips and a broken nose. "Your soul, Michael," the hunter hissed almost tenderly. "Your soul is filthier than all the creatures I've encountered. It's as black as tar and so hopelessly mired in sin that none of the 7 will plead for you before the judgment. Does someone like you have the right to punish?" He stepped away from the ashen-faced inquisitor who, for some unknown reason, hadn't dared to utter a word to his enraged adversary, and pushing past the hunters alarmed by the turn of events, slowly headed for the exit. "The Holy Brotherhood is running out of time, Mikkel. Your gods have long since left this world. Mark my words." A grim Godwin, trying to quell a pounding headache, saddled his wheezing, struggling stallion. The morning had started badly. Just as dawn broke, an enraged Master Thorin had stormed into his room, causing an uproar, barely refraining from attacking him with his fists over yesterday's incident, which had severely strained the already complicated relationship between the Hunters Guild and the Holy Brotherhood. Godwin turned away, covered his head with a blanket, and rudely told the furious guild leader to go to hell or the devil. But Thorin continued to rage, calling down all manner of curses on the head of the damned hunter. It wasn't until Godwin, squinting against the harsh light and holding his head to keep it from splitting in 2, got out of bed and swore to disappear from the city at once, that Master Thorin finally calmed down. And now there was this damned horse. Godwin, tired of its stubbornness, lashed out with the whip. The animal howled in pain but settled down, looking at its master with fear. "How can you treat your battle companion like that?" came an indignant voice from the side. The hunter turned, fists clenched. Nearby stood the red-haired boy from before, holding the reins of a docile bay gelding, glaring at Godwin with hidden resentment. His face was bruised and his lips were cracked, a result of the brutal blow to the face. "What are you doing here?" the man grumbled, turning away. "I'm going with you." The boy's voice made it clear that he was as unenthusiastic about the prospect as the hunter. Moreover, the gangly youth clearly hadn't forgiven the hunter for yesterday. "Why am I being punished like this?" Godwin pleaded in desperation. "Brat, have you ever even held a sword?" The redhead scowled and, raising his sharp chin, glared with blue eyes. "A true servant of the Seven doesn't need base steel. I subdue the spawn of the night with the holy power given to me from above." The hunter laughed. "Can you even summon holy power, boy?" "I can, and I can do much more," the boy muttered, eyes flashing with anger. "What's your name?" the hunter asked more kindly, having tamed the stubborn stallion and easily mounting. "Kale," the boy said, lifting his head proudly and clumsily mounting the bay. Godwin, glancing sideways at the clumsy movements of his unwanted companion, sighed heavily and spurred his horse, leaving the city of Eldora. The boy, not too confident in the saddle, gritted his teeth stubbornly and followed his companion. The sun was slowly setting. They had been on the road for just a short while, by the hunter's standards, no more than 9 hours. They had stopped only once to let the horses rest. Godwin knew that in about 15 minutes they would reach a small inn near the forest where they could spend the night, and something needed to be done about the stallion, which no longer regarded its master as a friendly being. At the inn, Godwin watched the boy. His movements were awkward and clumsy. When he handed the reins to the eager stable boy, the hunter glanced at his hands. Soft, unaccustomed to holding anything heavier than a pen, it would be difficult with him. During dinner, the boy didn't say a word, though his eyes showed that he had 100 questions on the tip of his tongue. Knowing the hunter's difficult nature, he preferred to stay silent. "Go to bed," Godwin said, lifting the dozing boy from the table. "Where are you going?" Kale asked, sleepily blinking his eyes. "I'm going to check if there are any monsters around here for you to banish later," the hunter replied mockingly, throwing on his cloak. The boy paled but stubbornly declared, "I'm coming with you." "And I said sleep." The hunter frowned. "No, the magistrate told me." Kale shrank under the man's scorching gaze. Without listening to further protests, Godwin grabbed Kale by the arm, led him to his room, and with a sharp shove to the chest, made him fall onto the bed. "If you follow me, I'll slit your throat," he said calmly, discreetly making a sign with his fingers. Kale's eyelids grew heavy, and within seconds he was peacefully snoring, turned towards the wall. Godwin left the now quiet inn and quickly headed towards the forest, visible as a dark strip in the distance. A couple of 100 yards from it, he stopped. Tilting his head back, he gazed at the twinkling stars. He took a deep breath, feeling the night around him with a hidden longing. Then he shook his head, dispelling the reverie, and closed his molten silver eyes, which glowed softly in the dark. "I greet you, soul catcher," came a woman's voice like the whisper of wind through grass. "I greet you, Holy One, Spirit of the Air," Godwin replied softly. Before him, a figure formed from swirling air, an indescribably beautiful girl in the moonlight. "What brings you to me?" The air spirit slowly approached the motionless man. Godwin smiled slightly at the inhumanly beautiful woman who touched his cheek with a gentle breeze. "I need a special horse." "And what of ordinary horses?" There was surprise in the girl's tender voice. The hunter merely spread his hands. "You are weakening, soul catcher." Her translucent eyes studied the man standing a step away from her. "Why do you burn yourself out for people?" Godwin remained silent, his glowing eyes closed. "Will you fulfill my request? Do you remember the price, young lord?" The air spirit stepped back. "Yes, I remember. Maybe you could take the horse too. It's a shame to leave the animal like this." "Of course." The girl smiled softly. The hunter rolled up his sleeve, pulled out a knife, and slashed his wrist. Thick, silvery blood in the moonlight began to flow from the cut. The air spirit cupped her hands under the stream. Drops of blood rolled across her palms, glistening and transforming into dark ruby stones. She smiled again, and dissolved into a stream of wind. In her place, a dark whirlwind began to swirl, solidifying and taking shape. A moment later, a massive stallion with golden eyes nuzzled Godwin's outstretched hand. "Well, hello there." The man pressed against the mighty neck, inhaling the scent of fresh grass and a light breeze emanating from the wind spirit. The next day, "Wow," Cale exclaimed, circling the stallion in awe. "Where did you get him, Mr. Hunter?" "I traded the previous horse." Godwin was tired of the boy's foolish questions and motioned for him to step away from the horse. "That's impossible," the boy protested, stomping his foot. "The other one was just a nag compared to this stallion." "Then maybe I robbed someone," the hunter replied irritably, fastening the saddlebags. "Or?" Cale's eyes gleamed. "Did you use magic?" That was the last straw. Godwin was instantly next to the boy. "You little inquisitor brat," he hissed, grabbing the youth by the collar and yanking him close. "One more such suggestion, and I'll drown you in the nearest ditch." "Magister Michael won't forgive you for this," the boy shouted angrily, falling into the dust from the force of the hunter's shove. "Don't make me laugh," the hunter said indifferently, turning away. "Do you think he chose you because you're somehow exceptional? He sent you with me because you're useless and won't survive even with a hunter. And when I return alone, he'll have every right, supported by indignant fools like you, to send me to the gallows or the stake. He expects you to die on this mission." With each word, Cale's face grew paler, his lips quivered, and tears welled up in his eyes, which he tried in vain to hold back. "You're lying," the boy shouted in helpless fury. "If a blind man doesn't see something, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Godwin shrugged, mounting his horse and silently riding out of the courtyard. The sobbing boy remained sitting in the dust, smearing angry tears across his face. A quarter of an hour later, the hunter heard the dull sound of hooves behind him, and Cale silently took a position beside him, lagging half a length behind. Godwin didn't turn around, but heard the boy quietly sniffing and trying to hide his red, swollen eyes. Until the next morning, even during their rest, they didn't exchange a single word. The boy stubbornly avoided eye contact, his gaze occasionally flashing with sparks of anger, and muttered to himself. However, the hunter didn't care. The boy was blind, unable to see the obvious, or rather unwilling to see it. The damned inquisitors were adept at clouding the minds of their acolytes. Godwin watched Cale out of the corner of his eye. For a moment he felt a twinge of pity for the young boy, sacrificed for some dubious goal, but he quickly pushed those thoughts away. Those who choose this path unfolding before him see too much pain, death, and misfortune. If you let every suffering touch your soul, you won't stay sane for long. He had seen several hunters who couldn't become tough enough to continue living in their world. One had hanged himself in his room at the guild. Another had rushed to defend a curious girl who decided to spy on a battle with a creature. His team couldn't save him. A third was still in an asylum for the insane. Cale tossed and turned late into the night, irritating the hunter. When Godwin was already considering using the quick sleep sign again, the boy finally quieted and began to breathe evenly. The man didn't even bother to tell him that when traveling near the border and even elsewhere, it's wise to set up watches. Astonished once more by the boy's naivety, he set up a signaling circle of runes and quietly lay back down, closing his eyes peacefully. The next day, the road wound like a narrow snake through the forest. Centuries-old trunks of giant trees stood alongside young saplings, rustling joyfully in the barely noticeable breeze. In the dense undergrowth along the road, mischievous eyes of small animals occasionally peeked out fearlessly from behind the bent branches. Godwin rode silently, eyes half closed, feeling the surrounding power with his whole being. Calm, unhurried, pure, aware of its strength. He could afford not to watch the road, fully immersed in his senses. The wind spirit, in the form of a stallion, carried its master carefully, deftly stepping over the roots, stretching across the path. A thud, a frightened cry, and the sound of a fall broke the silence. The hunter, emerging from his blissful reverie, turned sharply. The boy had been trying to make travel notes on a makeshift book of parchment since early morning. Until they entered the forest, he managed to do something useful. But once they were deep in the woods, Cale, unwilling to interrupt his task, became a constant headache. Absorbed in his writing, he didn't control his gelding, which stumbled over every pebble. Naturally, the boy, unprepared for this, dropped his sheets, spilled ink, smearing not only his notes but himself and the treacherous bay, which Godwin believed tripped on purpose. This part of the journey turned into a pick-me-up attraction. The boy constantly hopped on and off the horse to retrieve his fallen belongings. The hunter was getting fed up. When Cale once again glanced guiltily at him and jumped down for his fallen book, Godwin asked, "Can't it wait until we stop? We're moving too slowly. At this rate, we won't reach the place even by the next moon." It was clear from the boy's face that he didn't want to reach the destination even in a year, preferably never in his lifetime. But the boy replied, "All right, I'll put it away while we ride." His voice was dull but not angry. He quickly stashed his writing tools in his bag. "Why do you hate magic so much?" the hunter asked after a while. "Because vile sorcery is the work of demons," Cale snapped, casting a suspicious glance at his companion. "I didn't ask you to quote textbooks and sermons," Godwin grimaced. "And I wasn't talking about sorcery, I was talking about magic. Do you know the difference?" Judging by the stubborn look in the boy's eyes, he considered them one and the same. The hunter sighed and began to explain. Casting curses, diseases, summoning lesser dark spirits, that's sorcery. But what the high witches and nature spirits have, that's magic. You wouldn't attack a river spirit, for example, would you? "How's that?" the boy asked, genuinely surprised. "They're all servants of demons. They all need to be destroyed." "Fool!" Godwin cursed without malice. "A spirit is the concentration of power in a specific place. Destroy the river spirit, and the river will dry up within 2 weeks. But they attack people." Kyle looked at him puzzled. "In most cases, people themselves are to blame for angering the holy or nature spirits," the hunter shrugged. "But many of them can be appeased or asked for forgiveness. Then your land will not only not reject you, but will also start yielding several times more crops, receiving their blessing." "What about evil spirits?" the boy asked, his mouth agape with interest. "There are dark spirits. Is that what you're asking about? They're hostile to humans." Godwin looked intently at the boy. "They hate people, but usually only attack when someone invades their world or insults them. Then there's no hope for mercy. I've had to deal with such spirits sometimes." "You fought dark spirits?" Kael's respect for him grew significantly. Godwin nodded silently, shuddering at the memory of a searing beam of light scattering undead werewolves. "And monsters? They're everywhere in our land," the boy frowned. "They have nothing to do with holy spirits, dark spirits, or nature spirits. Sometimes people who commit atrocities become monsters, but that's the exception rather than the rule. More often, they're concentrations of dark power that have taken form, and they can only be destroyed with steel and silver. Your holy power doesn't affect them because they're not part of our world." Kyle pondered, looking down. Everything the hunter was telling him contradicted what the magistrates and mentors taught the acolytes about the structure of the world, the distribution of forces, and each person's role. On one hand, what Godwin said wasn't contradictory, it was coherent and smooth. But Kael couldn't just take the word of a man suspected of sorcery. Yet, surprisingly, he really wanted to. Because then the world appeared in a completely different light, one without inevitable doom, where a person could choose their fate. To be an enemy of the world's order, or to flow with life, avoiding bringing disaster into their home. "Tell me, are you afraid of spirits?" Godwin asked, his eyes glinting slyly. "No." The boy raised his head proudly. "Then I hope you don't mind that one of them is on your right shoulder," the hunter said with a calm smile. Kyle turned his head and came face to face with the twinkling eyes of a forest spirit. He screamed, losing all thoughts of lofty matters, and tumbled off his gelding, startling the poor creature. It squeaked and immediately jumped onto the neighboring horse, scurrying up Godwin's leg and freezing, clutching the animal's thick mane. "And you said you weren't afraid," the hunter remarked with a chuckle, holding out his hand. The spirit eagerly climbed onto his palm, giving Kyle a better look at it. It was no more than 2 inches tall, with a large head topped with amusingly sticking up black hairs, and a tiny body dressed in moss and what seemed to be fallen leaves. "This is a young forest spirit." Godwin extended his hand to the boy, who had clambered back onto his gelding for the umpteenth time that day. The spirit hesitated before deftly hopping onto Kyle's tentatively offered hand. "They're friendly, helping children and lost travelers find their way home." The boy stared, mouth agape, at the forest spirit squirming in his hand. It chirped something, spun around, and disappeared, leaving a handful of red berries in the boy's palm. "He likes you," the hunter chuckled. "Are they poisonous?" the boy asked suspiciously, sniffing the gift. "They're just ordinary forest berries." Godwin was openly amused by his companion's behavior. Kael remained silent, looking at the berries, and then, averting his eyes, poured half into the hunter's hand. Godwin smiled and didn't refuse. A bath after 3 days on the road and sleeping under the open sky was pure bliss. Kael soaked in the large wooden tub for half an hour until the water cooled. Reluctantly, he got out, feeling the ache in his joints from the unfamiliar activity, and began dressing slowly in clean clothes. That insufferable hunter pushed ahead relentlessly, with hardly any breaks. Kael frowned at the memory of Godwin. He couldn't stand him, but the man wasn't as bad as Magister Michael had described. The boy irritably tightened the laces of his trousers. Godwin's words at that inn had hurt him deeply. He had argued with himself for a long time, but deep down, he was starting to believe Godwin was right. And that only made things worse. Yes, he had never held a sword, unlike many aspiring inquisitors. He was far more interested in hidden knowledge. He preferred the company of books to daily training in the cloister's yard. He knew a great deal, constantly improving his skill in conveying information to followers, but he never stood out among his peers. He was always in the shadows, an outcast due to his peaceful nature. The hunter wasn't wrong in saying that inquisitors had black souls. Just remembering how the acolytes had bullied him, and once beaten him so badly he couldn't stand for a week, was enough. Not to mention the cruelty of the mentors, corporal punishment was widely used for those who disobeyed orders. But the red-haired boy wasn't used to complaining. He saw it all as an inevitable part of developing his character and the mental toughness and resilience that true servants of the seven gods should possess. Partly because he read too much and didn't always take his elders' words at face value, questioning various dogmas, he had often been beaten. Free thinking was never encouraged in the order's ranks. Cale, who had lost hope of being recognized as ready to become an inquisitor and being allowed to learn the sacred knowledge of using holy power, was incredibly happy when his mentor came and told him he was entrusted with a significant task: to watch over a potential and very dangerous sorcerer, one of the hunters. The boy thanked all seven and spun around his cell, imagining how his surprised mentors would joyfully welcome him into the ranks of the chosen acolytes who received secret knowledge. And later, of course, he would become one of the most famous and formidable inquisitors, destroying every manifestation of darkness with holy power. The reality that Godwin revealed to him was all the more painful. It wormed its way into Kyle's soul with cruel and mocking whispers, telling him he was insignificant, that he would never become who he dreamed of being. And doubt in the righteousness of his chosen path slowly gnawed at his young, trusting heart. Had he chosen the right path? Had he stepped off the well-trodden trail into a mire that now threatened to swallow him? He had seen that little spirit, and it hadn't seemed aggressive or dangerous, quite the opposite. It radiated a strange, calming power, and those berries which turned out to be very tasty. The well-established world of the boy was cracking at the seams. He went downstairs. The tavern was sparsely populated, which slightly disappointed Cale. He loved watching people, especially travelers. Each looked unique. Each undoubtedly had their own captivating story, which slipped through in their words, gestures, and habits. The boy looked around, searching for his companion. He found him at the farthest table, in the very corner. What a recluse, Cale thought. He immediately recalled the mischievous smile and the particularly bright eyes of the hunter when he showed him the forest spirit. Sometimes he can be a normal person. Why does he shun everyone? And why is he so aggressive? Cale involuntarily shuddered, remembering their first meeting at the Hunter's Haven, when Godwin almost killed his mentor, Magister Michael. He remembered how scared he was then, and how puzzled he had been that such a strong inquisitor as the Magister hadn't resisted the Hunter's furious assault, but had only looked at him in horror. Maybe it was because Godwin was telling the truth. Shaking his head to dispel the gloomy thoughts, the youth headed towards the seated hunter. Godwin nodded and pushed a plate of food toward him, so aromatic that only now did the acolyte realize how hungry he was. For about 15 minutes, silence reigned at the table. Godwin, who had long since finished eating, sat calmly, sipping mead and watching the boy eat. Cale noticed that the hunter's gaze occasionally seemed to drift into nothingness, and he twirled a familiar ring in his right hand. The very ring that had sparked the fight with the Inquisitor in that tavern. After hesitating for a moment and taking several deep breaths, the young man finally mustered the courage to ask, "Was he your friend?" Godwin lifted his heavy gaze to the redhead. The boy drew his head into his shoulders, cursing himself for his curiosity and expecting an angry outburst. But the hunter slowly and quietly replied, "Not just a friend. He was my best friend." At that moment, he couldn't see anything. His damn body refused to obey, his strength draining away like water through sand. His head was spinning, the curse burning his soul like fire. His vision darkened. A young man of about 20 springs knelt, struggling in vain to rise. His jet-black hair, cascading over his face, was covered in dust, with a streak of premature gray snaking through the dark strands. His hands, with their delicate, slender fingers, clutched his shoulders in a spasm. He didn't see it. The creature that had silently approached from behind, curiously eyeing the strange figure. Then it caught the scent of a human. A predatory gleam sparked in its eyes. It bared its teeth and struck the defenseless victim, knocking him to the ground. He remembered nothing but blinding pain. Pain he had never experienced so intensely. His tormented consciousness flared up one last time with sparks before fading into darkness. "Look, the lad's awake," came a delighted voice. Godwin tried to open his eyes, which were immediately seared by the bright noonday sun shining through the window. He moved and flinched from the sharp pain that shot through his entire body. "Stay still. Don't move." The speaker approached, and through the tears in his eyes, Godwin finally saw him. A man about 10 years older, tall, broad-shouldered, with strong tanned arms marked with white scar threads, merry gray-green eyes beneath thick furrowed brows, a pale scar running down his left cheek. "What were you doing on the border alone and unarmed?" His voice was stern but warm. "Decided to end it all?" "On the contrary," the young man croaked, not recognizing his own voice. "We'll sort it out later," his savior smiled. "What's your name?" "Godwin Lauren de Marsh," the young man replied out of habit, then grimaced as he remembered. "Now just Godwin." The man squinted, then nodded understandingly and introduced himself. "Robert, from the Hunters Guild." Many moons after the two hunters met. "Look at that figure," Robert admired, dangerously leaning back in his chair to ogle the curves of a young serving girl. When the girl ran back, he couldn't resist and pinched her, receiving a coquettish, angry glare in return, which made him grin widely. Godwin watched the unfolding scene with boredom. His friend, still smiling broadly, turned to him. "She's beautiful, don't you think?" The hunter shook his head. "You as always." Robert frowned in annoyance. "I've never seen you with a girl." Then, as if something dawned on him, he stared at his friend in astonishment. Godwin caught his gaze and burst out laughing. "Hey, you got it all wrong. It's not what you think," he said, chuckling. "Have you ever seen lake girls, tall and slender, with luxurious golden hair down to their waists and wonderful milky white skin?" "I saw them once from afar," Robert said dreamily, rolling his eyes. "I wanted to get closer, but I scared them. They swam away. They aren't just girls, you know, they're water spirits." The hunter smiled. "Water spirits avoid people, especially men." His friend sighed in disappointment. "Well, actually, a lot depends on how you approach them and how you talk," Godwin said with a sly squint. "Wait, so you—" Robert was astonished, grabbing the young man by the collar. "You actually managed to convince them? You were able to—" Godwin just laughed, looking at his friend. "Now you understand why tavern beauties don't interest me much?" The hunter recounted all this in a dull voice, staring ahead. Kyle was silent, feeling a wave of sympathy for this hardened man who had lost perhaps his only close friend due to the whims of fate. The boy couldn't imagine what he would do in such a situation, knowing that those who failed to protect his loved one were now trying to reach his own soul. Yet something in his story alerted the well-read acolyte. Lauren DeMarche. That sounds familiar. The thought, lingering on the edge of his consciousness, slipped into the darkness as soon as the boy tried to focus on it, as if ashamed of itself. Sometime after the conversation, he was there again, breathing air saturated with death and decay, hearing the screams of those rotting alive, stumbling over bodies twisted in grotesque poses, falling and weeping as he saw their lifeless eyes. And then they came. Everything around him ignited, consumed by merciless flames. Whether they were alive or dead, he no longer cared, and the damned sorcerer laughed, watching the work of his hands. In those mad eyes, there was nothing but emptiness. The red-haired boy choked on his tears, clutching the cold hand of his dead mother. Gasping in the black smoke, he prayed to the 7 gods. A dark figure, clad in a robe, found the grimy teenager buried under charred boards, and he was given hope that he could change the world. They say the sorcerer died in terrible agony, for the wrath of the gods and their servants, the inquisitors, was great. Cale woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, and feeling his heart pounding in terror. The nightmares that had plagued him every night were so real this time that he could once again smell the disgusting stench of burning flesh, hear the groans of people burning alive, and see the lifeless eyes of his mother. Trying to calm his trembling, the boy sat up, wrapping himself in a blanket. There was still a long way until dawn, but the dew was already beginning to settle on their bedding, soaking it with moisture. Clusters of night moths, attracted by the fire's light, fluttered in the chilly air. He reached his hands towards the warmth of the fire and met the unruffled gaze of steel eyes. Godwin was awake, sitting with his back against a tree, inhaling the night air. He was now watching his suddenly awakened companion intently. Cale noticed that the hunter's eyes were gleaming strangely, as if molten silver was swirling in the usually gray irises. Only now did he also notice an unusual pendant peeking out from under Godwin's top shirt. It was an exquisitely crafted piece, a small circular ring made of a strange, slightly shimmering material. Within it stretched the finest threads like spider silk, on which tiny ruby beads of blood had frozen. The wondrous item softly glowed, reflecting the bright starlight. Godwin looked at the boy. He was disheveled and frightened by the nightmarish vision. "Come here," the hunter suddenly called, patting the ground beside him. Cale was so surprised that he didn't dare disobey and sat down next to the hunter, tucking his legs beneath him. Godwin reached out, grabbed his still dry blanket, and threw it over the redhead. After a moment's hesitation, the boy wrapped himself in it. "Nightmares?" the hunter asked quietly. Even his voice sounded different now. It had become smoother and more melodic, the previous raspiness and harsh notes gone. The boy just nodded, struck by such a drastic change. "It's because we're so close to the border," the hunter said, stirring the brightly burning embers with a stick. "Here, all your deepest fears resurface from the depths of your memory." And unexpectedly, he pulled Kyle close, wrapping an arm around his shoulders, and lightly tapped his forehead with a commanding, "Sleep. The nightmares won't bother you." The redhead's eyes obediently closed, and he fell asleep, nestled against the unmoving man, sleeping soundly and without nightmares until dawn. "Have you ever crossed the border?" Cale asked. The next morning the boy was incredibly lively. He constantly fidgeted in his saddle, examining the surroundings, and pestered the hunter with questions. At first, Godwin found the boy's chatter quite irritating, but after a while, he realized he actually enjoyed talking to his insufferably curious companion. "Sometimes," the man answered evasively. "And what's it like there?" The boy's eyes lit up. "I read it's a beautiful land, that it's a magical place because the High White Witches are direct descendants of the forgotten goddess, and she blesses them." The hunter stared ahead. "You've read some strange books for an acolyte of the order. Aren't you supposed to say that sorcery is inherently against the forces of light? And don't forget, it's not just High White Witches who live there, but dark ones too. How do they coexist?" The boy who had accidentally blurted out that he had read forbidden books blushed, but didn't stop asking questions. "They don't," Godwin shrugged. "Sometimes they fight each other, sometimes they make truces." "Who do they fight with?" the acolyte wondered. "The White Witches fight the Dark Ones, and when they get bored, internal conflicts start. Dark Dukes divide power. The High Ones don't really have concepts of good and evil. Even their attitude towards mortals is based on usefulness. The Dark Ones see us as obstacles, while the White Ones see us as tools. That's the whole difference. As you know, good spirits can also play pranks that can be harmful to people. They have their vices too, so there are no purely good beings among the magical folk, at least not in the way you understand it. So the stories in the monastery books are all lies." Cale seemed disheartened. "Both High White Witches and Dark Ones lie, right? Magister Michael told me never to believe their words." "No." Godwin's unexpected response made the boy's mouth drop open. "Witches don't lie, they mislead. They always tell the truth, but in a way that not everyone can understand the true meaning." "How do you know so much about them?" The acolyte looked at his companion eagerly. "I'm a hunter, after all. I'm supposed to know everything about those I might face as enemies." Godwin smirked. Cale fell silent, pondering what he had heard. Blessed silence filled the air, interrupted only by the steady clop of hooves on the road and the boy's heavy sighs. The acolyte was so lost in thought that he didn't immediately notice when the hunter took a left at a fork in the road instead of going straight as their route required, moving onto a slightly narrower but still well-trodden path. "Wait," he said anxiously. "This isn't the way." "I know." The hunter turned and gave the boy a reproachful look. "There's a village an hour from here. We're running low on supplies, and it's still 2 days to the city." When they entered the village, passing neat houses on the outskirts, they noticed an eerie silence on the streets. There were no barking dogs, no people working, no children running under the horses' hooves, and no old folks warming themselves in the sun. Something was definitely wrong here. Godwin tightened his knees slightly, and the perceptive stallion broke into a brisk trot. The villagers were gathered in the square in front of the inn and the elder's house, shouting, hurling insults and spitting. In the open space stood a stake, around which several strapping young men were efficiently piling kindling and logs. "Are they planning to burn someone?" Cale asked in a whisper for some reason. Fear crept like a cold shiver under his shirt and spread along his spine. Godwin said nothing, dismounted, and walked straight into the crowd, roughly pushing aside those in his way. "What's going on here?" the hunter demanded. The villagers, who had fallen silent as he approached, started murmuring again. "We're judging a witch, Sir Hunter," one of the villagers, likely the elder, said obsequiously, bowing low. "A witch, you say?" Godwin repeated thoughtfully. His gaze fell on a young girl kneeling a short distance away, bound. She was very young and fragile. Her chestnut hair, which had once lain in soft waves over her shoulders, was now tangled and matted. Her simple, unbelted dress was torn. The man squinted, noting the bruises on her arms and neck, her bloodied lips, and her brown eyes filled with agony and a strange lack of comprehension. Only cold, lifeless emptiness remained. It seemed life had drained from those eyes, leaving only cloudy glass. Only inquisitors have the right to judge those who consort with dark forces. Cale pushed his way to the hunter's side. He saw the girl, fell silent, and backed away. "By the time the Holy Ones get here, she'll have killed us all," someone from the crowd shouted passionately, and the assembly buzzed in agreement like an angry hive. "And what has she done?" the hunter asked quietly. But there was a threatening note in his voice, and the people fell silent. "Thank the Seven, she hasn't done anything yet," an elderly woman exclaimed, making the sign of the Seven. Lorak, the elder's son, saw her in the forest drawing witches' symbols and whispering demonic words. He grabbed her by the hair and brought her for judgment. "And where is this witness?" Godwin narrowed his eyes. The hunter once again confirmed the vileness of human nature when the villagers shoved forward a resisting young man. He had a luxurious mane of unruly golden hair, strong arms, and mischievous green eyes that many girls in the village swooned over. Now those eyes held a mix of defiance and terror. "Show me the symbols she was drawing," the hunter demanded, stepping closer. The boy mumbled something incoherent, waved his hands, and suddenly tried to run. Godwin leaped like a beast, closing the distance to the elder's son and grabbing him by the neck, stopping him. "Where are you running off to, savior?" the hunter hissed. The villagers who had rushed to help recoiled and froze, as if enchanted by the malice and fury in his raspy voice. "Did she say no to you? And you decided to take her by force, and to keep her quiet and protect your good name. You could think of nothing better than accusing her of witchcraft. Who's going to listen to a witch, right? Scum." Godwin threw the boy to the ground like a small kitten. A woman in the crowd screamed. "What do you have to say for yourself?" the hunter barked. The blond boy choked, rolling in the dust, and began to sob like a small child, nodding in shameful admission of his guilt. "Get up." Godwin's voice was so frightening that Cale wanted to hide immediately. The elder's son staggered to his feet like a drunk. No one saw the sword leave its sheath or return. Only a gash appeared on the assailant's trousers, spreading into a dark stain. Godwin had struck below the belt, from bone to bone, severing his manhood. The boy's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the road, clawing at the dusty ground with his fingers. The villagers, horrified by the brutal act, scattered, and only the elder fell to his knees beside his son. Godwin turned, grabbed the frozen Cale by the collar, and ordered, "Untie her before this stupid mob of vile people realizes they outnumber us and stops us." The rescued girl sobbed quietly, releasing all the pain and humiliation she had suffered over the last few hours. They took the girl with them. As a terrified Cale, glancing around nervously, untied the tight knots on her bruised arms, Godwin silently picked her up like a sack of bones. He waited for the acolyte to mount his horse and then placed her in front of him like a lifeless doll. She remained indifferent to everything happening. The hunter, having identified her home among the cottages, entered it. A few minutes later, he emerged with a small cloth pouch, typically used for gathering herbs, and a bag containing the first items he could find, enough for her to change out of her tattered clothes. The girl only began to show signs of life by evening, just before they stopped for the night. She stirred without raising her head, and Cale, awkwardly supporting her all the way, tried to ask her name. but she remained stubbornly silent. While the hunter lit the fire and the acolytes spread out their blankets, the girl, swaying unsteadily, headed toward a nearby stream, taking the bag of clothes with her. Cale started to follow her. Does she want to drown herself? Calm down, Godwin said, glancing sideways at the figure disappearing into the brush. Why did we take her? The young acolyte asked curiously. If we left her behind, the villagers would tear her apart, the man explained grimly. The boy shuddered. How did you realize that she wasn't a witch and that she had been abused? He whispered, afraid she'd hear. I've seen it before, the hunter replied. He thought for a moment, then continued. Girls accused of witchcraft usually looked like that after spending a night in the Inquisition's torture chambers. And they weren't witches. She had the telltale bruises on her neck, and you can never mistake that look in her eyes for anything else. Cale was taken aback by the indignation rising within him. How dare you? The mentors would never, he trailed off, remembering how Magister Michael once told him that practitioners of sorcery were not human, and human morals didn't apply to them. Godwin looked at the silenced boy with a mocking expression. Didn't it ever strike you as odd that the accused were often very young and quite beautiful? They can take any form, Cale began defensively, but he felt miserable inside. Godwin's actions had horrified the acolyte, but deep down, he understood that the scoundrel had deserved what he got. This meant the hunter had done the right thing, and Cale was horrified by his own thoughts. I think you're confusing ordinary witches with the high witches, the man said, pausing as the girl emerged from the shadows and came to the fire. Water dripped from her hair, soaking her clothes. She tried to untangle her hair with trembling hands, and Cale saw Godwin silently pull a simple wooden comb from his bag and hand it to her. For the first time, a faint semblance of a grateful smile appeared on her pale face. In the middle of the night, Cale woke to strange sounds. He opened his eyes and cautiously turned on his side. The girl was sitting on Godwin's lap, her face buried in his chest, quietly sobbing. Her fragile shoulders shook with her cries, and she shivered violently. She was mumbling something unintelligible. The hunter held the weeping girl, stroking her hair and whispering soothing words. Once again, Cale saw the transformation he had witnessed at that campfire. Godwin changed so much that it seemed like a completely different person stood before him. Not the one who had attacked an inquisitor with a sword. Not the one who had lashed out at a bewildered boy sitting in the dust. Not the one who had dealt so brutally with a rapist. Not the legendary hunter, but a simple man capable of empathy and feelings other than anger and rage. After about 15 minutes, the girl stopped crying and apparently fell asleep without letting go of Godwin's shirt. The hunter looked up, and Cale froze again, mesmerized by the silver shimmering in his light eyes. Godwin noticed that the boy was awake and hastily looked away, as if fearing his gaze might cause harm. Cale tossed and turned, feeling an irrational urge to keep watching the unmoving man by the fire, but soon he fell asleep again. However, Godwin woke him up a short while later. Shh! We're being watched, the hunter whispered, pointing toward the forest. Beside him, the frightened girl sat huddled. It's a group of corpse werewolves. They've come from the old abandoned cemetery. I fought some recently. But these are smart and cunning. They're waiting for something. When I give the signal, take the girl and run. Don't look back. Don't worry about me. Understood? Cale nodded frantically. Godwin took a silver sword and several metal discs that glinted in the moonlight. He silently slipped into the forest, careful not to attract the creature's attention. The woods were quiet, only the occasional rustle of leaves and crackle of twigs underfoot breaking the silence. Godwin moved confidently, listening to every sound. After a few minutes, he stopped in a clearing and shot an arrow that burst into flames as it hit the corpse werewolves, setting their bodies ablaze. Cale grabbed the girl's hand and ran, keeping her as close as possible. He heard a menacing growl behind him and glanced back to see several shadows giving chase. His heart pounded and fear gripped his body. But suddenly something flashed in the darkness and the shadows disintegrated like ashes blown away by the wind. Godwin, without stopping for a moment, charged into the enemy's midst and hurled a disc at the corpse werewolves. The disc flew in an arc and struck one of the creatures in the chest, causing it to fall to the ground with a deathly howl. The eyes of the remaining werewolves glowed like embers in the dark as they surrounded the hunter, hoping to overwhelm him with their numbers. Godwin formed his hands into a sign and recited a rune, summoning a bright light. The light blinded the werewolves, giving the hunter a brief respite. In that moment, he decapitated 3 nearby creatures with powerful swings of his silver sword. When one of the werewolves tried to attack him from behind, he rolled on the ground and threw a disc that reduced it to ashes. Kyle and the girl, sensing the danger close behind, ran without looking back. But one of the creatures was faster and almost caught up to them. Kyle, in a panic, tried to remember a holy prayer, but the words jumbled in his mind, and he couldn't say anything coherent. The werewolf leaped, ready to sink its claws into the boy, who shielded the girl behind him and grabbed a piece of wood from the ground. At that moment, Godwin's horse charged in, knocking the werewolf down with its body, then turning and delivering a powerful kick with its hind legs, decapitating the creature. The horse's whinny echoed through the forest, and Godwin, hearing it, realized that Cale and the girl were in danger. He recited another rune and rushed toward them. The werewolves, sensing his movement, followed. On the run, the hunter killed 2 more with his sword before reaching the spot where 3 corpse werewolves had surrounded the horse, the boy, and the girl. The horse fought bravely, but its strength was waning. Godwin used his discs to destroy 2 of the monsters, and finished off the 3rd with his silver sword, rolling on the ground and driving it into the creature's torso. The hunter breathed heavily, surveying the battlefield. He wiped the blood from his sword and listened to the forest. Only the ragged breathing of Kyle and the girl's sobs broke the dead silence. Godwin approached them, ensuring the danger had passed. "Are you all right?" he asked, trying to hide the exhaustion in his voice. Kyle nodded, unable to speak, while the girl, trembling, hugged Godwin tightly. "We need to keep moving," Godwin said. "There could be creatures worse than corpse werewolves." He handed Cale a knife. "Take this. The road is full of dangers, and we don't know what lies ahead." The boy hesitated, but eventually took the knife. Gathering his strength, Cale helped the girl onto the horse, and they followed Godwin. Darkness enveloped the forest again, with only the faint glimmer of moonlight piercing through the dense foliage. The hunter led the way, sword at the ready, listening to every sound. After 2 days, they reached a small, peaceful town. Annabelle, as the girl was named, not only didn't cause any trouble during the rest of the journey, but also tried to help in any way she could. Though she spoke very little and mostly to Godwin, her voice was soft and, in Cale's opinion, very beautiful. Annabelle sat in front of the man, supported by his strong arms, and quietly said something, her eyes downcast. Godwin replied briefly, as if deep in thought. The travelers, drawing curious looks from the townsfolk, stopped at a neat house with a low fence at Godwin's signal. "Marne," the man called softly, knocking on the gate. A woman appeared on the doorstep almost immediately. Tall and regal in her bearing, she was beautiful even with age, a beauty that marked proud and confident women. Her silver hair was neatly pulled back, with a single strand falling over her high forehead. She squinted, scrutinizing the unexpected guests, and her dark eyes lit up with joy. "Godwin," she exclaimed, effortlessly descending the steps like a young woman. "Come in quickly." The large gate, locked and secured, swung open, allowing the weary travelers into the courtyard, which was home to various animals. The hostess waved her hands, shooing away the chickens. After unsaddling and stabling the horses, everyone went inside the house. Marne bustled about, quickly preparing dinner for everyone while incessantly questioning Godwin about matters only they seemed to understand. It was immediately clear that the two had known each other for a very long time. After dinner, the drowsy Annabelle was sent to a guest room on the second floor, while Kyle settled in a corner of the kitchen, squinting contentedly like a well-fed cat and listening to the quiet conversation. "I have a favor to ask, Marne," the hunter said, looking at the woman. "Can I leave the girl with you?" "Godwin," the woman said, surprised. "What am I supposed to do with her? And how did she end up with you?" "Her own people in the village tried to burn her at the stake on a false accusation of witchcraft." Marne gasped softly. "This world is cruel, but divine retribution will find them," she said, glancing at the hunter, who nodded in agreement. "You can leave her here. I can't let her go with you. You're heading out on another hunt, aren't you?" "I'm going to the border on a guild assignment, but danger lurks even on the road now," Godwin replied with a grim smile. Marne pushed a mug of hot herbal tea towards him. "I'll teach the girl herbalism and healing. It'll give her something to do." Godwin smiled, nodding gratefully, and wrapped his fingers around the mug. Kale noticed that his hands were elegant, with long fingers, more like those of a musician than a hunter. "And who is this young man with you?" the healer inquired. Kale tensed. For some reason, he didn't want the hunter to mention his connection to the Inquisition. "A necessity," Godwin grimaced, and Kale was surprised to feel a pang of something akin to sorrow at the man's dismissive tone. "My task is to complete the assignment with him and make sure he doesn't die. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble." Marne nodded understandingly, tucking a loose strand of hair back into place. "You and Robert should visit me more often," she said, gently covering Godwin's hand with her own. "You seem to have forgotten the way to my home." Godwin flinched, lifting his eyes to her, which were quickly filling with despair. "Marne," he said softly, lowering his head, and his dark hair fell forward, hiding his face. "Robert." He removed the ring that had belonged to his friend from his finger, and pushed it towards the stunned woman. Marne remained silent for a moment, then tightly clasped Godwin's hands, which were trembling as if with a spasm, gently stroking his fingers. Godwin sat with his head bowed, and didn't see the tears that glistened in the firelight as they traced wet paths down Marnie's cheeks. The next day, Annabelle didn't say a word when Godwin told her she would be staying with the healer. She simply nodded obediently and began helping them pack. The sun was just beginning to rise, illuminating the waking town, as the hunter and his companion prepared to depart. The black stallion pawed the ground impatiently, nudging his master's elbow as Godwin listened to Marnie's instructions, smiling slightly. Kyle, already mounted, waited patiently for Godwin, feeling the book of notes in his bag. He was eager to record everything he had seen and heard over the past few days. A light touch on his knee drew him from his thoughts, and he looked down. Annabelle stood beside him, her eyes downcast. Her face was pale, but there was a blush on her cheeks. "Come back as soon as you can," she said quietly, avoiding his gaze. "I'll be waiting." Cale, too surprised to speak, could only nod. Godwin squinted mischievously at the pair, and as he rode past Annabelle, ruffled her hair. "Good luck, Annabelle. This is where your new life begins." And with that, the hunter and the young traveler disappeared around the bend, continuing their adventure. For several days, they had been heading towards the border between the lands of humans and the magical folk on a mission from the Hunters Guild. Kyle was to uncover the truth about the hunter, and Godwin was to eliminate a new threat that had appeared in these lands. Kyle felt the cold seeping through his clothes but showed no sign of discomfort. He knew his task was not easy, and every moment spent next to Godwin could be his last. Nevertheless, he continued on, determined to see his mission through to the end, despite all doubts and fears. The forest gradually thinned out, and as they emerged from the thicket, the travelers encountered a mounted patrol. The captain of the unit, seeing them on the empty road leading away from the forest, rode up, glanced at the guild's insignia, and nodded in greeting. "Good morning, Hunter," he said, rising slightly in his stirrups and scrutinizing Cale. "Any problems, Captain?" Godwin inquired. "People are disappearing from the town and surrounding villages," the captain replied curtly, giving them a keen look. "Have the hunters checked it out?" the man asked cautiously, his gray eyes flashing. "Yes," the soldier nodded affirmatively. "2 teams were here not long ago. They searched but found nothing, moved on to the outskirts, the villages, and the town of Adlin, which is 2 days' journey from here." "And what were the results? Did they find anything?" Godwin squinted, pondering the words. "Apparently, nothing. They haven't returned, likely continued directly," the captain shrugged. Commanding his unit to move on, he called back, "So, Hunter, it's probably bandits. Be careful." After the conversation, Godwin became silent and thoughtful, irritably brushing off Kyle's burning curiosity. The young man was eager to learn more about both the hunters and the creatures they faced. Disheartened, Cale sank into his own thoughts. Godwin was clearly more than just a hunter. There was something unusual about him. But Cale had yet to find direct evidence that he was a sorcerer, so he couldn't assert it with certainty. And after spending these days in his company, the young man had begun to see magic in a different light. He started to understand that evil in its essence lies not in the ability to wield a rare power, but in human hearts themselves, something his mentors had said. But they had attributed a different meaning to it. According to them, sorcerers and all magical beings were inherently dark, with no choice about which side they took. However, having a gift did not make one a bloodthirsty sorcerer. For that, one needed a soul that took pleasure in violence against defenseless victims. This is what Cale meant when he said they were worse than beasts. These creatures could act no other way, while humans made a choice on how to use their abilities. Everything seemed clear, but how could he explain this to Master Michael? The redhead sighed sadly and shook his head. Besides, if his mentor had indeed sent him on a mission where he was meant to perish, to then accuse Godwin of his death, he might not have to report anything. Even now, Cale felt that if he had a choice, he would prefer the company of hunters, despised by the Holy Brotherhood, over returning to the sanctuary. Lost in such thoughts, the day passed unnoticed, and Godwin commanded a halt. While the novice gathered firewood, the hunter busied himself with something near his horse. When the cheerful tongues of flame started flickering over the dry wood, and Kyle, anticipating rest, sat down next to the spread blankets, Godwin removed a long bundle from his saddle, which thudded dully. "Get up," he ordered, handing the novice a wooden sword. The young man stared in astonishment at the offered item, then stubbornly shook his head. No way. An inquisitor doesn't need contemptible steel. He wasn't seriously trying to defend himself with this argument, but nothing else came to the shocked novice's mind. Don't be ridiculous. Don't your inquisitors carry swords? Godwin tossed the training blade next to the young man. What will you do if you encounter a beast and can't even hold a dagger? Scream and run? I have the holy word. The young man didn't believe his own words, but he was very reluctant to learn weapon skills. Cale yelped more from surprise than pain when an identical blade in the hunter's hand slapped him flat on the thigh with a loud smack, making him jump. Ouch! Why? The young man began to say. But a new strike, this time with the edge on his calves, made him gasp in pain and awkwardly try to dodge to the side. Take the sword and defend yourself, Godwin advanced on the novice, narrowing his eyes. The redhead shook his head again, retreating backward, receiving a few more hits. One on the shoulder, another on his already sore buttocks, just starting to get used to the saddle, before finally grabbing the wooden sword and awkwardly trying to fend off the stinging blows. Oh, I see you've practiced on the highway, the hunter remarked mockingly. Why are you holding the sword like a bandit with a club? It's a club, the boy retorted, holding the blade out in front of him. Godwin lowered his sword. Widen your stance. You're standing like you're at a ball. Right foot forward. He lightly tapped the shin with the tip of his sword, adjusting the stance. Relax your wrists. Straighten your back. It should be rigid. Hands at chest level, don't let your elbow droop. Move, strike, and don't make such a ridiculous face. Godwin tormented the novice for what seemed like 2 hours, starting with the basics. Body positioning, primary defensive stance, and proper footwork. But Cale felt as if he had run the entire distance they had traveled today, chasing after the horses. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he cursed the hunter with every endearing word he knew, and went to wash off the dirt in a small, merrily babbling brook. Godwin, watching the disheveled and grumbling youth go, threw a handful of pleasantly scented herbs into the boiling water in the pot. The boy definitely had potential. He instinctively sensed the weapon, and more importantly, the opponent. He could succeed if only he wasn't so stubborn and argumentative over every little thing. The hunter frowned. He remembered telling his late friend, the hunter Robert, that he'd rather hang himself than take on an apprentice, to which his friend had laughed and said that he just hadn't found someone he wanted to teach everything to. It seemed his friend was right, as always. Cale, shivering but dressed in clean clothes, returned to the campsite to find the stern hunter with a somewhat bewildered but bright smile on his thin lips. A while later on the road. At first it became noticeably colder, and soon the wind picked up. The light mist that had previously lain like a weightless shroud on the ground was mercilessly torn to shreds by the gusts of cold air. The leaden gray clouds that had been a mere speck on the horizon now loomed threateningly overhead within a quarter of an hour. The belly of the purplish monster rumbled dully, and blinding flashes of lightning streaked across its billowing hide. The wind grew stronger, howling like a wounded beast. The trees along the road trembled fearfully and bent under the onslaught of the passing squalls. Neither the warm vests under their linen shirts nor the heavy cloaks they wrapped themselves in provided any protection. The furious gusts of harsh wind seemed to come from all directions, tearing the hoods off the wayfarers caught in the storm. Kyle discreetly wiped his tear-filled eyes, stung by the wind, and tucked his chilled hands into the folds of his cloak. His docile but rather sluggish mare couldn't keep up with Godwin's ever-accelerating black horse. The hunter himself, though squinting, didn't look as miserable as the novice, who resembled a frozen, ruffled sparrow. "Hurry up!" the man called back. "A heavy rain is coming. We need to find shelter." He pointed to the sharp rooftops of houses visible in the distance. Kyle smiled with relief and spurred his horse into a heavy gallop. The horses thundered into the city at full speed, their hooves clattering on the cobblestone streets. The guards at the entrance didn't stop the strangers racing by, but didn't even peek out from their post, intimidated by the storm. The first few heavy raindrops began to hit the tiled roofs tentatively, gaining confidence with each moment. By the time Godwin and Cale rode under the sloping roof of the nearest inn and dismounted, handing their reins to a stable boy who, strangely, didn't even wait for a coin for his service, a torrential downpour had turned the city streets into a solid gray wall. The thunder rumbled just as fiercely, illuminating the now ominous silhouettes of buildings in flashes of ghastly blue light, and the hunter and novice hurried into the warmth of the tavern. Kyle looked around in amazement. He was used to the monotony of inns, some cleaner, some dirtier, but all essentially the same. This one, however, was drastically different from any he had seen before. Everything here was impeccably clean. Polished dishes behind the counter gleamed, reflecting the light from bright oil lamps hung on the walls. Paintings adorned the neat, whitewashed walls. The oak tabletops stood on ornate carved legs. The stairs to the second floor, leading to the guest rooms, were made of some light wood, its railing also decorated with carvings. Even the patrons behaved differently from what the novice was used to. Everyone sat, conversing quietly and politely, with no drunken shouts, crude jokes, or gambling, let alone harassing the comely serving girls. The red-headed youth turned to the hunter, intending to express his admiration, but said nothing upon seeing the look of disdain on his companion's handsome face. "Like a brothel," Godwin diagnosed. And the boy, who had, of course, never been to a den of sin, began to look around with renewed curiosity, trying, however, to do so discreetly. "That's quite an unflattering review," a low, velvety voice said, and Cale once again found his mouth agape. A woman approached them. She was not very tall, but had a full bust, large blue eyes skillfully made up, plump red lips, and wavy jet-black hair that cascaded over her shoulders. She was dressed in a long gown with a plunging neckline that left little to the imagination but made it impossible for any man to look away. "Definitely a brothel," the hunter snorted, his face twisting as if in pain, snapping the boy's jaw shut with a flick. Cale closed his mouth with a click and looked at Godwin resentfully. "I take it you need rooms?" the proprietress inquired, choosing to ignore the blatant rudeness. The hunter nodded affirmatively. "A gold coin for 2 rooms and 20 silver if you want a bath," the woman said with a charming smile. Cale looked at her in bewilderment. Either the other inns charged double, or this one was running at a loss. The hunter silently took out the coins from his purse and handed them to the innkeeper. "Would you like dinner served now or later?" the woman inquired. "Later," Godwin replied, grabbing the novice by the sleeve and practically dragging him to their allocated rooms. This time, Cale finished much quicker than his companion, and descending the stairs, had to wait quite a while, swallowing hungrily and inhaling the aromas wafting from the kitchen. When Godwin finally deigned to appear, the boy was visibly irritated and angry. Seeing the boy's twisted face, the hunter raised an eyebrow in surprise, calmly sat across from him, and their ordered meal, placed by Cale half an hour earlier, was promptly brought to their table. Godwin, observing the boy intently chewing, frowned. He didn't just dislike it here. His intuition screamed of danger, yet his eyes stubbornly refused to notice anything suspicious. This lack of clarity unsettled the hunter. As soon as they entered the city, he felt an alien and hostile force touch his mind, as if studying it. Tormented by uncertainty, the man disregarded all precautions and pulled out the amulet from under his shirt, carefully squeezing it in his hand and narrowing his eyes, which glinted with silver. And everything around him changed. The tidy tavern was now a dilapidated building with rotting logs in the walls, broken and haphazardly piled tables, collapsed floors on the second level, and slimy residue on the cracked window frames. The people looked like corpses, each with thin strands of cobweb-like strings stretching to them, wrapping them like marionettes. Godwin saw this clearly. A nearly transparent string tightened slightly, and the merchant at the neighboring table raised his head and smiled, saying something to his companions. Everything around was nothing more than an expertly crafted material illusion. The hunter shuddered, realizing what they had stumbled into. Cale looked at the suddenly tense hunter in surprise. "What's wrong? Is something amiss? Listen to me carefully." Godwin's voice rang with tension. "Go up to your room now and stay there. Don't leave, no matter what or who comes for you, even if all 7 themselves appear and invite you to the heavenly halls." "All right." The boy nodded obediently, sensing in his gut that they were in serious trouble. "Take this." The hunter unexpectedly twisted off his guild ring and handed it to the novice. "Don't take it off until I tell you." The boy nodded, put the ring on his finger and went upstairs, watched closely by the hunter. Godwin, ensuring the stubborn boy wouldn't disobey, slowly stood, donned his cloak, and left the tavern. The rain had almost stopped, only a few drops sliding down the dense fabric of the cloak like transparent crystals. But the sky was overcast, making the night even darker. The hunter quickly walked along the cobbled streets, following the ghostly threads. Sometimes, laughing couples passed by him, flickering light visible in the windows, but Godwin saw what lay beneath the mask. The city was dead. Long dead and hopelessly so. Many houses were completely ruined, with remnants of walls jutting toward the sky. Potholes gaped in the cobblestone streets. Some buildings were already covered in moss and entwined with wild ivy. And the remains of former life were ensnared in a giant web of dreams, thin, silvery threads gently swaying in the wind. Another step, and the town square of Adlin unfolded before the hunter, with the Temple of the Seven at its center. The pointed towers had crumbled, piercing the dark sky with silent reproach. The statues of the gods, cracked and darkened, gazed silently at the person who dared to break the long-established silence of this place. Godwin blinked and followed the cobwebs, which streamed like a river from all over the city into the gaping doorway of the temple. Stepping over the scattered stones in his path, he slowly entered the building and stood in astonishment. What he saw inside did not match the grim spirit of desolation and decay reigning in the streets of Adlin. Weightless lace shimmered under the translucent light of the emerging moon, creating an intricate canopy of exquisite patterns formed by thin threads. The entire temple, up to the cracked altar, was draped in a funerary veil of unseen beauty. Droplets of moisture trembled like tears on the silvery lines, easily sliding and freezing again, making the surrounding space sparkle with a crystalline light. "You found me, hunter. I am surprised," a bewitching voice sang, resonant like a mountain stream. Kyle sat in his room, bored and curious, examining the ring on his finger. The stone was a sapphire, dark and seemingly glowing faintly from within. It bore Godwin's insignia, a star of an unusual yet vaguely familiar shape. Tiring of inspecting what he considered a trinket, the novice rummaged through his bag and pulled out his travel notes, intending to make good use of his time. However, His thoughts refused to cooperate, and only mischievous blots dripped from the sharpened quill's tip. Moreover, he was constantly annoyed by cobwebs tickling his face and temples. The boy brushed them away, wiped his cheeks with his hands, and shook his head. But the cursed spider seemed to sit right on top, laughing slyly as it threw thread after thread. This was incredibly irritating, and the boy, growling, grabbed a book and jumped onto the bed. Strangely enough, the cobwebs stopped bothering him, and the redhead gladly immersed himself in his notes. He had barely written a couple of lines when there was a knock at the door. Cale remembered Godwin's instructions, confirmed that there had been no mention of not letting anyone in, and shouted, "Come in!" It may be the landlady of the inn. Memory and consciousness drifted away into the ensuing darkness. Godwin stood silently, looking at the unexpected interlocutor. To say she was beautiful was an understatement. In this case, human standards and notions of beauty cease to mean anything because some things in this world defy any description. She was incredibly, inhumanly beautiful. A perfect body with skin that gleamed with a matte velvet glow under the light of droplets, a finely chiseled face and graceful head, enormous bright eyes with golden sparks in their depths, and a cascade of white hair like freshly fallen snow cascading over her slender form. She was a dark high witch, but not just any witch, a witch vampire who knew spider magic, a very rare form of sorcery. "How did you manage to see through my illusion, mortal?" She slid gracefully off the broken altar. "Tell me, I am eager to know." "You did quite a job." The hunter's voice was utterly calm and indifferent, which greatly surprised the beauty. "You look at me differently, not like ordinary people." She charmingly furrowed her thin eyebrows. "It feels like you're used to this kind of thing." She slowly and gracefully ran her hand along her body, casting a passionate glance at the motionless man from beneath half-lowered, trembling lashes. "Do you think you're the first vampire I've encountered?" Godwin wrinkled his nose, tilting his head. "Why did you destroy this entire town?" "Destroyed?" The vampire lightly ran her fingers along a trembling thread. "I gave them a perfect life. Look, there is no place here for bitterness, pain, or bloody conflicts. Isn't that what they dream of? Death and desolation. That's your idea of their deepest desires," Godwin sneered. "Just like all dark creatures." "You're strange, Hunter," she smiled, revealing even teeth. "Mortals' reactions to everything seen here are always the same. They can't understand beauty. Their desires narrow down to only two: possess or destroy. And people don't even realize that this is the main reason for our hatred of them. Who are you?" "You don't need to know." The hunter stepped back slightly from the approaching vampire. "Maybe you're just another toy of the Light Ones." Her beautiful face twisted into a contemptuous grimace for a moment. "They love luring handsome mortals into their traps. 5 of your fellow hunters. They came to catch a monster and met me. They didn't even understand what happened, fools. But your appearance wavers before my eyes. It's so similar to my illusion, isn't it, mortal? Anyway, you have no idea who you've encountered today." And the vampire gracefully glided toward the hunter. "Aye shun say Tillin." The words in the witch's language melodiously slipped from his lips, and the name sounded just as it should, the light ring of fine cobweb threads under the touch of the wind. In human language it meant, "I know who you are, Tillin." The vampire witch's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "You speak our language, mortal? Impossible. How did you learn my name?" "I like to surprise Spider." Godwin grinned, and his sword slid from its scabbard with a quiet, menacing hiss, runes flaring to life. "Enchanter? This should be interesting." The vampire witch smoothly stepped aside as if she flowed. "May I invite an audience?" The temple doors swung open, and in the circle of light outlined by the high windows appeared Kyle. The boy's eyes were completely vacant, his movements jerky and uneven, as if he had suddenly become a puppet. "Damn it," the hunter hissed quietly. "He resisted for a long time," the witch mused, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. "He brushed off my threads like annoying flies. At first I didn't understand how he managed it, but now I see you gave him protection. And his soul is so bright, so pure. I can sense his blood is delicious." The vampire witch demonstratively licked her lips, running her tongue over her elongated fangs. "If I add a bit of fear and despair, it will be absolutely exquisite." She snapped her thin fingers, and Cale's eyes regained their awareness, his limbs obeying him once more. "Godwin." Cale stared at the hunter in astonishment, then admiringly at the woman. "Who is she?" "Your dream," sensual lips whispered softly, and threads of the web darted toward the boy, transforming mid-air into a terrifying, sharp weapon that could easily pierce through stone boulders. Cale didn't even have time to comprehend how close he came to death at that moment. A strong push knocked him off his feet, causing him to fall painfully onto the marble floor covered in stone chips, hitting his knees hard. Hearing a plaintive clink, he began to blink rapidly to clear the dust from his eyes and lifted his head. In the spot where he had just stood, Godwin hung lifelessly in the web's grasp, a crimson stain spreading under his heart, coloring his shirt a bluish hue in the night's gloom. His sword lay forlornly a few steps away. "How touching?" The vampire witch shook her head. "Is he your apprentice? You care for him so much that you sacrificed your pathetic life for him? I was hoping for some grand entertainment. How boring." The boy started trembling. Slipping, he jumped to his feet and rushed to the lifeless hunter, but a flexible web strand wrapped around his neck, pulling him away from Godwin. "That's so touching!" The High Witch slashed the air with her hand, transforming before his eyes. In an instant, a grotesque creature appeared before the boy. Bony, long legs ending in clawed paws, thin, sinewy arms with steel claws hanging almost to its knees, sunken flanks and protruding ribs, a terrifying, snarling face with a massive mouth full of needle-sharp fangs. "You haven't won yet," Godwin croaked, spitting out blood that filled his mouth. There was a soft click, and the hunter's belt unfurled into a flexible, sharpened spring that, like a whip, lashed toward the stunned witch, easily slicing through the silvery steel threads. The vampire shrieked in rage, lunging at the hunter and releasing the choking novice. Cale coughed convulsively, collapsed to his knees, and hurriedly crawled away. Godwin somersaulted, releasing the whip belt, grabbed his sword, and springing from the floor, deflected the sharp claw's strike, while simultaneously throwing one of his discs. The vampire witch screeched angrily, easily dodging the near miss of death, but momentarily distracted, allowing the hunter to leap forward and slash at the exposed foe. The witch released the threads, knocking aside the blade aimed at her chest and causing Godwin to twist and jump back to avoid the webbing that cut through the floor like paper. Landing lightly, the hunter tried to throw a second disc, but the vampire snagged his left arm, wrapped it in a thread, and yanked him back, causing him to lose balance. Godwin toppled backward, falling onto his back, as the witch loomed over him, raising her clawed hand for the final strike. Cale saw something spark and click loudly in the darkness of the vaults, and a silver bolt whizzed through the air, striking the vampire's back. The High Witch gasped and arched in pain. Godwin kicked her away from himself and, without hesitation, decapitated her with one swift motion. The headless body, bleeding silver blood, collapsed at his feet, dissolving like mist, its shimmering edges drawn into the still exposed amulet. "Get up," Godwin said sharply and strangely, picking up the disc that had earlier fallen to the floor with a clang and returning it to its scabbard. The sword's crossguard already gleamed over his shoulder. Kyle got to his feet, struggling to stand on his trembling legs. His heart still pounded like mad. With shaking hands, he tried to brush the dust off his clothes and heard a quiet, muffled groan. He turned instantly to see Godwin slowly sinking to the floor. His shirt was soaked in blood, a thin stream of it trickling from his mouth, dropping heavily from his chin. The novice rushed to the hunter, ducking under his arm and trying to pull him to his feet. Godwin was surprisingly light, which surprised the red-haired boy. The man struggled to straighten his legs and whispered, "Take my belt." "What? To hell with that, we need to—" The boy trembled. Godwin stubbornly shook his head, and the novice, trying to support the leaning hunter, picked up the gleaming whip from the floor, immediately cutting his hands on it. With stiff fingers, the man pressed the engraving, and the silver snake coiled into a tight ball, hiding its cutting edges. When they emerged from the temple, Cale was overwhelmed with despair. The illusion covering the dead city had vanished, and before the boy's eyes stood only the ghost of a once lively town, now staring into eternity with the emptiness of black sockets. But what scared him most was the hunter's labored breathing, with each moment leaning more heavily on the proffered shoulder. Blood didn't stop, marking their path with crimson splotches. The ruins of the inn, where they had left their horses and belongings, were still far off. So he couldn't believe his eyes at first when he saw a large, dark silhouette approaching them, and recognized Godwin's stallion. The black horse jerked its head sharply, turning its right side to the novice. The boy understood what the intelligent animal wanted, but he couldn't lift an adult man, even a relatively light one, onto the back of the large horse alone. The stallion, as if comprehending this, bent its front legs, kneeling, and then lay down completely. With difficulty, he managed to get the nearly unconscious hunter onto the horse. Kyle waited until the pale fingers slowly gripped the horse's thick mane and then stepped back. But the horse continued to lie there, its enormous golden eyes strangely gleaming. The boy hesitantly approached and carefully sat behind the man, holding him steady. The black horse rose smoothly, not like an ordinary horse, only slightly swaying its riders, and moved silently down the street. Kyle stared in amazement at the remains of buildings passing by in complete silence. Less than 5 minutes later, the horse was already standing near the ruins of the inn, tapping its hoof impatiently, urging the boy to hurry. The horse's left shoulder glistened oddly, like oil. When the novice realized it was Godwin's blood, he jumped off the horse and ran for their belongings. Opening the cracked door hanging on one hinge, Kyle recoiled and nearly vomited. The hall was strewn with bodies. Some grinned with the white bones of skeletons, others emitted the horrific stench of rotting flesh. Holding his nose, the boy flew up the stairs, dangerously balancing on the nearly collapsed steps, frantically grabbed their bags, and rushed back, nearly tumbling down the stairs and raising a new wave of stench. A gulp of fresh air cleared his head. He dashed into the stable, driving his bay gelding out of the rotten stall. The furious neighing made him flinch. The black horse spun in place, pawing at the ground and flashing its eyes ready to bolt. Praying to the seven that he understood the frantic horse correctly, the boy mounted again, pressing the unconscious Godwin against the horse's neck and gripping the mane tightly. And the horse took off. The spirit of the wind stormed ahead, bending the grass but not touching the ground, making the trees tremble. Everything turned into one continuous dark streak, and Cale closed his eyes, silently moving his lips in desperate prayer to the all-benevolent gods for the dying hunter who had saved his life at the cost of his own. They covered the 3-day distance in a few hours. However, those hours stretched into an eternity for Cale. He felt the heart under his hands beating slower, the blood flowing through the dying hunter's veins more sluggishly and reluctantly. In the red-haired boy's disheveled head, one desperate thought pounded. Just make it. Just make it. The black horse flew silently through the sleeping streets of the city and crashed through the heavy lock on the gates. In the yard, a watchdog barked itself hoarse, and a faint, flickering light appeared in the window. "Marne!" the boy shouted desperately, sliding off the horse's back, noticing that there was neither sweat nor foam on its flanks, which always accompanied a wild gallop. The first to rush out onto the porch was Annabelle, hair loose, in her nightgown, holding a bronze candlestick with a melting candle. She screamed in fright at the sight of Cale, who with bloody hands was trying to pull the limp Godwin off the horse. She hastily placed the light on the dark planks and rushed to help. A moment later, the healer Marne appeared, hastily tying her upper shirt. She raised her hands to her face, flinching but quickly pulled herself together, pushed Annabelle away from Godwin and commanded, "Bring hot water." The girl looked at Marne with uncomprehending eyes. Then her gaze cleared, and she silently ran to the kitchen. The healer slapped the horse on the back, and the spirit of the wind obediently lay down, allowing them to pull the hunter off. Together with Cale, they dragged the man into the house and laid him on a bed. The boy looked in despair at Godwin's sharp features. His breathing was wheezy, intermittent, barely lifting his chest. Marne grabbed a knife, mercilessly ripped open the shirt soaked in sticky liquid, and gasped. "Who hurt him so badly?" "A vampire," the boy said, almost in tears, battling the horror swelling in his heart at the sight before him. A wide, ragged wound gaped on the hunter's chest, broken ribs jutting out like sharp fangs. A vampire? What kind of vampire could do this to him? This isn't like him. It must have been a special, very strong vampire, the healer grumbled, deftly treating the wound. "He was saving me too," Cale whispered bitterly, and suddenly started crying like a small child. "No point in shedding tears here," the healer said gruffly, but her voice softened immediately. "Be proud, boy. He would only have done that for Robert in the past." Marne bustled around the lying man incessantly. Cale could hardly understand what the woman was doing. He just watched the hunter and tried to comprehend why this mysterious man had sacrificed so much for him, a clumsy novice of the Holy Order. The boy's gaze slid to the amulet lying freely on Godwin's chest. As if sensing the attention, the thin threads inside the circle twitched slightly, and crimson droplets began to slowly glide along the web, captivating and mesmerizing. Cale's mouth fell open in amazement at the animated object. Then he felt a sharp push and, as if waking up, looked bewilderedly at the angry healer. "Get out!" She pushed the resisting Cale out of the room. "Wash up and try to sleep. There's nothing more you can do here." And she slammed the door in his face. The novice stepped aside to let Annabelle with the hot water pass and trudged downstairs. "You've gone mad, fool!" Marne scolded the unconscious Godwin. "You nearly enchanted the boy, idiot!" Annabelle looked at the woman in surprise and silently set the bucket down beside the bed. "How is he?" she asked quietly. "Not good." A deep frown etched on the healer's forehead. "I'm afraid he won't survive the night." The girl lowered her head, trying to hide the tears welling up in her eyes. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Yes." Marne turned to her, dipping clean cloths into the hot water. "Go and calm the boy. He might do something reckless out of despair." Annabelle nodded, casting a long, thoughtful glance at the hunter, and then left, quietly closing the door behind her. Cale sat on the porch, staring blankly into the clear night's darkness. Memories of the battle in the dead town flashed before his eyes repeatedly. Each time a wave of guilt surged from the depths of his soul, twisting like a knife in his heart. And he kept wondering, would anyone from the Order have done the same for him? A warm hand on his shoulder distracted him from his sorrowful thoughts. "Go to sleep." Annabelle gently stroked his red curls. "Marne said he'll be all right." Cale exhaled shakily, feeling the iron claws of fear unclench from his soul. Smiling, he headed to his room. The girl stood on the porch for a moment, closing her eyes and letting the cool breeze wash over her flushed face, taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart before returning inside. 2 hours later, Marne finished her work. With her shoulders drooping in exhaustion, she instructed Annabelle to stay by Godwin's side and dragged herself to her own room, barely able to lift her feet. Annabelle quietly stroked the man's thin fingers, occasionally touching his gaunt face and running her fingers along his cool cheek. After ensuring for about an hour that his breathing, though faint and irregular, remained steady, she stood up, drew Godwin's thin dagger from its sheath, and ran it across the base of her palm. Clenching the cut, she leaned over and, pulling back the blanket, drew an intricate symbol on Godwin's left shoulder with her blood. Then, hesitating a moment, she drew the same symbol on her right shoulder and with clenched fists slipped under the covers beside him. The man awoke just before dawn. His head spun, and his chest felt like it was pierced by a steel rod. He struggled for a long time to open his eyes, trying to make out his surroundings through the blur that felt like sand in his eyes. When he finally managed to focus, he realized he was at Marne's, and a faint smile touched his lips despite himself. The boy hadn't been scared, hadn't abandoned him, and had helped. Godwin felt as though he was lying next to an open flame. He glanced sideways and tried to pull away, but found Annabelle lying beside him, softly breathing in his ear. But his body felt like lead. His arms wouldn't obey, and any attempt to move made his vision darken with searing pain in his chest. The girl stirred and snuggled closer to the hunter, who gritted his teeth. Godwin groaned softly, realizing he was losing control of both himself and the cursed amulet, which had fully activated. Strength, like a slow but steady stream, began to return to the hunter, who cursed through his teeth. Annabelle sleepily lifted her head, looked at the waking man, saw the glowing symbol she had drawn on his shoulder, and smiled contentedly. The next morning, Cale, barely opening his eyes, leapt from his bed and rushed to Godwin's room. Halfway there, near the living room, he heard commotion, groans, muffled curses, and annoyed hissing. Bursting through the door, the boy broke into a joyful grin. A bandaged Godwin was cursing as he fended off the astonished Marne's attempts to examine him. Due to his weakness, his efforts were feeble, and soon he was caught, seated on a chair and thoroughly inspected. Shooting a sidelong glance at the bewildered healer and the beaming boy, the hunter clearly felt out of place. "Godwin," the boy said, hanging his head guiltily as he approached the man after Marne, satisfied with her examination, left the room. "I'm sorry. I behaved like an idiot back then and only got in the way." The hunter snorted and winced slightly from the pain. "It's all right. Now you understand why I started teaching you." Cale nodded enthusiastically. Godwin smiled, and as he stood up, he ruffled the boy's red hair. The door banged against the frame. The healer rushed at the stunned hunter and slapped him hard. "What did you do to the girl, you idiot?" Her face was pale, her hands clenched into fists, and fear filled her eyes. Godwin first pressed his hand to his burning cheek in bewilderment. Then his eyes widened, and he groaned, clenching his fist to his forehead. Grimacing from the pain caused by the sudden movement, he followed Marne at a run. The confused boy trailed after them. Annabelle sat on the bed in her small room, dreamily staring at the ceiling. Her eyes shone, but she seemed not to be there, lost in her own reverie. When Godwin and Marne entered the room, Annabelle remained indifferent to everything happening around her, like a living doll. Cale stared in bewilderment at the sudden change that had come over her in just one night. Godwin, looking desperately at the girl, knelt before her, forcing her to look at him. "Annabelle, do you hear me?" She focused her gaze on the man, but she had a blank stare, still continuing to look somewhere without moving or saying a word. "Cale, get out!" the hunter suddenly barked, and the boy darted out of the room before he realized what he was doing. The door slammed behind him, and he leaned against the wall, not daring to go back. "What is this?" Marne asked quietly, watching Godwin frown and bite his lips in hesitation. "She performed an enhanced magic ritual of bonding with me, a ritual of assistance," he whispered. "Meaning she transferred her life force to you. Last night. How did she know about it?" The healer shook her head in sorrow. "And she's enchanted because of your amulet?" Godwin nodded silently. "I couldn't hold back because I was unconscious and dying," he said, his thin lips twisting bitterly. "And the amulet couldn't maintain the illusion. And now what?" Marne furrowed her brows in anger. "Undo it. I can't stand to see her as a lifeless doll." "I can't," Godwin's voice cracked. "I don't care if you can or not." The healer leaned closer to the hunter. "Just do it. Bring her back to the way she was before you clouded her mind." And she left, closing the door behind her. Kyle tried to rush into the room, but she grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him downstairs, saying, "Get ready. I want you both gone by tomorrow." Godwin appeared a couple of hours later, swaying as if from exhaustion, his face haggard, but with a faint smile on his lips. Nodding to Marne, who looked at him questioningly, he said, "She'll be all right. I managed to undo the bond, but she'll need rest to recover fully. Let her sleep until the next evening." Receiving an approving smile from the healer, the hunter went to his room and collapsed, falling asleep almost immediately, waving Cale off when he tried to ask questions. They left without waiting for Annabelle to wake up. Godwin either snapped at Cale's worried questions or stayed silent, pretending to be either deaf or at least hard of hearing. The hunter's mood was clearly at its worst. He was sullen, constantly frowning and aggressive. During breaks, he worked the novice to exhaustion, mercilessly turning the boy into a punching bag. After a couple of such training sessions, seeing Cale struggling to move his bruised arms, Godwin took pity and gave the boy an herbal concoction to drink, which blissfully relaxed his cramping muscles. The bruises, though still visible on his pale skin, no longer ached incessantly. To the hunter's surprise, the boy endured everything silently and without complaint, stubbornly clenching his teeth when another stinging blow left a red mark on his battered body. In the evenings, Cale, after quickly rinsing off the grime from a day in the saddle and grueling training, would sit beside Godwin with eager eyes, and various efforts would coax him into talking about the hidden world. Initially resistant and silent, the hunter eventually yielded to the boy's curiosity, detailing how to distinguish werewolves from shapeshifters, vampires from dampiers, and what to do if unlucky enough to encounter a dark lycanthrope, before forcibly sending the youth to bed. Given free rein, Cale would have stayed up until dawn, eagerly absorbing every word. Despite this, Cale had a life full of activity. He woke up with difficulty after the 5th nudge from the disgruntled Godwin, and then spent half the day yawning into his fist, his sleepy gaze fixed on the mane of his chestnut horse, bought by the hunter to replace the gelding lost near the dead city of Adlin. Cale remembered telling Godwin that he was without a horse and bracing for a slap and another round of unprintable tirades. But to his great surprise, the man remained silent, and in the morning, as they rode away, the confused newcomer saw a tall, thin-legged horse with a rather restless but friendly disposition. The boy and the horse quickly bonded, and Godwin occasionally noticed Cale petting his favorite's sturdy neck or secretly feeding him a piece of bread. During short stops, the youth diligently wrote everything down in a gradually thickening book. Godwin never asked him about it or tried to see what the novice was writing, though, strangely enough, he sometimes felt curious. On the 4th day, the hunter unilaterally announced that despite having to take a slight detour, they needed to visit the large city of Ravenmoor, where one of the Hunters' Guild branches was located. Though Cale wasn't thrilled about the turn of events, he didn't argue, dutifully guiding his horse after Godwin's black steed. When they rode through the Guild's gates, the boy immediately felt uncomfortable, catching curious glances and noticing seasoned hunters raising their eyebrows and whispering to each other. Godwin seemed oblivious to it all, or perhaps he was just used to it. Dismounting, he curtly ordered Cale to unsaddle and tend to the horses before quickly disappearing through a simple wooden door leading into the 2-story building. The boy shrugged sadly and began to unhook the saddlebags when he felt someone standing behind him and turned around. Leaning against the door of a neighboring stall was a dark-haired boy his age, looking at him curiously. Stocky and short, dressed in simple clothes with the Guild's insignia embroidered on the collar of his shirt, an apprentice who had not yet earned his own ring and personal insignia. "Hi," the boy greeted. His voice was bright and clear. "Who are you, and where are you from?" Cale flinched and shrank under the serious gaze of the brown eyes. Saying that he was a novice of the Holy Order would at least mean condemning himself to the boy, who was currently smiling friendly, would recoil from him as if he were a leper, and contempt would appear on the young face already marked by the thin line of a long scar. "You're with Master Godwin, right?" the boy asked, leaning forward eagerly. "Are you his apprentice?" The redhead swallowed and hastily nodded, mentally cursing himself for such a lie. "Wow, that's amazing," his new acquaintance said, whistling in awe. "You're so lucky. I heard he never takes apprentices. Oh, by the way, I'm Eldwood," he said, suddenly remembering to introduce himself and extending his hand. "Cale." They exchanged handshakes. "So, how's Godwin? What's it like to learn from him?" the dark-haired boy asked, mouth slightly open. The novice remembered the training sessions and involuntarily winced as if from a toothache. Eldwood interpreted this in his own way and, laughing, clapped the redhead on the shoulder. "They're all like that," he whispered conspiratorially, and then fell silent, looking over Kyle's shoulder. "Cale," a heavy hand landed on the novice's shoulder. "What did I tell you to do? Finish the task first, then chat with whoever you want." The boy scratched his head as Hess, who had silently approached from behind, gave the apprentice a heavy cuff, glanced at Cale rubbing his much-abused head, and walked away. Eldwood, who had been silent all this time and gazing in admiration at the legend, chuckled quietly and looked sympathetically at Cale. "Come join us. We're meeting in the backyard tonight," he invited, then dashed out of the stable, waving goodbye. Cale pulled the saddle off his disgruntled horse and thought that he definitely liked it here, unlike the holy sanctuary, where every newcomer underwent a humiliating initiation ritual. Godwin, hearing the loud call, the man turned around. A short, stocky man with closely cropped chestnut hair was hurrying towards him. "Avon, good to see you," Godwin smiled, shaking the outstretched hand firmly. "I didn't think I'd run into you here." Avon squinted his light eyes. "How about a drink?" The hunter pondered for a moment, then nodded, and they headed to the tavern located just behind the guild's gates. The small but tidy hall was relatively quiet. The evening revelry had yet to begin, and the hunters, who made up the majority of the patrons, behaved calmly, conversing quietly, sharing stories of slain beasts, and chuckling softly at amusing incidents. "Avon, listen." Godwin leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "Who checked Adlin and its surroundings?" "My team and Bray's crew." The chestnut-haired hunter looked at him in surprise. "Your team didn't go into the city, right?" Godwin's voice was even. "No, we parted ways at the gates." Avon leaned back in his chair. "My group mostly went around the villages, but we found nothing. You're very lucky. Send a messenger to the guild's High Master Thorin. Bray's team no longer exists. And send a burial squad to Adlin. Everything left there needs to be burned." "What? What are you talking about?" Avon asked quietly, his face darkening. The cause was in the city. A high dark witch, a vampire skilled in spider magic, had taken up residence there. Adlin has been dead for many years, judging by the state of the bones and buildings. You and your men survived only because she was distracted by Bray's team. The brown-haired hunter remained silent, staring at the man in astonishment and slowly realizing what he had just been told. "But I saw it," he exclaimed, striking the table with his fist. "I saw that city. It was no different from Ravenmoor." Several people turned at the loud outburst, and Avon quieted down a bit. "It was an illusion," Godwin shrugged. "I won't even ask how you managed to deal with a high witch who was also a vampire," Avon muttered, calming down. "Better not," Godwin grimaced and unconsciously rubbed his chest. "Who's the boy with you?" Avon asked, taking a large gulp from his tankard. The dark-haired man fell silent for a moment, then reluctantly said, "An apprentice." "What? Are you serious?" Avon was astonished, and then, standing up, playfully punched Godwin on the shoulder. "That's right, my friend. It's high time you took on an apprentice." Godwin listened to the voices coming from the backyard and led his stallion out of the stable. The boys, chattering excitedly, were telling each other about the creatures they had already hunted and what new skills their mentors had taught them. The apprentices, still very green, didn't yet understand the true nature of the hunt. They didn't understand that soon they would stop sleeping peacefully at night, waking up in cold sweats, reliving the most horrifying moments over and over. They didn't understand that a life like this is a constant struggle with death. Either you kill or you get killed. There's no chance of returning to a normal life, knowing what lurks both in the darkness and in the daylight. He wouldn't wish such a fate on anyone. The hunter saddled his black horse, glancing at Cale's chestnut horse standing calmly in the stall. The novice was among the boasting boys. The hunter's keen ear picked out his timid voice. Godwin had planned to leave him here because, much to his surprise, he realized he didn't want the boy to die. It didn't matter to him what the red-haired youth was. He just didn't want him to face death. So the hunter asked Avon to look after the apprentice until his return. His old friend simply gave him a sympathetic look and nodded in agreement. "I knew it," came a displeased voice from behind as Godwin secured the saddlebags. The hunter turned and frowned at the approaching novice who held the bridled and saddled chestnut horse by the reins. "You're not leaving without me," the boy stubbornly declared, looking at the hunter defiantly. The man was silent for a moment, then shrugged. "If you're in such a hurry to meet your end, I won't stop you." And he turned away, mounting his horse. Kyle, expecting an angry rebuke or even a couple of cuffs, looked puzzled at Godwin's departing back and quickly climbed onto his horse, following the hunter. Once again, the two riders set out on their journey. Once enemies, they had become student and teacher. The road had changed them, changed their perspectives. They had learned to trust each other. But the path remained fraught with dangers. No one knew what lay ahead, what adventures and trials awaited them. Would they be able to maintain their relationship, or would the road change them even more? These questions remained unanswered as they disappeared into the misty distance, where a new chapter of their fate began. A heavy fog wrapped tightly around the forest road, concealing the mud and slush beneath it. Two riders slowly made their way forward, their horses struggling with every bump and stone. The forest around them seemed alive. The trees loomed over the road, their bare branches reaching out to the travelers like sinister fingers. Leading the way was Godwin, a monster hunter. His tanned face, framed by long black hair streaked with gray, showed fatigue and determination. Godwin was a legend among monster hunters. His fame preceded him. People whispered of his exploits, of how he single-handedly defeated werewolves and vampires. Beside him rode a young man named Kyle, a former acolyte of the Holy Brotherhood, a church that tolerated no sorcery and had increasingly strained relations with the Hunters Guild in recent years. Slim and red-haired with clear blue eyes, Kyle appeared fragile. During his journey with Godwin, he had grown to respect the hunter. Initially, his task was to expose Godwin as a sorcerer, but now his convictions had wavered, and he had become the hunter's apprentice. A few days ago, they had set out for the border between human lands and the magical realm on a mission from the Hunters Guild to investigate an anomaly. Godwin, still recovering from wounds inflicted in his last battle, frequently recalled his friend Robert, who had died at the hands of a monster. Each memory was like a knife to his heart, but he showed no pain, pressing on. Their goal was now close, and they hoped to reach it soon. Godwin had said they would be there by tomorrow, so they stopped early for the night to rest fully. Kale sat by the campfire, watching the dancing flames, occasionally glancing at the motionless Godwin. The man's eyes were closed, his breathing steady, and it was impossible to tell if he was asleep or awake. The acolyte couldn't sleep. Midnight had long passed, but the redhead still stared at the fire. Inside, he was a turmoil of emotions. Fear for what they would face tomorrow. What awaited them beyond the barrier, beyond the border between humans and the magical folk. What was hidden in that unknown that had swallowed so many seasoned hunters? Would they themselves make it out alive? Godwin was strong, very strong. Kale had learned that well. And despite all denials, the hunter used, no, not sorcery, but wizardry. The boy understood that these were entirely different things, but he still couldn't figure out what distinguished one from the other. And strangely, the acolyte, who once hated any manifestation of magic, was not afraid of it, but even pleased by it. He had no desire to report his discovery to Master Michael. After what Godwin had done for him, it would be a betrayal. Previously, the hunter had saved him from a vampire spider. He felt safer now, and he was intensely curious. He wanted to watch Godwin weave his spells, but the hunter immediately shut down any conversation when it came to wizardry. and each time Cale would sigh in frustration, only to try again later, unsuccessfully. The redhead did not sleep that night, occupied with his thoughts. As dawn approached, the hunter opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and pulling his travel bag closer, took out a comb and loosened the strap holding his hair. The boy watched in awe as the jet-black hair with silver strands fell heavily onto Godwin's shoulders. The man deftly began to braid the silky strands in the firelight, but something wasn't going right. He grimaced, repeatedly intertwining the strands, tugging at them irritably when they knotted slightly. Cale watched, holding his breath. Then he suddenly stood and approached the hunter. "Godwin, let me braid your hair. I used to do my sister's hair when we were kids." Cale blushed furiously when the man looked at him with a surprised and confused gaze. Something flickered in his steel-gray eyes, and he slowly handed the boy the bone comb. Godwin tensed as the gentle fingers touched his black hair. He hated being touched, but there was nothing but restrained joy and hidden admiration in the boy's touch, and after a while the man relaxed, allowing the boy to handle his heavy strands. Cale worked deftly and skillfully, not breaking but untangling the knots, and the hair obediently formed into an intricate yet surprisingly practical braid. "You usually just tie your hair back. Why the braid now?" Cale asked, handing the comb back to the hunter. "I don't know what awaits us there." Godwin stood and began to pack. "And loose hair can be a problem in a fight." "Why?" the boy asked, puzzled. "Because if someone grabs you by the hair, you're almost helpless," the hunter said with a wry smile, and the acolyte nodded in understanding, helping Godwin. They reached the border barrier by noon. The sun was at its zenith, and Cale immediately saw the shimmering haze wavering ahead. Godwin glanced at the acolyte and nodded, answering the unspoken question in the boy's eyes. "Yes, we're now at the border between our world and the other." When they approached the haze, Godwin's horse suddenly balked, rearing and trying to turn back. The hunter spoke soothingly to the stallion, stroking its neck, then dismounted and began to unload the black horse. "What's going on?" Cale asked, jumping off his horse. "We go on foot from here," Godwin said curtly, removing the saddlebags. Cale shrugged, removed his saddle and bridle, patted his chestnut horse, grabbed his travel bag, and showed he was ready. The hunter smirked at the serious boy and stepped into the shimmering air. The sensations were awful. It felt like something was twisting his joints inside out and mercilessly draining all the strength from his limp body. Cale closed his eyes, shaking his head, and almost collapsed. With great difficulty, he straightened up, opened his eyes, and saw the dense fog around him. Then he found Godwin. The man seemed to be in worse shape than him. His face was as white as chalk. His gray eyes seemed faded, and the pupils stood out as eerie cracks in the colorless irises. His body was tense, his knees slightly bent, and a painful spasm flickered across his handsome face. Godwin, with jerky, abrupt movements, twisted a ring off his finger and handed it to the staggering acolyte. As soon as the smooth band touched his palms, the boy immediately felt better, and was able to straighten his hunched shoulders, feeling the retreat of some hostile, barely perceptible force. The hunter, pulling out a familiar amulet, clenched it in his hands. His eyes became focused, color returned to them, his movements lost their painful sharpness, and he sighed more freely. The surroundings looked like a nightmare come to life. Withered, twisted remnants of trees grimaced lifelessly at the gray sky. The ground beneath their feet was covered in a layer of ash and seemingly dust, in places covered with a slimy semblance of moss, exuding a poisonous stench. The dark, thick fog lay in clumps on the ground, like a lurking beast waiting for its prey. The cold, still air bore no sign of life's heartbeat, which is always present, even in the most desolate and abandoned places. Here, it seemed, the very fabric of the world had thinned and barely held, creating a deceptive, dead husk of nature. What is this? Why is everything so horrible here? Cale rasped in shock. Someone created a gate and is trying to breach the border of worlds. The hunter's voice was deceptively calm. To open the abyss and let legions of monsters into our world. Cale could only gasp, feeling everything inside him plummet. Godwin circled a fallen tree covered with a deathly gray-brown coating. For this, no ordinary or even mighty force of any creature would suffice. So whoever started this drained all the life force from this land and everyone who happened to be here. All the hunters fell under its effect, even the highest witches. I can sense the remnants of their souls and energy. Noticing the acolyte's puzzled look, the hunter sighed. There are 3 types of energy: physical, spiritual, and wizard. The first 2 are inherent in all humans. The magical one is the life force of the highest witches, sometimes appearing in half-bloods, allowing them to use spells. Not like magical creatures, but enough to far surpass any human sorcerer. Godwin. The boy hesitated. Does that mean you're a half-blood since you can use such power? Cale. The hunter looked at him darkly. You should think carefully before asking questions. I'll tear your tongue out right now. The boy obediently fell silent, continuing to glance at the steadily walking man. I feel bad. My condition. I feel despair and fear, like I'm doomed to death. Cale couldn't hold back. Godwin sighed heavily. This place continues to drain life force, as the strongest component for spells, and I dread to imagine what power that damn bastard has gained who placed these spells here. Cale saw that the man was growing darker by the minute, especially after they started encountering skeletons of animals grinning at the empty sky. It seemed like 100 years had passed. The bones were so bleached. Godwin, glancing at the remains, only clenched his jaw tighter and involuntarily clenched his fists. Half an hour later, they came across the hunter's last camp. The skeletons of people were frozen in the positions in which death had overtaken them, and Cale, passing by the unburied, suppressed the urge to turn and run. Anywhere, just to get away from here. There must be something here where the master of these lands hides, the red-haired boy remarked thoughtfully. Yes, an abandoned watchtower. Godwin was fully focused. When they approached the ruins of the once mighty structure, the man suddenly grabbed the acolyte by the shoulder, turning him to face him. Steel eyes were narrowed. I want you to listen to me in everything here. If I say fall, you fall. If I say run, you run and don't look back. Got it? But... The red-headed boy began to protest, but the hunter squeezed his shoulder painfully, making him wince and fall silent. This is not an adventure like in your church books, Cale. Around us is death. And if I can somehow fight it in a game for life, you cannot. And I don't want your death on my conscience. Waiting for a dejected nod from the crestfallen boy, Godwin turned and began to cautiously climb the worn steps. The massive door creaked loudly, turning on its hinges, and they entered the building. It was as desolate here as everywhere else. The heavy smell of decay and death hung in the air, pressing on their shoulders, penetrating their souls, making them breathe faster, and their hearts race. Passing through several rooms, leaving clear tracks in the dust, the hunter and his companion climbed to the second floor, and passing under a half-collapsed arch, found themselves in a spacious hall. Most likely it used to be a dining room, a gathering place for the entire garrison, so it surpassed all the previous rooms in size. Godwin immediately tensed, pulling the unsuspecting acolyte behind him when he saw the makeshift but substantial altar, covered with a brown crust of dried blood. Above it, unfamiliar symbols barely glowed on the walls, and the air seemed to crackle with concentrated hostile power. The training, though short, had not been in vain for the young boy. When something dark flickered at the edge of his vision, the boy instinctively jumped aside, dodging the claws that slashed the air, rolled, scratching his cheek, and sprang to his feet. Before Godwin, standing a few steps away, was a creature. It tilted its bulky head, staring at the hunter with a heavy, unblinking gaze of predatory yellow eyes. Its body was quite human, strong and muscular, but from the neck over the shoulders to the elbows ran strips of coarse brown fur, and the hands ended in 10-inch ashen-black razor-sharp claws. The face looked like a grotesque mask, exposing terrible shiny fangs and framed by the same coarse tangled hair. Around the werewolf's neck shimmered a collar of spectral runic signs. The monster did not rush to attack, watching the nimble prey that had managed to get this far from under its furrowed brows. But what struck Cale most was Godwin's reaction. He was pale, staring distrustfully at the creature before him. And then the werewolf stepped forward. There was no threat in this movement, and began to change. A grimace of pain flashed across his face. His entire form wavered before their eyes. The fur began to retract back into his body. The fangs and claws shrank, becoming ordinary human teeth and nails. Only the golden eyes with their vertical slit pupils betrayed the inhuman nature of the dark-haired man standing before them now. A bright white scar ran down his tanned skin on his left cheek. "Robert," Godwin whispered in disbelief, his voice breaking. "Get out!" the former hunter demanded hoarsely. "Leave, Godwin." "To hell with that, Robert." Godwin stepped towards his friend. "How did this happen? How did you become a werewolf?" "I died, my friend." The monster bared its teeth, its inhuman eyes flashing yellow. "Died in that forest with my guts spilling out, only to be reborn as this creature." Cale saw Godwin flinch at these words, a desperate pain flashing briefly in his gray eyes. The boy clenched his fists. "And now, take your companion," Robert spat the word like a curse, "and leave before he orders me to kill you." "I'm not leaving without you." Godwin stubbornly tilted his head. "You're a good hunter, Godwin. Excellent. Strong, quick, smart. But you can't compete with me in my current form, let alone with my master. You don't think they'd let a dangerous creature like me, created by a mad bastard, go roaming the world, do you?" The werewolf grinned, as if mocking his friend, who flinched at every word. "I can't disobey orders now." Robert pointed to the collar wrapped around his powerful neck. "Who is he?" Godwin moved his hands strangely, and Cale thought he saw faint-colored threads flicker around the slender wrists. "I can't tell you." The werewolf's face contorted and began to change. "I gave you time, Godwin. You didn't listen to me as always." The creature, now in its combat form, lunged forward, raising a clawed hand for a strike. The boy closed his eyes in horror, seeing that Godwin wasn't drawing his weapon. The man moved to meet the werewolf, dodging the claws that whistled inches from his neck, spinning around and delivering a powerful kick to Robert's torso. The former hunter gasped, losing balance, and Godwin, pushing off the floor with his hand, deftly flipped in the air, clasped his fists, and struck down, slamming the werewolf into the stone slabs. "Damn, I didn't know you could hold your own against a monster like I've become. I'm afraid I know very little about you," Robert laughed, spitting blood. "Draw your sword, Godwin. I ask for a final mercy, friend." The werewolf's last words held such agony that the red-haired boy barely stifled a moan when the hunter crossed his arms over his chest and retorted, "Not a chance." "You're worse than monsters." The werewolf's roar made the entire hall tremble, sending stone dust gently cascading onto the altar. "You can't even imagine how much," Godwin whispered, and moved to meet the attacking werewolf, turning his open palm towards him. "Yasha Hashi Maeda." The melodic voice echoed off the high ceilings like sharp ice crystals. Freezing time. "Yasha Hashi Maedija." The astonished werewolf fell to one knee before the hunter's slender figure, and the collar, flaring red, shattered into fragments in the darkened air. "By the power granted to me, I ask, will you pledge your allegiance to me, Lesser One?" Godwin's voice was thick, low, and velvety, captivating and commanding. "I obey, Master," Robert responded hollowly, bowing his head. From Godwin's outstretched palm, a thread of light extended to the werewolf, wrapping around his wrist like a flexible web and forming a symbol that Cale recognized, the same one engraved on the sapphire ring given to him by the hunter. "How can this be?" Robert clumsily rose from his knees. "Godwin, who are you?" "Godwin Lauren DeMarche," came a smug, eerily familiar voice, and a short figure in a white robe with embroidered crossed torches on the back appeared in the doorway. Evening Star of House Lauren DeMarche, one of the highest of the White Witches, or more accurately Witcher, known as the Soul Catcher. It's even more than I expected. "Master Michael?" Cale gasped in disbelief, staring at the mentor, who was approaching them with a leisurely step, a smile on his face. "Oh, my boy. You did an excellent job." The priest nodded approvingly to the acolyte. "You kept the prey from slipping off the hook. I congratulate you. Upon our return to the Order, I will put in a good word for you." Godwin leaped silently, drawing his sword from its sheath. But before he could take even a couple of steps, blue runes flared under his feet, and a transparent, shimmering dome descended from above, trapping the halted hunter in a force field. "How reckless," Michael remarked slyly, watching Godwin roar in frustration. Cale rushed forward, narrowly avoiding the werewolf's clawed grip as he tried to stop the boy. The red-haired boy flew towards the hunter, but as soon as he reached for the transparent barrier, a long, silvery whip struck him in the chest, sending him flying backward. He landed awkwardly, his back hitting the floor. The air was knocked out of his lungs, and the boy curled up, struggling to clear the darkness from his vision. With great effort, he got to his knees, shaking his head. His ears were ringing. When he was unceremoniously hoisted up by the collar, he hung limply in Robert's strong grip. "Hey, kid, are you alive?" the former hunter asked worriedly, trying to bring the acolyte to his senses. Waiting for a weak nod, the werewolf gently set the staggering boy on the floor, supporting him by the elbow. "Let him go," Cale demanded, catching his breath. "Everything is not as it seems, Master. He is no threat to us." "My boy, he is a monster," Michael chided gently. "We fight against those like him. Don't worry. You will understand soon." "What will he understand, Michael?" Godwin laughed, tossing aside the useless sword. "That you intend to flood the human world with monsters for your own unfathomable goals." "Shut up, witch spawn!" the priest suddenly barked, raising his hands towards the captive hunter. Godwin groaned, falling to his knees and bending over. A dark trickle ran from his mouth, but he exhaled hoarsely, spat out blood, and smirked mockingly. "Is that all, Holy Father? Is that all you can do with the power of hundreds of lives?" "You can keep laughing," Michael hissed, leaning towards the immobilized prisoner. "Soon your blessed land will be erased from this reality. It is a festering sore that torments our land." "You speak nonsense," Robert remarked, shielding the acolyte, who was clenching his fists. Destroy the magical lands, and you destroy the human lands. You have forgotten about the spirits of nature. They, too, are part of the magical folk. We can live without them. The priest's dark eyes gleamed with fanaticism. You are insane, Godwin whispered, lifting his head. You think the monsters from the abyss gates will obey you? But you don't understand that as soon as you show weakness, they will tear you apart like a piece of meat. They are beings not of our world, and bring only death. And what are the high witches? Michael roared, almost pressing against the frozen hunter. The same creatures, only with a more appealing appearance. We are the soul of this world. The dark-haired man laughed hoarsely. No matter how much you consider yourselves the pinnacle of creation, it is we, dark and white witches and enchanters, who keep nature from throwing you off like a horse with overly cruel riders. Really? Michael touched the hunter's face, forcing him to look into his eyes. Well, let's see. 4 monsters emerged from the darkness, chest-high to an adult man, covered in thick silver fur, agile and swift. Predatory eyes glimmered faintly in the dim light, constantly turning to their master. Mist werewolves. Robert stepped back, dragging Cale with him. Master Michael. The boy wriggled out of Robert's strong grip and darted forward, but was again grabbed by the collar. Godwin pursues the same goals as us. He destroys creatures hostile to humans and saves human lives. I saw it with my own eyes. I know. I'm not lying to you. Cale was suffocating with despair. He was torn between 2 worlds, the one familiar and known to him, and the one shown to him by the extraordinary hunter. A world full of magic and compassion. He saw what is usually hidden from people outside the guild: confidence in comrades, the ability to give one's own life for someone dearer than a brother, unity and pursuit of a common goal. But not the pursuit of salvation through destruction, which his former mentor was now demonstrating, but an attempt to hold a crumbling world on the brink, to gather the fragmented, poisoned by human baseness parts back together. But doubts consumed the acolyte. Maybe the master knew something he didn't? Maybe everything he had seen was just a deceitful mask hiding the grimace of truth? He couldn't find answers to his questions, and his mind reeled in horror. But the boy knew one thing. He did not wish for Godwin's death, who had unhesitatingly rushed to protect him. Child, the mentor turned to him condescendingly. Everything you see before you is a lie. This creature, calling itself a hunter, deceives you just like everyone else. You've never seen what lies behind the carefully crafted illusion. Witches and enchanters always lie, don't you remember? They are a threat to us. Sooner or later, they will be consumed by a thirst for blood and power, for it is their nature. And then nothing will save humanity from extermination. Are you ready to make such sacrifices for someone who has been lying to you from the very moment you met? Cale squeezed his eyes shut and clutched his temples, unable to utter a word. A lump in his throat choked him, making it hard to breathe, and he wanted to howl, releasing the pain and doubts storming in his soul. God's help. There are good witches and nature spirits who help us, he rasped quietly, forcing himself. They uphold this world. If we destroy them, everything will fall apart, and there will be no one left to protect, won't there? I see your soul is already poisoned by this creature's words, Michael observed with regret. You are consumed by doubts, and they are a bad companion for a holy brother. However, you were always weak and worthless. I never believed you could resist the temptation to look beyond the permitted. I'm sorry, my boy, but I have no choice left. You made the wrong decision yourself. The acolyte stood frozen, unable to comprehend what he had heard. He had just been condemned to death. Sentenced like a worthless wretch, cast out, no longer wanted by his former mentor. A dull rage filled him, and Cale clenched his fists, his mind flooded with hatred seemingly long burned out in the crippled soul of a young boy. "You know, I realized right away that you weren't human." The priest crouched next to Godwin, no longer paying attention to his former charge. "But I couldn't figure out what you were, until you so foolishly exposed yourself to the blow of the Holy Hand. Then I understood that you are the Godwin that the captured high witches claimed roamed our lands in human form. It must be hard being an outcast, isn't it? What did you do that even the unprincipled monsters cast you out?" "You know nothing about us," the hunter spat out with hatred, his steel-gray eyes flashing. "Then I will find out." Michael abruptly yanked the shimmering, moisture-beaded amulet from the recoiling man. "Don't look," Robert jerked Cale, turning him away from Godwin and not letting him see. "Why?" The boy twisted and wriggled, trying to break free from the werewolf's iron grip, nearly sinking his teeth into the man's arm. "The beauty of witchers can drive you mad," the werewolf replied, growling as he shook the boy. "Do you want to end up a vegetable? An idiot dreaming of the unattainable for the rest of your life?" "Truly perfection," the priest whispered in awe, gazing at the witcher standing before him. "I'm almost sorry to spoil such beauty, but your power must complete the initial phase of my plan. Get rid of them." Michael, not taking his greedy eyes off Godwin, made a barely noticeable hand gesture. The mist werewolves, baring their teeth, moved forward towards the two frozen figures at the other end of the hall. Robert, groaning under the wave of transformation, assumed his combat form and crouched, baring his teeth, ready to fight. "Robert, my friend, can you handle 4 werewolves?" the priest asked mockingly. "He can," Godwin said shortly, his voice sending shivers down Cale's spine, though the boy stood with his back to him. The hunter raised his hands, around which a web of magic began to flare, and a few steps from him, outside the confining cage, a silhouette of a massive wolf began to form from silvery dust. The creature shook itself and stepped silently onto the floor covered in stone dust. Its thick dark green fur rippled along its sides, forming a stiff ridge running down its back to its tail. Emerald eyes with vertical pupils gleamed with anticipation. The wolf leapt forward, rushing at the creatures. "A magical wolf," Robert said in surprise, staring at the summoned beast. The wolf didn't fight. It simply dealt with the annoying obstacles. Its massive jaws clamped down on the leaping werewolves, and the formidable creatures fell to the ground like lifeless rags, staining the floor with smoking blood. "Damn!" Michael finally tore his eyes away from the smirking hunter and staggered back as the wolf snapped its teeth near his head. Frantically waving his hands, he formed a clump of crimson light on his palm and struck at the magical beast turning towards him. The wolf howled fiercely and dissipated into a greenish mist. "How did you manage to create magic?" "I set the cage to block witcher energy." The priest trembled with rage. "A mortal body has its advantages," the witcher said smoothly, narrowing his silver eyes. "You, like all those like you, underestimate your enemy. You fight witches, but overlook one thing. I've lived among humans for so long that I've inevitably picked up enough of your deceit and cunning to safeguard myself." Godwin spread his arms as if pushing against invisible walls, tensed, and the barrier containing him shattered with a ringing sound, scattering blue sparks. "What are you talking about?" Michael retreated, unbelievingly eyeing the shattered cage he had painstakingly created, hoping no creature could breach the barrier. "I didn't hope you'd be a fool, Michael," Godwin said thoughtfully, calmly stepping out of the scorched circle. And I figured you noticed the effect of the holy hand on me during the fight with the corpse werewolves in the town. It was easy to see you aimed specifically to hit me. It was a test I unfortunately failed miserably." The hunter moved forward smoothly, not even picking up his sword from the ground. Michael pursed his lips in irritation and drew a one-handed sword from a simple scabbard with a rustle. He spun it easily in his hand, feeling more confident. The weapon pleasantly weighed down his palms and gave a sense of security. "That doesn't explain how you passed through the barrier," he snarled, bringing his other hand behind his back, a thin weave of spells beginning to coil into a tight spiral. "Just need to buy some time. No magical creature can withstand this power," the priest thought. The power coiled in his hand like a threatening whip, and it didn't belong to him. He was merely using it. And Godwin had no chance against the force now boiling in the cleric's veins. The priest didn't get a chance to strike. Just as his spell began to unfold, a sharp pain pierced his wrist, unraveling the weave. The released power surged upwards, pierced the roof, and spun into the colorless sky with a howl. Cale dusted off his hands vindictively. The well-aimed stone that disrupted the spell rolled across the floor and nudged the boot of the frozen priest. Godwin nodded approvingly, without turning to the boy, protecting him from his own spells, and glided forward. "You know little about the evening star," he whispered gently, appearing next to the petrified priest. "Far too little." And with a short, swift motion, he struck upward with his cupped hand, cracking the ribs of the wheezing priest. With a sickening squelch, he yanked back, pulling out the still-beating heart of the Holy Father. Michael collapsed to the ground, drowning in his own blood, staring at the pulsing life in the warlock's gently smiling hands. Godwin, savoring the horror and realization of death in his enemy's eyes, clenched his steel fingers. Then he wiped his bloody hand on the lifeless body's white robes, carefully retrieved the amulet from the stiffening fingers, and fastened the clasp, returning the adornment to its place. Cale, finally released by the vigilant Robert, turned to the hunter examining the altar, choked with a sob, and burst into silent tears, swallowing his sobs. Godwin turned to him in surprise, and the acolyte backed away, struck by the thick silver in his mentor's eyes. The hunter approached the boy silently, pulling the red-headed, tousled head to his chest, soothingly stroking his trembling shoulders. "Stop crying," he pushed the boy away and unexpectedly winked. "This is just the beginning, and now we need to make a disgraceful retreat. I can't stop the breach from the abyss gates, and when the monsters come through, our chances of survival will drop to 0. We need to warn the guild, the nearby towns and villages of the danger, let people take refuge in the fortresses. And we'll expose this holy order because I'm sure there are many mad fanatics like Michael in the Holy Brotherhood. I fear a war for survival is starting." In the midst of a bright, vibrant forest, a defiled, ash-covered territory began to emerge, from which 2 riders galloped away at full speed. And beside one of their black horses, a man with predatory, inhuman eyes ran in a furious sprint, clinging tightly to the stirrup. Kyle kept squirming in the saddle, constantly glancing at Godwin. "Why are you looking at me? I'm not a sorcerer," the hunter grumbled, rolling his eyes. "Liar," the acolyte protested. "I saw it." "Hey, kid," the dark-haired man snarled. "I'll whack you with a training sword if you don't stop." "High witches don't lie, they deceive. You told me that before," Cale mimicked, guiding his horse away from Godwin. "Oh, wait. Godwin, it hurts." Godwin's black horse suddenly leaped next to the acolyte's horse, and the hunter, catching the dazed boy by the ear, scrutinized him, wondering what to do with him. "Witches are like that," Robert snorted, irritably tugging at the black cloth band on his eyes. "Stupid animal," Godwin hissed, holding a strip of fabric. "Robert, just think with your empty head." "Don't touch me," the werewolf growled threateningly, baring impressive fangs. "What do you think people will say when they see your eyes?" "They'll just burn us." The hunter lifted the band. "It makes no difference to you, with or without it. You'll see just as well." "I don't want to," Robert stubbornly said, but less confidently. "Fool," Godwin swore without malice, giving his final argument. "I could order you." The werewolf's yellow eyes flashed irritably, but he obediently tied the black cloth around his head, vengefully trying to smack the pleased hunter. Godwin chuckled and easily dodged his friend's heavy hand. They stopped for the night only after sunset. Cale's chestnut horse was foaming, its sides dark with sweat. The acolyte looked sadly at the stallion, which spread its legs wide and lowered its head. The boy was sure the horse would die after such a furious gallop, and he was now forlornly stroking the animal's wet neck. Godwin, glancing sideways at the boy on the verge of tears, extended thin magical threads to the horse, infusing it with energy and delighting in the sparks of joy dancing in Cale's eyes. The boy was snoring quietly, wrapped head to toe in a thin travel blanket. Godwin also slept, turned away from the fire, and Robert, careful not to disturb his resting companions, got up and silently disappeared into the forest. He stopped by the river, inhaling the night air deeply. The water's surface shimmered softly with a thin mist quivering above it. Sometimes ripples ran across the river when fish began to play, and the seemingly quiet world was full of scents and sounds the werewolf could distinguish. He gloomily gazed at the half-hidden moon. Now he hated himself for the mistake that led him to such a life, as the creature he had always hunted and despised with all his being. And now, in his chest, there was a painful feeling of impending freedom. He could sense the living, warm human blood very close at their campsite, and the beast within him stirred heavily, restrained by his mind and extremely displeased that the former hunter, though barely, still controlled it. Robert knew. One day it would win, and then those nearby would suffer. Godwin was unique and full of surprises. But what if Kyle ended up under his claws? The werewolf growled in frustration, cursing his stubborn friend who couldn't raise his sword against him and had condemned him to this torment. "Robert?" Godwin approached as silently as always. The former hunter had often fallen victim to his friend's silent approach. He would get angry, shake Godwin by the shoulders, but the dark-haired young man would just laugh at his friend's distorted face. And once, taught by bitter experience and already knowing his unbearable partner, he grabbed him by his thick dark hair before he realized he'd been discovered, and gave him such a thrashing that Godwin sulked for a week. But he stopped sneaking up on him. The voice behind him was now quiet and somewhat apologetic. Robert slowly turned and looked at his friend sternly. Godwin stood a few steps away as if afraid to get closer, then stepped forward softly and hesitantly extended his hand to him. "I woke up and you weren't there. I thought—" He faltered, and looked at the motionless werewolf with painful awkwardness. "That I was gone, and our meeting was just a dream." The werewolf stepped towards him and gently grasped the slightly trembling, slender fingers. "Yes," Godwin said quietly, lowering his silver eyes, looking up at Robert, for the werewolf was a head taller than his friend. A completely inexplicable fury flared in Robert's soul. Before him stood the real Godwin, not the proud figure seen by ordinary people, Not the ruthless hunter, almost a legend, admired by his guild comrades, but a confused and frightened young man, the one Robert knew. Only before him did the masks fall away, and he saw his true, sincere self. Yet, as it turned out, he was also mistaken. His friend was of the highest witchers. Why did I only learn this now? The werewolf's growl made his ears ring, and he jerked the startled Godwin towards him, releasing his hand and grabbing the collar of his unbuttoned shirt. The movement was clumsy. The amulet chain's clasp, broken by the master, couldn't withstand the tug, and fell with a soft clink of snapping threads. And Robert stepped back, his weakened hands releasing the tightly clenched shirt collar. Gods, how beautiful he is. The former hunter had seen witches more than once, both the white and dark, the high and the low. But he was not prepared for the sight of the one standing before him now. How can you describe what you cannot fully comprehend and grasp? How can you describe the subtle scent of a spring breeze gently touching flushed cheeks? The moonlight, ringing like silver, penetrating the soul. The mind refused to comprehend the perfection of the witcher's beauty standing before him. Only the flashing silver eyes brought the werewolf to his senses, making him awkwardly avert his gaze, not noticing the relieved and joyous glimmer in his friend's moonlit eyes. With unsteady hands, Robert picked up the fallen amulet, and looking firmly at Godwin, handed it to him. The witcher blinked gratefully, looking up at the werewolf from under his dark lashes, and took the ornament. The chain's clasp clicked shut, and Godwin, with hidden fear, asked, "Do you understand now?" Robert nodded silently, gazing at the familiar image of the hunter, but his mind still held the vision, dissolving in splashes of soul-deep pain. Sometime later, damn insects, buzzing and buzzing near his ear as if they couldn't find anything else to do. Cale slapped his neck, squashing another bloodsucker, and squirmed, trying to get comfortable. The bushes were thick and thorny, teeming with all kinds of creatures that didn't appreciate the uninvited guest. Now the native inhabitants were fully engaged in guerrilla warfare, trying to drive the intruder out of their territory. But the acolyte was occupied. He was spying. He had been sitting almost motionless for half an hour, trying not to give himself away with any movement, or else he'd get a double thrashing. Since Robert had appeared, Godwin had changed, suddenly and drastically. Smiles more frequently graced his lips. The icy eyes that once reflected no emotions had warmed and sparkled in a special way. And in general, he and the werewolf had quickly remembered their skills of working in tandem. And now the boy was lucky enough to witness their training. Almighty gods, how fascinating it was. Their movements, their technique. It was all honed to perfection. It looked like some exotic, but no less beautiful and mesmerizing dance. Robert, massive yet fast, attacked almost continuously, forcing his friend to constantly defend and trying not to let him go on the offensive. Godwin, flexible and agile, easily dodged the werewolf's whistling blade and circled around his friend like a moth around a flame. There was no place for brute force here. The movements were brisk, the strikes short and snapping. The steel rang as it clashed, and the swords immediately flew apart, snaking towards their opponents, seeking weak spots in their defense. Cale couldn't understand what Godwin had done. Suddenly Robert staggered clumsily and with a soft cry fell back, knocked off his feet by a crafty strike. The dark-haired man instantly pinned him to the ground, pressing a blade to his throat unmistakably. "You bastard," the werewolf growled, looking reproachfully at his grinning friend who showed no hurry to release him. "This isn't a tavern brawl to use dirty tricks." Godwin mused, glancing slyly at his defeated opponent. Who was it that told me all's fair in a fight, or was it a duel? bastard," Robert roared, making Cale jump. He instantly wriggled out of the hunter's hold, twisting and pushing aside the hand with the sword, pinning the laughing man beneath him. He loomed over him, burning him with a predatory gaze, and hissed irritably, "Next time, I'll beat you so badly you'll beg for mercy." Godwin only giggled, his gray eyes twinkling with golden sparks as he looked up at the sky. "Robert, you won. Let me go," he said through his laughter. The werewolf snorted irritably, standing up and yanking the lightweight hunter off the ground with a jerk. He glared at the embarrassed acolyte emerging from the bushes, and only Godwin chuckled again, observing the insect-bitten and scratched, reddened face of the red-haired boy. "Is he really laughing?" Cale said uncertainly to the werewolf, pointing at the hunter walking away towards the stream. "Yes, it happens sometimes." Robert picked up his sword from the ground, wiped it with a cloth, and sheathed it with a clatter. "You don't understand. I've never seen him like this," the boy said, his mouth slightly open, still watching Godwin's retreating figure. "I understand," the werewolf interrupted the boy. "You should have seen him when we first met. Gloomy, silent. The monsters were more talkative and cheerful than he was. Several years ago. By the almighty 7 gods, who have you dragged in, Robert?" Avon squinted his bright eyes in surprise, examining his old comrade's companion. Godwin really didn't look good. Emaciated and gaunt, with dark circles under his eyes and lips constantly pressed tightly together. This guy had barely spoken a word the entire time they traveled from the border to the guild, no matter how hard Robert tried to engage him. He always answered in monosyllables, avoiding eye contact, and where silence was possible, he remained silent, just grimly turning away. The hunter was irritated by the rescued man's behavior, but he couldn't yet imagine what this guy had gone through before he found him in such a pitiable state, teetering on the brink of life and death. "He doesn't seem like apprentice material, I'm sorry to say," Avon continued, his gaze lingering on Godwin. "He's too old for training. And look at him, skin and bones. I'm amazed he's standing at all." Robert chuckled. The clothes he had on during the monster attack were long torn to shreds, so the hunter had to share his own. Since Robert was a head taller and much broader in the shoulders than the foundling, the clothes hung loosely on Godwin's thin frame, making him look even more emaciated. In reality, this guy had plenty of strength. Despite his severe wounds, he recovered remarkably quickly. "I found him right at the border," he quietly told his comrade, and Avon turned to him with curiosity. "I had to save him from a monster. How he ended up there, alone and completely unarmed, I can't fathom. Nor can I understand how he survived." Robert had seen the terrible scars covering the boy's body, from jagged wounds as if made by claws to thin, narrow cuts clearly made by a blade. And on his left arm, from wrist to shoulder, ran a scar that made the battle-hardened hunter freeze in amazement. The thin, whitish threads formed an intricate pattern, as if a meticulous and talented master had carved his creation right on his living flesh. Naturally, Robert couldn't find out the origin of these scars. Godwin's eyes would blaze with genuine fury, and the hunter would retreat, knowing he'd only provoke an attack if he pressed further. "You did your job," Avon shrugged. "You saved him and brought him to Eldora. Let him figure it out from here. Why drag him to the guild? Thorin won't pat you on the back for this." He was being hunted. Robert shifted from foot to foot and glanced at Godwin again. The boy stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, seemingly oblivious to the curious glances from hunters coming and going. "We were attacked by 2 witches on our way. Both were high witches." Avon froze mid-motion, listening intently to his comrade's words. Witches rarely appeared on this side of the border, maybe during the wild hunt. But even the hunters didn't dare confront them on that night. For someone to attract such attention, they must have done something extraordinary. "And I saw how he handles a blade," Robert added his final argument. "I'd wager even the King's Guard wouldn't last a minute against him." "That can't be," his comrade snapped out of his stupor and waved dismissively. "He looks like a wimp, even if he can fence well, according to you. Raymond could take him down with one hand." Raymond was considered one of the best swordsmen in the guild, second only to the King's Knights. "What's going on here?" Master Thorin approached so silently that the hunters flinched, absorbed in their conversation. "I was told you brought someone to us." "Yes," Robert nodded and motioned. Godwin reluctantly detached himself from the wall and approached them. His gray eyes were serenely calm and deep in his pupils. The hunter, having gotten to know his unwilling companion a bit, noticed mocking sparks. "So you're the one." Thorin looked him over from head to toe, pausing for a moment on his neck, where a fresh scar stood out. "What's your name?" "Godwin." Contrary to Robert's expectations, preparing to break up what seemed like an inevitable quarrel, Godwin was surprisingly compliant. "Robert said you were good with a blade." The master crossed his arms over his chest. "Is that so?" "Depends on what you mean by good," the young man parried calmly, steel flashing in his gray eyes. Thorin hesitated. He sensed that if he let this boy show what he was capable of and accepted him into the guild, he'd face countless problems. Thorin was a seasoned warrior, good at reading people, and now he saw before him a bundle of quick temper, defiance, and stubbornness. "Well, show us what you can do." The master sighed heavily, trying not to show his doubts. Godwin smiled with the corners of his lips, and Robert thought the boy could see right through Thorin. It wasn't hard to guess what the guild leader was thinking from his darkened face. "Look at him. I could take him down with my eyes closed," Raymond laughed, approaching. Tall, broad-shouldered, and quick as a mountain goat, he looked like a giant next to the short and slender Godwin. The dark-haired boy squinted, quickly sizing up his opponent, and just smirked. Robert felt his hands grow cold. Godwin's gaze was too unfriendly. Sharp, keen, and hard. He silently extended his hand, palm up, and Robert immediately understood the gesture. Obediently, he handed his sword, the blade leaving the scabbard with a quiet rustle. Godwin weighed the sword in his hand and made a few practice swings, awkwardly, as if he hadn't held a weapon in a long time. Raymond squinted mockingly, observing his opponent's clumsy movements, and a satisfied smile flickered across his face. He didn't see a rival in this frail young man. "Come on, boy," he sneered, invitingly waving his sword and stepping back to make room for Godwin. The dark-haired boy moved forward, and Robert forgot to breathe. The damn pretender moved like a snake on the hunt. Smooth, fluid movements, quick, full of restrained, predatory power. Raymond didn't immediately recognize his opponent's potential. He stepped forward and slashed, but Godwin easily sidestepped, and the blade passed by, barely grazing his shoulder. The next moment, Raymond took a powerful hit to the chest, forcing him to retreat. "You little asshole," he began, but didn't finish. Godwin instantly closed the distance, turned, and delivered a quick blow. Raymond barely managed to parry, his eyes widening in surprise. Godwin's movements weren't just fast, they were precise and flawless. Raymond started attacking more seriously, but Godwin always stayed one step ahead. He moved like a shadow, dodging strikes, and every time the man tried to counterattack, Godwin's blade was there to meet him. The fight didn't last long. In one swift motion, Godwin ducked under Raymond's arm, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it so that the hunter's sword fell to the ground with a loud clang. Everyone froze. Godwin stood before Raymond holding his hand, then slowly released him. "Damn you." The outwitted hunter breathed out, unable to keep up with his opponent's swift movements despite his speed. Robert heard a strangled laugh beside him, awkwardly disguised as a cough. Master Thorin tried in vain to hide his inappropriate amusement. The boy had outwitted one of the best hunters so quickly and skillfully, as if he had an eternity to hone his skills. "My instincts tell me I'll regret today's decision, Robert," the guild leader whispered reproachfully, glancing at Godwin, who calmly lowered his sword. "But remember, this boy is entirely your responsibility." Robert smiled, feeling a chill in his soul, and nodded, knowing there was no turning back. The trouble named Godwin was now his to bear. Cale looked at Robert doubtfully, but it would be just like the hunter, so his uncertainty quickly faded, and the boy, thoughtfully looking ahead, moved back towards the campsite. Godwin had been gone long enough for even Robert to start worrying. He nervously glanced in the direction his friend should have appeared from, hissing something under his breath and cursing stubborn and willful witches. "Where have you been?" Robert asked sternly when Godwin's light shirt flickered in the firelight. "Getting myself in order," the dark-haired man said, shooting silver eyes at his friend, breaking into an irresistible smile. Cale blushed again, and the werewolf grumbled something in protest, unable to express his indignation at the hunter's behavior in words. Where was the stern Godwin the acolyte had once feared to the point of trembling knees? Robert certainly had a positive influence on him. "That's yours." The hunter pointed behind him, winking at the werewolf. Robert looked at his friend in surprise and nearly choked when a gray stallion slid out of the darkness, barely bending the grass, and nudged the werewolf's outstretched palm with a soft snort. "Tomorrow we ride nonstop. We need to reach the city as quickly as possible and start organizing the hunters. We've already delayed this too long." Godwin lay down in his place, pulling up the blanket and turning away. "When will the abyss gates break through?" Cale asked, staring at the hunter's back. "I think in 2 days," Godwin grumbled, covering himself completely, indicating further questions would go unanswered. At dawn, they began a furious gallop. The acolyte felt something was wrong with his stallion. The horse moved differently, its muscles rolling under its glossy coat like steel. An ordinary horse could not keep pace with the wind spirits. But Godwin grew paler with each passing hour. By evening, when the riders reached the closing city gates, he simply collapsed from his horse into Robert's waiting arms and lost consciousness. "Godwin supported your stallion with magic the whole way," the werewolf grumbled in response to the terrified boy's unspoken question. "He shared his energy with him and exhausted himself to the limit." Cale hung his head guiltily and quietly patted the sweating stallion's neck. Godwin knew the boy was very attached to his horse and hadn't suggested he switch to a spirit, silently making it so the ordinary animal could keep up with the divine creatures for a while. And the boy now felt only overwhelming gratitude and guilt, the latter scratching his soul with sharp claws. "All right, stop holding me like a girl. Let go," the awakened Godwin grumbled, slipping out of Robert's strong arms, wobbling and nearly falling back. "Hey man, you need to rest," the werewolf said, catching the staggering hunter again. "Guild first." Godwin smiled at his friend, his eyes glinting with silver dust. "All right, let's go." And with unsteady legs leaning on Robert, Godwin headed towards the guild. The red-haired boy, gathering his remaining strength, trudged after the men with a staggering gait. They had to prepare this city, and possibly the entire kingdom, for a long war against the terrifying creatures from the abyss gates. The nights grew ever darker. It seemed that the gloom thickened above the heads of the people, impenetrable, cold, and threatening, as if a disease had struck the city. Usually noisy after sunset, it now fell silent, died out, and anxiety grew over the cobblestone streets. It drifted like a weightless mist between the houses, peeked into windows, lurked in cold alleys, and stared at people with blind black eyes. Prayers to the 7 gods rose more frequently in the temples, but the small lights of the candles flickered and went out under the gusts of icy wind that crept under clothing, gripping pliant souls with the claws of fear. Fewer and fewer hunters returned from raids. They stayed there, in the forests, in abandoned cities, in dead villages. Blood soaked into the greedy earth, watered the dry steppe, flowed into streams and rivers. Life for life, death for death. That was their fate. Avon sat grimly at the table in the common hall, staring blankly at the oak tabletop, absent-mindedly tugging at his hair with his fingers. The city Godwin had described would never fade from the memory of the seasoned hunter. The skeletons of houses gaped blindly at the gray sky, covered like a shroud with greenish-blue moss. Rotten beams creaked threateningly, telling their story with the worn cobblestones, chipped by hundreds of feet and hooves. The once majestic temple in the square had sagged under its own weight, and inside was complete devastation. The altar was split in two. The walls were broken, strange, thin but incredibly deep scratches stretched across the floor covered in stone dust, as if an unknown blade had sliced through the marble like butter. And the thick smell of decay, haunting the dejected hunters everywhere, in every house, on every street. Grimacing, terrifying remains of people, frozen in the throes of death. Fear, sticky like cobwebs, penetrated the very depths of the soul, disorienting and hindering even thought. They burned it down. Everything that could burn blazed until dawn, and the souls of the slain people, captured by the cursed High Witch, now freed from their bonds, soared up in the purifying flames. But that wasn't the scariest part. The indifference, the driven and hopeless looks on the weathered faces of his team's fighters. That was truly terrifying. Even those accustomed to seeing death in its most unappealing guises couldn't bear the sight of a dead city, destroyed at the whim of one of the dark witches. His apprentice, who had stared blankly at the road passing under the horse's hooves the whole way back, had become silent and withdrawn. The fabric of the world was tearing. Everyone felt it. But could they do anything? Who was to blame for the souls writhing, rotting, and decaying inside still living people? Daniel's team. Only 2 of them remained. 3 of their comrades were left lying there in the inhospitable thickets of the northern grove, where ghouls and zombies had appeared, moving from desecrating graves and eating the dead to attacking living people in a nearby village. It seemed that dealing with mindless monsters should be simple, but they couldn't have guessed that a fog werewolf was also there, ancient, fiercely guarding its territory. And it struck just when the men, exhausted from a prolonged battle with a whole nest of vile creatures, let their guard down. Daniel said Victor died instantly. The monster tore his head off with one motion. It didn't hesitate for a moment, jumped to Walter. He at least managed to draw his blade, and disemboweled him. While the fair-haired bard tried to hold in his spilling guts, the werewolf slashed Jan's throat. He choked on his blood, convulsing. Daniel and Lewis, whom their comrades' deaths bought time, beheaded the creature. Then they dug graves for those with whom they had shared blood and bread, pain and victories for 9 years. Now both sat in the farthest corner of the hall with unknown numbers of ale mugs, drowning their sorrow. They were hunters. They couldn't show weakness, not even in front of those on their side. But how to contain the howling grief that they couldn't save, couldn't protect, couldn't notice in time? Teams were falling apart, losing fighters, leaving a bloody trail behind them. And the monsters multiplied, coming from everywhere, appearing even where they had never been seen before. They broke into houses, though such a thing had never happened before. They destroyed entire villages, slaughtered small towns. The Holy Brotherhood did nothing. The cursed inquisitors only knew how to spy on hunters, throw a wrench in the works, mock the pain of loss, preach sermons, and light bonfires. And then a silent and later open war began. Henry, an experienced hunter, got to one of the monks in his rage and broke his neck. Their team had just lost 2, and the holy man mockingly suggested that the 7 gods were punishing the godless hunters. The scandal was hushed up, and a large sum of money collected by the hunters pacified the enraged Holy Brotherhood. Just a few days later, Nate's team clashed with 3 priests who ordered a village burned, confident that the plague afflicting the people could be eradicated this way. The hunters' claims that a dark witch was at work went unheeded until Nate brought her head, but the village was still set on fire. Fortunately, the healed villagers were unharmed. The 3 priests screamed and writhed in the fire, paying with their lives for their cruelty. Nate's team wasn't punished. Though everyone knew the truth, it couldn't be proven. The villagers unanimously claimed that the dark witch had bewitched the inquisitors, and they jumped into the fire themselves. The tension grew, and now, by royal decree, garrisons were strengthened in every city with guild branches and holy order monasteries to avoid the impending disaster. Brave warriors, despite orders, often sided with the hunters, dealing with the priests cautiously and strictly on business. They dragged the brawlers apart without the slightest politeness. They could even throw them in prison to clear their heads. This cooled the zeal of the warring parties, but not for long. Skirmishes flared up here and there, provoked by both hunters and priests. Along with reports that monsters were emerging from their usual hunting grounds into cities and busy roads, this horrified the barons. Everything was heading toward a desperate abyss. Avon sighed and took a drink from his mug. Today they received a request. 2 days' journey from the city, something unimaginable was happening. The graveyard inhabitants, zombies, lost their rest and set out to visit their living relatives. Underwater monsters dragged 2 women washing clothes from the docks into the depths. A group of young vampires appeared slightly west, always drawn to death and misery. A day's journey north, a mad vagrant was found in the elderberry thickets, his incoherent babbling leading the hunters to believe that a trading caravan had encountered a lizard werewolf. Yesterday, a completely insane woman burst into the guild, claiming she had seen Grim, the giant black dog foreshadowing imminent death. She couldn't be calmed, and by morning the poor woman died of a heart attack. Experienced hunters never believed in ghostly harbingers, but among the apprentices, panic flared. To the greenhorns, the cursed dog appeared in every shadow, significantly reducing their effectiveness as fighters. Though they were only apprentices, they could fight on par with an ordinary adult man. The hunter's training made itself known. Tension only increased, wrapping the guild in a heavy cloud, hindering clear thinking and heating the atmosphere to the limit. Avon knew what was happening in other cities only from messengers who constantly traveled from guild to guild, transmitting orders from Master Torin. Ravens with scrolls tied to their legs darted like black lightning between cities, delivering news of new creatures appearing near the border between humans and the magical folk. Hunters were exhausted, barely standing on their feet. and rest was out of the question. Everyone became aggressive and nervous, jumping at any suspicious noise. So when the door to the guild's common hall suddenly flew open, crashing against the walls, the fighters leaped up, and in the dim light of the lamps, bare steel gleamed. "Godwin?" Avon squinted at the noisy guest in surprise and sheathed his sword with a rustle. "Damn it, you can't just barge in like that. What if one of my guys had a crossbow? They'd have shot you without mercy." "Not likely," the man sneered in his usual manner and decisively approached his guildmate. The hunters eyed Godwin with distrust. Such behavior was completely uncharacteristic of him. He never showed up in the common halls, rarely stayed overnight in the guild, and they could go months without knowing what was happening with him or where he was. Now he burst into the hall with such a racket that he could wake the dead. When Avon saw who followed Godwin, he couldn't believe his eyes. "Robert?" he said in shock, and took a step back. "But you—" "Yes, it's me in the flesh," interrupted a familiar voice, and the former hunter grinned, tilting his head as if listening. "I'm not that easy to kill, Avon." "I see," the dark-haired man nodded slowly. "Master Torin—" "No, he doesn't know," Godwin muttered, and Avon felt a flash of irritation. Damned hunter always brought trouble with him, as if doing others a favor. And so it was this time. The dark-haired guy walked forward without delay, stopping so he could see all the hunters present, and crossed his arms over his chest. Out of the corner of his eye, Avon noticed a short, skinny boy, shyly clinging to Robert. Godwin had called him his apprentice, but it was clear the lad was inside the guild for the first time. Suspicions flared again at the sight of the hunter considered dead. "Each of you feels that something is wrong," the hunter began without preamble, and all eyes turned to the man. "The activity of monsters is growing, while the higher white witches and nature spirits are disappearing from our lands as if they are afraid of something. And we found out why. To the east, near the border, we discovered the abyss gates, within which a breach to the reverse side is forming. I think everyone understands what this means for us." A collective gasp swept through the hall. The fighters frowned and clenched their fists, feeling the suffocating fear of the future rise in their hardened souls. "There will be several breaches," the hunter continued, his steel eyes gleaming. "My task is to find out where and when, as well as locate the main gate, the so-called Big Rupture, and your task is to save as many as you can. Don't risk unnecessarily, and don't send apprentices to their deaths. Lead people to the protections of large fortresses and prepare for defense. And also, notify as many hunters as possible. Let the teams return to the cities." "These abyss gates didn't just appear," Avon noted thoughtfully, squinting. "Who's behind all this?" Godwin hesitated. In just a few minutes he had assessed the situation in the city and realized that the clashes between the priests and the hunters had taken on threatening proportions, so he didn't want to ignite even more hatred, considering the situation all human lands were in. And not just human lands. Judging by the behavior of nature spirits and white witches, the magical folk were also scared of what could happen, and they never panicked without a substantial reason. He glanced at the cowering Kale, pondering what to do. Hunters needed to know their enemy. "The Holy Brotherhood," he answered shortly to Avon's lingering question. "What?" The astonished hunter barely suppressed the urge to clear his ear. "This must stay within the guild," Godwin warned, noticing the dangerous glint in the hunter's eyes. "If the common folk find out, a massacre could begin, where the innocent will suffer. I repeat, your task is to ensure safety. What we'll face is no game, and the scale of the disaster is not the usual skirmishes with the undead. It's us or them. Hunters were always people of action, so the hall emptied in moments. Collected, focused, the fighters left the guild's walls, knowing exactly what they were up against. Uncertainty, hopelessness, anxiety, and the feeling of inevitability vanished. They were determined. Strength returned, and the teams got to work. "Admit it, you used spells," Robert asked quietly and distrustfully, not expecting such unquestioning compliance. Godwin grimaced and said nothing, confirming his friend's suspicions. "Robert," Avon approached the former hunter, "how did you survive?" "What do you want to hear from me?" Robert asked irritably, shaking his head. "How I lay dying for days, abandoned by everyone, knowing no one would look for me. How I cauterized my wounds myself, surviving like a wild animal." "I heard it was a fog werewolf," the hunter said harshly. "And it wounded you. So what?" Robert bared his teeth, and this time his grin was unfriendly. In the flickering light, inhuman fangs gleamed. "Don't play the fool. You know as well as I do what happens to those bitten by a werewolf. Why the blindfold?" "He's blind." The red-haired boy peeked out from behind the werewolf's back uncertainly. His eyes shone. The lad was scared, but he was full of determination to defend his friend. "Avon!" A heavy hand rested on his shoulder. The hunter turned and froze. Godwin stood right in front of him, and silver melted in his gray eyes. Enchantingly, captivatingly, and incredibly beautifully. Avon blinked and shook his head angrily. "What the devil is going on here?" he roared, shaking Godwin's hand off his shoulder. "Robert is my friend and partner," the dark-haired man said coldly, slightly raising an eyebrow in surprise. "And I vouch for him as I do for myself. Is that enough for you?" Avon looked darkly at the frowning hunter and sighed heavily, waving his hand at him and his company. "Where to now?" he asked Godwin, trying not to look at Robert. "To Torrin," the man smiled. "And then, I hope, we'll give those cursed inquisitors a hot evening." "Don't let me miss the fun." Avon smiled against his will. "We'll save some for you?" The werewolf laughed and slapped his guildmate on the shoulder. "Good luck," the hunter said unexpectedly for himself and hurried out of the common hall. "Did you see? He shrugged off my spell," Godwin reported to Robert incredulously. "What, handsome? A blow to your ego?" The werewolf smirked, and the hunter almost saw him squinting slyly. "You're wearing the amulet that protects us from your hallucinations." Godwin gave them only 2 hours of rest. Cale understood they were extremely pressed for time, but he couldn't forgive the grumpy hunter. His back ached, his legs buckled, and his head rang like a tolling bell. As he dragged himself through the guild's corridors looking for a room, he cursed everything in the world, starting with Godwin, who had glanced at the novice, then waved vaguely toward the living quarters, advising him to find an empty room. The boy was too shy to barge into the first room he found, and he couldn't determine from the outside whether it was occupied or not. So he sadly wandered from wing to wing, not daring even to knock on the wooden doors. "You've passed here 4 times already," came a quiet and annoyed voice from an opening door when Cale yawned so loudly that it seemed like a horde of ghosts had rushed by. "Looking for a room," the boy muttered, turning around. In front of him, in nothing but his underclothes, stood the familiar lad, Eldwood. Kyle didn't recognize him immediately. A deep frown furrowed his forehead. The corners of his mouth were pulled down, and his lips were compressed into a thin line. His brown eyes seemed even darker, with a familiar expression of anger and hopelessness. "So why make a fuss?" Eldwood asked, stepping into the corridor and carefully closing the door behind him. "Go into any room." Just don't touch these 4 at the end. That's our team. The others left half an hour ago." His voice had become hollow, quite unlike the ringing, boyish tone that had sounded near the stables during their first meeting. "Thanks," the novice said gratefully, but didn't hurry to leave. He saw that Eldwood was painfully shy, struggling with his fear and wanting to ask him something. "Tell me," the dark-haired boy finally forced out. "Who was that?" "My teacher didn't say." Kyle immediately understood what Eldwood was talking about. Everything that happened then had seeped into his memory like poison into blood, sometimes appearing in his nightmares, making him wake up with a pounding heart and glance at Godwin. "The spider vampiress," he answered, looking at the boy from under his brow. "Godwin said she was a high dark witch." "How could she do that?" Eldwood asked quietly, more to himself, swallowing nervously. Cale understood him. He remembered his own helplessness when his body stopped obeying, and his consciousness plunged into darkness, the terror for the reckless hunter who rushed to protect his apprentice. He remembered the desperate tears on his face as a fragile life slipped away under his hands, and only the wind lashed his face as Godwin's horse flew across the ground in an attempt to save him. And Eldwood was now desperately afraid. What he had to see, such a young being, no one should see. Death, spreading its arms over an entire city, settling in every corner. If seasoned hunters couldn't bear it, what about a young boy, impressionable and dreaming of feats and heroic battles, glory and admiration, boasting in the backyard to others like him about his first independently killed creature, which, in his understanding, embodied only malice and pain? His world was inexorably collapsing under the pressure of harsh reality, threatening to crush his young soul, to mutilate, to turn into pitiful remnants of a human being. "These creatures are completely different from humans," a familiar voice suddenly said quietly. Behind them stood Godwin. The expression on his face was unreadable, but Kyle caught one emotion in the steel eyes: sympathy. "Don't try to measure them by humanity," he addressed the frozen Eldwood. "They have no soul, no pity, no sense of right and wrong." She thought she was doing people a favor, creating another better life for them. If you want to become a real hunter, you must learn to separate your feelings, to isolate your consciousness from what you see, and judge what happened only practically. Your head must always be cool and clear. "My teacher says the same," Eldwood replied quietly, not taking his eyes off the hunter. His dark eyes were a mix of caution and poorly hidden admiration. "Right," Godwin nodded approvingly. "Now go. You have a tough day tomorrow." The boy turned quickly, but spoke again when he opened the door. "Will we manage?" His voice trembled involuntarily. "Can we drive these monsters back?" "Of course." Godwin unexpectedly smiled warmly and brightly, and Cale froze in amazement. The dull pain and longing which had been evident in every movement of Eldwood vanished as if the sun had erased the shadow from the earth. The boy smiled back, relieved, confident, and happy, and disappeared into his room. "And why are you gaping?" Godwin asked unfriendly, and the novice immediately wanted to strangle him on the spot. "I said 2 hours to rest. So I suggest you decide on a room and go to sleep. If not, I'll send you packing." Kyle suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, muttered something obscene, and hid in the nearest room. Godwin snorted, went downstairs, where Robert was packing supplies. "How are you going to cover in a day what takes more than a week?" the werewolf asked gloomily. "High witches have their own paths," the hunter replied. 2 hours later, Godwin made good on his threat. He burst into Kyle's room, ripped off the blanket, and threw him to the floor. The disheveled boy began cursing the hunter, who just snorted and left. Going downstairs, Kyle cursed at the hunter and thought about torturing him, and Robert, seeing him, just laughed cheerfully. "Enjoying yourselves?" Godwin asked as he approached. "Get ready. We'll ride a bit further from the town, then take the secret path," he said. "The secret path? Where is that?" Cale asked. "You'll see," the hunter replied, throwing him a bag. After riding the necessary distance, Godwin gave instructions. "No steps without him, stick together, and don't let the creatures smell blood." Then the hunter slashed his wrist, and the world around them changed. They found themselves in an endless steppe with a beautiful sky. Robert, stunned, looked at the inverted constellations. Godwin explained that magic weakens here, and he himself had turned into a witcher. Kyle, staring intently, was struck by his appearance. "Everything is not what it seems here," Godwin said. "Don't relax. It may seem perfect at first glance, but when some creature devours you, we'll see how you sing." "What is this place?" Robert asked after a while, occasionally glancing at the boy. He behaved calmly, turning his head, often lingering on Godwin's appearance. "These are the paths of high witches," the hunter replied briefly. "It's hard to survive here. A high witch or witcher is a natural-born fighter, so the path is relatively safe for them. Many human mages who dared to use these paths didn't last here even 5 minutes." "We've been here quite a while," Robert yawned, "and I don't see anything dangerous." "That's the problem," the witcher squinted his silver eyes. "But they see you perfectly." The werewolf shuddered and looked around, trying to identify the source of danger. Now that all his senses were on edge, he managed to notice the swift shadows gliding some distance from them. "Who are they?" he asked quietly, signaling Cale to stay closer. The novice didn't understand, but obediently came closer. "Monsters," Godwin shrugged. "What?" Cale exclaimed. "But I've seen them. They look completely different." "We're walking on the edge of our world," Godwin explained, touching the hilt of his sword. One of the shadows, which had come closer than necessary, recoiled and joined the others, widening the distance. "When they pass through our boundary, they change, take form, and appear to us as monsters. Here they are what they really are, bodiless entities, vengeful and greedy for other lives." "Then why don't they attack?" Robert asked quietly, his pupil contracting into a vertical slit as he tried to see the enemies following them. "They sense me," the High Witch shrugged calmly. Robert glanced at his friend but remained silent. They had been moving for 3 hours. The shadows still slid behind them, neither approaching nor falling behind. And after a while, Cale stopped noticing them, fully immersed in the surrounding landscape. He felt like there was a quiet, barely audible music around. Clear, enchanting, and incredibly beautiful. His eyelids grew heavy, his limbs numb, and the boy began to drift into sleep. The next thing he remembered was a dull thud against the ground. All the air was knocked out of his lungs. Black dots danced before his eyes. His horse reared and threw the rider off, frightened by the attacking creatures. He was yanked up by the scruff, set on his feet, and pushed behind. Robert had already transformed. Predatory yellow eyes glinted with a thirst for battle, and Godwin's sword shone with eager silver in the light of 2 moons. "Damn it, bastards," the hunter hissed, crouching and tensing his legs. "Robert, Cale, see that shimmer over there? Go there with the horses. I'll hold them off." The novice, still trying to catch his breath after the fall and scare, looked in the indicated direction. Just a few yards from them, the air shimmered and rippled like a disturbed river surface. Robert frowned and opened his mouth to object, but met Godwin's threatening gaze and backed down. He grabbed Cale's hand, practically shoved him onto the chestnut horse, seamlessly mounted his own steed, and urged it into a gallop towards the shimmering passage. "Perfect!" Godwin watched them go and glanced at his horse. The black horse snorted and bared impressive fangs at the approaching creatures of the path. Some time later, Godwin emerged from the passage disheveled, with a torn shirt, a snorting horse, singed hair, and a perfectly clean blade. He stopped, looked at his friends, smiled mischievously, and ran his hand through his hair. "As always," Robert grimaced, feeling the nervous tremor leave him only when he saw the hunter alive and unharmed. "You love making dramatic entrances, Godwin." The man heard his words, grinned mockingly, and bowed theatrically. Cale watched all this, rubbed his bruised side, and loudly complained to all the 7 gods, rolling his eyes. At the gates of Eldora, there was the usual crush. Noise, hubbub, and incessant swearing quickly gave him a headache. Godwin frowned and tried to avoid accidental touches from people who nervously stepped aside when they saw the guild signs. But the crowd closed behind their backs, and the bickering, resembling dog fights, resumed with renewed vigor. Robert grimaced irritably, hissing and spitting. The werewolf's beastly nature demanded immediate order, to scatter the foul-smelling crowd and spill the blood of particularly noisy representatives of the human race. Cale saw that when Godwin understood the reason for the latest delay at the entrance, his nostrils flared like those of a hound, and he thought with dismay that only a lasso could hold him now. Godwin's black horse snorted and pushed towards the gate, where, along with the guards, a familiar robed figure was inspecting the arrivals. But Godwin's keen eye didn't miss how the unfamiliar priest held himself. He stood slightly apart and only pretended to carefully observe those entering the city, ostentatiously clutching a signal amulet in his hand. But his gaze was somewhat unfocused, as if the cleric knew exactly who he was looking for. The hunter squinted and exhaled angrily. On the priest's right hand, hidden by the white robe's sleeve, a light green tattoo briefly appeared, curling into an intricate pattern, the distinguishing mark not of an ordinary brother, but of a master. And Godwin already knew who the senior cleric was looking for. The hunter clenched his fingers and cast a spell, canceling all the inquisitor's enchantments and rendering the cleric completely powerless. The master could no longer use his power and had to rely solely on his skill with despised steel. However, the High Witcher who had so quickly unmasked the unsuspecting enemy was sure the cleric was no match for him. Robert, following his friend, felt that nothing good was coming. And so it was. "Guarding the flock's peace, Holy Father?" Godwin asked, approaching the gates and pushing aside a merchant who was just being inspected. "So it is," the priest replied with dignity, glancing at Godwin, and a carefully hidden recognition flickered across his face. The man was still in his prime. Broad shoulders and calloused hands suited a warrior more than a cleric. Dark eyes under furrowed brows looked keenly and appraisingly. "And how are things going?" Godwin almost hissed. The priest realized something was wrong too late, only when he tried to draw power to confuse the hunted renegade with a spell in an instant. The hunter, without even dismounting, kicked the man in the face with the steel-toed tip of his boot. The crunch that followed the blow made Cale wince and pull his head into his shoulders. The priest grunted and raised his hands to his face, clutching his broken nose. Ignoring the frightened screams and the guards who backed away, no one wanted to get caught between a hammer and an anvil. Godwin grabbed the man by the collar and dragged him toward the guild without a word. Word of what happened at the gates reached Master Torin before the notorious trio, who had committed an act of vandalism against a representative of the Holy Order, appeared. So when Godwin, Robert, and Cale entered the Hunters' Guild gates, the enraged master was already waiting for them, and his expression made it clear that the graveyard next to the guild would have at least one more grave today. Godwin, however, looked fearlessly at the master's rage-twisted face and kicked the servant of the 7 gods at the feet of the recoiling leader. "What is the meaning of this?" Torin bellowed, staggering back. "Godwin, have you completely lost your mind?" "I'm perfectly sane," the man declared calmly, shaking his head. "But I'm about to have a serious conversation with the Order, and I'll start with him." He prodded the whimpering priest with his boot. "What are you doing?" The victim of the abuse finally found his voice. "We're about to talk about that." Godwin's face changed instantly. Cursing and invoking the devil, the hunter grabbed the priest by the scruff and dragged him into the master's office. Torin, shaking his fists and cursing the willful and clearly mad man, rushed after him. "That's what happens when Godwin's enraged," Robert said, raising a finger instructively as the shocked hunters stared at him. Cale sighed heavily and trudged after Robert, who resolutely followed his friend into the guild building. The master was ready to tear his best hunter apart with his bare hands. It didn't matter that this guy could take down mighty monsters single-handedly, for which they usually had to send 2 or 3 teams. But this time, in his hatred for the Holy Order, this madman had crossed all boundaries. The guild wouldn't get away with this easily, and Godwin even less so. "Don't look at me like I'm insane," the hunter snapped at Torin's silent insinuations. "Did I complete the mission? Yes. Don't like the results? Not my problem." He shoved his prisoner forward into the guild master's office so hard the man couldn't stay on his feet and sprawled on the floor. The priest was incredibly strong and an experienced warrior, but against this hunter, he found himself unable to do anything. The hunter mercilessly thwarted all attempts to break free, and his grip was like a bear's, firm, steel-like, as if the seemingly fragile young man was woven from iron rods. "What did you find?" Torin sighed heavily, trying not to look at the priest struggling to rise from his knees and walk to his desk. "Artificially created abyss gates using foul magic," Godwin replied, tilting his head, observing the reaction of the old warrior. "Our mutual acquaintance from the Holy Brotherhood, who's now trying to hide behind Robert, won't let me lie." The master flinched, barely suppressing the urge to gasp out loud. He only cursed so obscenely that Cale blushed. The priest froze, forgetting his pain. So this is who the Hunters Guild had sent. The situation couldn't be worse. Recently, the Holy Order had drawn the wrath of both the common people and the upper echelons of power. But according to Archbishop Lucarius, who claimed to have a connection with the 7 gods, the balance of power in this world was soon to change. They hadn't foreseen that one stubborn hunter would escape the trap alive, meaning their plans were now at risk. "Inquisitor, there's no need to hide from me. I see everything," Godwin said mockingly, leaning toward the priest, frozen in an awkward position on the floor. "Tell us something interesting. For instance, who created these gates, inscribed the summoning magic, and for what purpose?" The priest bared his teeth in a bloody grin. "If you didn't know all this, you wouldn't have attacked me at the gate, would you?" he retorted, spitting at the master's feet. Torin glanced darkly at the spit and frowned. "Right," Godwin said, and Torin stared dumbfounded at the hunter. The intonations in his voice didn't match his usual demeanor. A low, deep voice, mesmerizing and sending shivers down one's spine. The priest froze, entranced, not taking his eyes off Godwin. Robert felt disgusted. He understood that his friend was using his nature to make the prisoner talk, but he couldn't quell his body's reaction, which definitely didn't like the way the priest looked at the man. A beast stirred inside him, lifting its head irritably. A growl rumbled in his throat. Kyle noticed Robert's tension and, following a fleeting impulse, touched his hand. The werewolf flinched, recoiled, but strangely, almost immediately calmed down, as if the novice's touch brought him back to reality. The red-haired boy sighed heavily. Now he knew why some people, and non-humans too, behaved so strangely in Godwin's presence. What he had seen on the secret path of the High Witches defied logical explanation or simple human language. However, he discovered a strange resistance to Godwin's charms. Thus, the novice was the only one in the room who kept a clear mind after the Witcher used his charm. "So who ordered the placement of the small and large abyss gates?" the hunter asked the priest. The inquisitor flinched and looked at Godwin with admiration, but when the hunter tightened his steel grip, the priest howled in pain. Godwin always knew the weak spots of any creature. Robert gritted his teeth, not noticing Torrin's suspicious and appraising glance. It seemed the master was less interested in the interrogation, and more in scrutinizing the blind man who had returned from the dead. The werewolf had completely forgotten he needed to act like a wounded hunter. And the guildmaster saw this inconsistency, just as he saw Robert's slightly sharpened teeth. "Archbishop Lucarius," the priest said, cringing from the pain in his dislocated joint. "How many of these gates are there?" Godwin frowned. "5, the inquisitor whined in pain. Torrin, distracted, looked at the grim hunter in horror. "We must report this to the king," he said quietly. "I'll send a bird with a warning. We need to mobilize the troops. Hunters can't handle all this alone." "The 7 gods will punish you," the priest spat. "It is their will, and you, miserable mortals, cannot go against the gods. The archbishop is executing their will." Cale saw Godwin squint thoughtfully, as if trying to understand something. Then he stretched his lips in a grim smile and struck the inquisitor hard. The man fell to the floor unconscious. "The rest is up to you. You can even kill him," the hunter said disdainfully, wiping his hands with a cloth. "Meanwhile, we'll go to the library." Despite the general fear of the situation, Cale smiled involuntarily. He loved books, and getting his hands on the hunter's archives, which contained mentions of all the monsters the fighters had ever encountered, was a dream come true. Awakened a thirst for knowledge? Torrin raised his eyebrows in surprise as he unfolded a clean sheet of parchment. "Sometimes I doubt your ability to think clearly," Godwin sneered. "I want to look for any information on the creatures from the abyss gates." "Why? Could there be something you don't know about monsters?" Torrin asked in surprise. Anyone else who dared speak to him in such a tone would have received a slap and been thrown out in disgrace, but not with this hunter. Much more was allowed to him than to everyone else. "To us, they're completely unknown beings," Godwin responded unexpectedly seriously, and nodded to Robert to go to the door. The werewolf mockingly saluted the guildmaster and slipped silently out of the office. "Wait," Torrin commanded, stopping Godwin from following his friend. The hunter looked back in bewilderment. "What happened?" the master demanded, and the man immediately understood who he was talking about. "It doesn't matter," he said, his voice barely showing a threatening tone. "He's alive, and that's all that matters to me." "But it matters to me," the master unexpectedly stated firmly. "He fought a werewolf. Even if he survived, the werewolf must have bitten him. And that means only one thing, Godwin." The hunter moved so swiftly that the master couldn't have followed him even if he wanted to. "He's here under my responsibility, and I swear he won't harm anyone. But if you or anyone else tries even to look at him sideways..." Godwin hissed like an enraged predator. A beastly growl rolled threateningly in his low voice, and the master felt his heart race in terror. "You'll have to deal with me. And I won't care that you're weaker, Torin. This is just a warning. Don't make it a reality." And he stormed out of the office, slamming the door loudly behind him. The guildmaster stood for a few more moments, trying to calm his racing thoughts and his pounding heart. This madman had dragged a werewolf into the Hunters' Guild, albeit one not fully turned, quarreled with the Holy Order, against which no charges had yet been brought, though the master had no doubt the king would side with the guild. What would this rascal do next? Should he issue a decree banning him from entering guild buildings? Torin sighed, glanced disapprovingly at the unconscious body in the middle of his office, and couldn't resist a vindictive kick to its side. Not too hard, but the satisfaction from doing what he had wanted to do since the priests began to ruin the hunters' lives spread through his body in a wave. The master smiled and sat down with a clear conscience to write a report on the emergency to the king. Sometime later, the candle's flame flickered slightly in the almost still air, then danced wildly, almost going out, when the broad-shouldered man with beastly eyes sniffed the air, gripped the oak table, and then sneezed loudly, sending ancient dust, probably from the library's creation, swirling upwards. "Damn you, Robert," Godwin said, his nose in a book, jumping up and knocking over a stack of manuscripts with a crash. The room filled with a dusty haze, punctuated by stifled curses, snorting, and harsh coughing. "I hate digging through these papers," the werewolf declared, looking up at the ceiling. Cale glanced at him disapprovingly, cautiously turned a yellowed page and squinted. His eyes were tired from long reading by candlelight, but the hunter had said their task was urgent, so they had to find all possible information as quickly as possible. Despite his fatigue, the novice diligently searched for any mention of the strange creatures that had appeared in their world. "Why couldn't we face a threat from beautiful nymphs?" Robert asked wistfully, his eyes narrowing blissfully. Judging by his predatory grin, his imagination was occupied with far from virtuous fantasies. "Maybe you should go to town? Take a break?" Godwin suggested slyly, raising his hand. A scroll, rolled up and thrown by the werewolf's firm hand, landed on the floor with a slap. "Are you kidding?" Robert snorted, not at all upset that his projectile hadn't hit its target. Cale almost choked on his indignant cry, watching the barbaric treatment of ancient scrolls by the fate-brought company. The next 2 hours passed in silence, occasionally broken by Robert's terrifying howls and clicking as he fought sleep, but lost hopelessly. His eyes stuck together, and the nights when his beastly nature gave him no rest weighed heavily on his shoulders with fatigue. Kyle's shout of, "I found it," made him jump, grabbing for the hilt of a non-existent blade. "Kid?" he said indignantly to the novice, who blushed at such an unflattering nickname. "You can't scare old people like that." "Whatever you say, old man," Cale replied. And now the werewolf frowned, hearing Godwin's chuckle from the corner. "Come on, show me what you found," he grumbled, grabbed his candle and moved it closer to the boy. The red-haired head bent over an ancient thick folio in a leather binding with gold embossing. In the beginning there was only chaos. Dark, impenetrable, gaping with the maw of emptiness and the sharp teeth of those hiding in the swirling mists. Invisible, intangible, but infinitely terrifying in their madness. Calm and benevolent, full of awareness of the power and force swirling in their bodiless souls. Then everything changed. It collapsed in an instant. Time streams pierced the pliant flesh of nothingness like rays, flaring up like the sun, and the center of reason appeared. The Book of Fate. Unique in all realities. Writing itself, controlled by no one except the chosen. and the entities found themselves trapped in a cage between the borders of emerging and developing worlds. A deep anger seized the immortal beings. Madness spilled out in hatred for all living things. They were called the Others. As soon as the thin walls of their prison weakened, they burst out with a howl, bringing disaster to the world where chaos had broken through. The Keeper was an unrelenting and mighty guardian, protecting the backsides of the worlds. Armed with the power of all worlds, the wisdom gathered in the single mysterious library, he opposed the terrible mad creatures that, driven by rage, rushed to where small sparks of life flickered. And in the worlds were his envoys, watching the Others, not allowing them to penetrate vulnerable realities, and if disaster struck, they summoned the Keeper, defeated the void creatures, and drove them back to the interworld. The stronghold of the world of Aberon, the Holy Abbey. It stands like an unbreakable rock, holding back hostile entities, for the power hidden within its walls is accessible to only a few. They are called the Seven, and their power is boundless within this world. If the monsters are somewhat understandable, what's the mention of the 7 gods about? I don't get it. Robert frowned. They are the viceroys of the Guardian, Cale explained. But Godwin saw confusion in his eyes. And if disaster strikes, they must summon him to deal with the trouble. But that priest spoke of the exact opposite. The 7 gods ordered the monsters into our world. The novice fell silent, completely confused. Godwin stood, leaning on the table, and disjointed images began to flash in his memory. There was something painfully familiar in all of this. Maybe we should ask someone in the know about all this? The hunter pushed away from the table and brushed off his hands. Let's pay a courtesy visit to Archbishop Lucarius. Tauren will be furious, Robert noted, but didn't protest. When the king officially approves the dissolution of the Holy Brotherhood, we'll get nothing. All the culprits will be sent to the dungeons of the residents. Godwin squinted and snapped his fingers. And we'll just talk to him now. Kyle sighed heavily and shook his head. His shoulders ached from constantly sitting in the same position, which was quite traumatic for the spine. He had no doubts that after Godwin's conversation, the Archbishop would be missing a few dozen teeth. They were on the secret path again. And once again, Cale observed the enchanting scenery of an entirely otherworldly nature. But now it was slightly different from just a few hours ago. Gray clouds, like patches of dirt, appeared on the velvet sky, lifeless, steel, like cuts in the perfect cover of the night. Godwin didn't like this at all. Cale saw him beckon Robert. He said something quietly, gesturing, and the werewolf nodded understandingly. Turning his back to the novice, he lowered his head, and a wave of transformation passed through his body, heavy and apparently painful. The yellow eyes gleamed in the unusual light of the path, and the stiff fur seemed to turn silver, illuminated by the rays of the 2 moons. It must be said that in his combat form, Robert looked terrifying. A primal fear gripped the soul at one glance into his monstrous, otherworldly, and inhuman eyes, now full of barely contained glee. The beast had finally gained almost complete freedom, and was now relishing the fresh air. Cale didn't have to wonder long why Godwin asked Robert to take on the werewolf form. There was no time for questions when monsters blocked the path of the 3 desperate travelers. If last time they had skulked in the shadows, cautiously but persistently sniffing the air, this time these creatures clearly felt empowered, or perhaps there were many more of them. Already within 15 minutes on the path, they decided to attack. And then Cale saw Godwin's magic in action for the first time. He had never imagined magic to be so insanely beautiful. a colorful whirl of spell threads wrapped tightly around the hunter's slender figure, and Godwin attacked not only with the silver steel gleaming in the moonlight, which shimmered and hissed as if alive. The deadly threads caught enemies in snares like flexible whips, tore flesh with a ringing, and flared up in frenzied fiery whirlwinds, surrounding the hunter with a flaming shield. And next to him fought Robert in werewolf form. Swift, just as dangerous as the creatures they fought. The movements of his clawed paws were hard to follow, and a predatory grin played on his metamorphosed lips. In his golden eyes burned a feral fury and delight in the battle, the scent of flowing blood, the clear fear of monsters who hadn't expected to meet such formidable opponents. Cale tried to stay away from the battle, but the enemies constantly shifted, forcing Godwin and Robert to move. And despite the hunter's efforts to keep the novice from being defenseless against creatures he couldn't handle, he got distracted, pulling Robert out of a mess the werewolf had fallen into by not noticing an enemy sneaking up from behind. When a terrifying, snarling face with venomous green eyes and vertical pupils appeared in front of the boy, he froze, feeling the breath of death inches away, unable to move, paralyzed by fear. His breath caught, a lump formed in his throat, and his legs refused to obey. Cale was rooted to the ground, feeling only the thin streams of painful cold seeping down his neck. The creature suddenly stopped, sniffed the air in confusion, as if not quite understanding whether it faced friend or foe. However, Cale doubted these beings had any concept of friendship. More likely they understood belonging to the pack, one of us. And for some incomprehensible reason, the enemy hesitated. Perhaps this doubt gave the boy enough courage to draw the dagger Godwin had given him from his belt, and without a moment's hesitation, thrust it into the most vulnerable spot of the monster, in its eye. The opponent roared, shaking its head violently, then pressed it to the ground, trying to rid itself of the stinging blade stuck in its horned socket, suddenly wheezed, and fell on its side, revealing a smoking wound on its belly, from which black blood pulsed out. "Are you alive? Are you okay?" Godwin glanced at the novice, looked at his shaking hands, grinned, and unexpectedly winked encouragingly. Cale only nodded, backing away and not even trying to control his trembling until he pressed against the hot side of the black horse. The monsters, tails between their legs, retreated, but the novice still felt the intense gaze on him. The enemies hadn't left them alone, just temporarily retreated. Godwin made an imperceptible movement with his sword, and dark, thick drops of blood rolled off in beads onto the grass, leaving the blade pristine. The hunter calmly sheathed his weapon, shook his tired wrists, and leaped onto his horse. The wind spirit bared impressive fangs, glancing disapprovingly at the transformed Robert, and lunged forward, not waiting for his master's slow companions to follow. The wind whipped his face. The fast ride and sharp sense of danger intoxicated his blood. Cale hadn't noticed this in himself before. He liked the quiet peace of the library, safe, where the rustle of pages sounded like a battle horn, the barely audible creak of leather binding, clashing blades, and the crackle of a candle's flame, the roar of fires of creating history. But it had never threatened him with death, which today breathed its soul-chilling cold on him. And, against common sense, Cale didn't regret getting involved in this. It made him feel alive, but most importantly, needed, necessary. Although he still didn't understand why two such warriors as Robert and Godwin, who were no longer human, dragged him along, it undoubtedly flattered him. Moreover, deep in his mind, there was a fear that one day they would decide to get rid of such a clumsy person as he was. Monsters cautiously trailed at a respectful distance, not approaching but not falling behind. Sometimes Cale thought there were more of them, but as soon as he blinked, the creatures would dissolve into the eternal night of the path again, and only a keen sense of danger reminded him that the pursuers were very close. Godwin was quite calm. It seemed the monsters had understood that the prey wasn't easy, and they didn't want to face biting steel and stinging spells. He understood this well. They reached the exit of the path without incident, accompanied by the mournful howl of the creatures, and emerged into the ordinary world. They were a few yards from the massive wall surrounding the citadel of the Holy Brotherhood. Stone walls rising high, a deep moat circling the ancient, still formidable and impregnable structure. Sharp spires of towers pierced the gloomy skies, gnawing into the gray steel sky like hungry beasts. A drawbridge led to the gates, guarded diligently by stern senior brothers. This post, contrary to logic, was honorable. They sent only those whose strength and loyalty were unquestionable. Cale had been here only once, when, as a very young boy, he was brought here after his hometown was engulfed by the cleansing flames of the 7 gods, and he remembered not what he saw now. Gloomy corridors, an oppressive sense of something wrong, hostile, dangerous. "How do you plan to get in there?" Robert asked skeptically, eyeing the lowered bridge and the 2 broad-shouldered brothers armed with halberds. In the hands of city guards, such weapons always looked somewhat inappropriate, partly because the representatives of authority didn't really know how to use them, except to club like batons. The senior brothers guarding the entrance held them with a certain negligence, but at the same time with a special grip that distinguished true experts from clumsy ones. And Robert had no doubt they handled these cumbersome weapons well. Very simply, Godwin grinned and took off the saddlebag. He loosened the ties and carelessly shook out 3 robes with crossed torches on the back onto the grass. Cale glanced at the hunter as if he were insane. Did Godwin really think they'd just be let into the Holy of Holies just because they wore the robes of the Holy Brotherhood? He voiced his thoughts fully. "Not us," the hunter clarified, "but you. And we are just escorts. Anyway, I see no other option." Cale drilled a hole in the cheeky dark-haired man with his eyes, who, without the slightest embarrassment, pulled the robe over his clothes and gently stroked the black horse's soft muzzle. The novice sighed, shaking his red head, and reached for his cassock. When they approached the gates, he was already visibly trembling with fear that they would fail. No matter how strong Godwin and Robert were, they couldn't stand against so many brothers, many of whom possessed powers dangerous to the High Witcher. The guards gave them lazy glances, ran their eyes over the silent hunter, darted to the unruffled Robert, and immediately tensed, unmistakably sensing warriors in them. "May the 7 gods light your paths, brothers," Cale greeted them, trying to hide the trembling in his knees. "May the light remain in your hands," one of the guards responded cautiously, turning his sharp eyes to the novice. He looked closer, and recognition flickered in his eyes. The red-headed book lover, the second one, smiled broadly, and both visibly relaxed. Cale sighed heavily. "What's your business here?" "Master Michael sent a bird to Archbishop Lucarius about my arrival with a report on the hunter's case," the novice said without faltering, bowing his head at the mention of his mentor. "And who are they?" one of the brothers asked suspiciously, eyeing the novice's companions. However, he asked more out of formality. "I had some conflict with the hunters," Cale confided. "You know, brother, how uncultured and hot-tempered they are. In short, barbarians. So now I need protection." The guards exchanged glances and laughed, nodding approvingly. Behind him he heard hissing sounds, and the novice could swear Robert was holding back a very angry Godwin. Feeling the hunter's piercing gaze on his back, Cale stepped onto the drawbridge with dignity. The first obstacle was successfully overcome. When they entered the courtyard, it became clear. If you entered the citadel, you were worthy, and no one would monitor your actions. To Robert's biased view, the Holy Brothers were overly complacent in their confidence that no force could rival the Holy Order. Godwin seemed to share the same opinion. As soon as they turned the corner, he grimaced and waved his hands, releasing a colorful spray of a sleep spell from his fingers. Complex, extensive, and incredibly intricate in its web of threads. It was both amusing and terrifying to watch the proud brothers, who had been strutting around the courtyard like peacocks just moments earlier, collapse to the ground. Kyle glanced at the pale Witcher, who was clutching his temples and shook his head. There was no other safe way to get to the archbishop's quarters. The best of the Brotherhood, the seven-headed hounds, guarded him day and night. They might not have immediately seen through Godwin, but they would have immediately recognized Robert as a werewolf, even with the simple disguise spells Godwin had cast on him. The whole plan would have gone down the drain. Narrow corridors gave way to wide ones, spacious enough for a cart to pass through, and then to vast halls. Everywhere was marked by strict asceticism. Nothing superfluous, only what allowed mere existence. Godwin, who had led a reckless and utterly immodest life in his time as a Witcher, only grimaced, with an earnest question in his eyes. Why do people voluntarily condemn themselves to this? Robert, less restrained, growled and irritably kicked the doors. The doors groaned and sent curses after the vandals in a language known only to them. Cale, used to such surroundings, barely noticed them. He was more concerned with a far more important task: how to find the one room they needed in this maze of corridors. After half an hour of wandering, which led nowhere, and with Robert getting the impression they were walking in circles, the corridors were that identical, Godwin decisively stopped over a sweetly snoring brother and unceremoniously hoisted him up by the collar. "Could you point us to the archbishop's quarters?" He grinned, waving his open palm in front of his latest victim's face. Kael saw the sleep threads cocooning the priest fade away, and he blinked in astonishment before pointing in the right direction, his eyes sliding over the strange character's robes. "Well done," Godwin patted him on the shoulder. The brother collapsed back to the stone floor, squirmed to get comfortable, and began to snore twice as loudly. If they hadn't been shown this barely noticeable branch of the corridor, they likely would have missed it. The narrow stone passage led them to a steep spiral staircase consisting of 70 flights. Cale counted, clutching his side, which was mercilessly stabbing, his breath coming in gasps. He reluctantly admitted that if it weren't for the exhausting training sessions Godwin imposed on the whining novice, he wouldn't have made it halfway, collapsing limply on the steps. The door was entirely unremarkable, a simple wooden panel with a metal handle. But when Robert reached to open it, Godwin quickly intercepted his hand. "It's enchanted." He squinted as if seeing something through a layer of water. "And very unusual. The weaving reminds me most of the magic of the High Witches, but there are some strange threads, completely uncharacteristic of our world. Can you break the protection?" The werewolf leaned casually against the wall, but his gleaming eyes revealed his concern. "Already done." Godwin nodded at the door. "Be ready." The well-oiled hinges turned soundlessly, allowing the 3 uninvited guests into a small room. Unlike what they had seen downstairs, here reigned an atmosphere of relaxation. A thick carpet covered the floor. Heavy curtains blocked the sunlight from the windows, several heavy candelabras with lit candles, and a massive desk cluttered with papers, scrolls, and books. "You took your time," the man sitting behind the desk said mockingly, lifting his head. "Got lost in the citadel?" He looked no more than 50, But the network of wrinkles and dull, lifeless eyes told otherwise. He was quite corpulent and sluggish. Perhaps in his distant youth he had been a renowned warrior, but now he was merely a shadow of his former self. Robert could assert with absolute certainty that there was no one else in the room. The beast inside him stirred restlessly and bared its impressive fangs only in the direction of the imperturbable and mocking archbishop. "My men weren't wrong about you, Godwin." The man nodded approvingly to the frozen hunter. "Enchanter cleverly put everyone to sleep here. But this room," he patted the table with satisfaction, "is protected from the likes of you and your friend." Robert snorted, trying to sound as dismissive as possible. However, Lucarius only glanced in his direction, making it clear he saw through the werewolf. He also knew that Robert was beginning to shake. Something was clearly provoking his animal nature, making it increasingly difficult to control. "Witcher." The archbishop leaned back in his chair, using the unexpected reception's confusion to his advantage. "I've heard so much about you. I've even met some. Our conversations were usually brief, but even they gave me an understanding of your nature. At first, I couldn't understand why the seven gods endowed the magical folk with such powers. Powers incomprehensible to ordinary people, creating such attractive forms for you, as if trying to demonstrate your superiority over us. Then I realized, despite all your virtues, you lack what we have, a soul and eternal life after death. Isn't that right, Godwin? Tell me, am I right?" Godwin watched the motionless archbishop with narrowed eyes as if trying to see something. Then he smirked and shrugged. "Look at your friend." Lucarius leaned forward. "See how the darkness inside him is trying to break free. How long do you think he can hold it back?" "I'm afraid not long. This room is woven with spells that reveal true natures. It brings out the worst in you. Through such work I've learned something. You are an abomination to this world, like a festering sore on its body. And sores are treated simply. They are cauterized, eradicated to the root. That's what will happen to you." Cale watched the tense werewolf anxiously. Robert indeed behaved oddly. His muscles were tense, hardened as if in spasm, and his eyes darted aimlessly from corner to corner, never lingering on anything for even a moment. He now resembled a beast desperately trying to break free from a cage, and his gaze was purely animal, mad with a thirst for freedom. But the archbishop's appearance irritated him. It seemed his eyes were tearing up. The outlines of his corpulent figure blurred, and then Cale's peripheral vision caught something foreign, standing right behind Lucarius. An ethereal shadow, almost invisible if not for the danger emanating from it, and the oppressive pressure on the mind. Cale instinctively backed away, not taking his eyes off the dark, shapeless figure. Godwin quickly glanced at him, intercepted the frightened look, and frowned. The boy usually didn't panic without reason, which was his undeniable merit. But to see what the novice was clearly seeing, Godwin would have to deactivate his amulet, and that could lead to entirely unpredictable consequences. The archbishop, continuing his mockingly heartfelt speech, didn't immediately realize his listeners had long been distracted by something else, and he grew indignant. "You will not leave here alive," he roared, making the red-haired boy jump. "We'll see about that," Godwin said, not taking his eyes off the werewolf, who was clearly getting worse. "Maybe you'll introduce us to those who give such interesting orders and say nothing about the consequences for the whole world? I thought you had figured it out long ago, Witcher." Lucarius huffed in disappointment. "The seven gods are merely my guiding star. They chose me as their earthly representative. They guide my hand, and I serve only them." "So you claim to receive orders from the gods themselves?" Godwin raised his eyebrows in surprise. The archbishop nodded. It was indeed the light on the path he had chosen. The gods appeared to him in dreams, predicting events yet to happen, giving instructions, guiding him on the true path. And he served them as he believed, without a shadow of doubt, fervently and passionately. Godwin finally decided and touched the amulet, deactivating the protection. As soon as he did, the shadow by the archbishop seemed to awaken from a deep sleep. It stirred, expanded, and suddenly lunged at them like a foggy cloud. Breathing became almost impossible. Cale started coughing, collapsing to his knees and clutching his throat. A ring of pain squeezed his head, throbbing and stinging worse than a scorpion's sting. And the priest, in ecstasy, jumped to his feet and threw the chair aside. "They protect me. Their hand is stretched over all the fates of this world, and no one can resist their will." The dark entity howled triumphantly and lunged forward, flinging the sword-wielding Godwin against the wall with a forceful impact, slapping the rising werewolf with a foggy tentacle, knocking him flat, and sliding towards the novice doubled over in sharp pain. But it couldn't harm him. It simply passed harmlessly through the boy's body, pausing in confusion. The boy even thought the formless creature momentarily took shape, sniffing the air, examining the unusual prey in bewilderment. Cale didn't think long. He grabbed Godwin's fallen sword and plunged the hissing moon steel into the frozen entity. The fog scattered in shreds, writhed in desperate agony, and howled with 100 different voices. It soared up in a futile attempt to escape, and dissipated into a harmless cloud. The archbishop collapsed to the floor, clawing at the carpet, clutching the fibers. Foam appeared on his lips, and his eyes rolled back. The corpulent body convulsed, but soon lay still, an ugly, lifeless mass. Cale cautiously approached the dead man, peered into the wide, lifeless eyes, and only then noticed he was still gripping the hilt of someone else's sword. "What about your holy word?" Godwin sneered, struggling to his feet. "When it came to the crunch, you grabbed for the despised steel." The hunter was still swaying. The strange entity had drained almost all his strength, and he was having a tough time. "You—" Cale choked. The injustice stung his eyes. "And now—" He didn't finish, interrupted by a terrible gurgling roar right behind him. Turning slowly, he realized it was only just beginning. Robert was changing. Strangely, jerkily, unlike the smooth wave of transformation into a werewolf. Fur appeared in patches, bones cracked and broke with a hideous wet sound, rearranging into a new form. Cale even shut his eyes, unable to bear the repulsive sight. When he dared to open them again, he involuntarily backed away, pressing his back to the wall. Before him stood a massive wolf. Cale had to tilt his head back to take in the whole beast. Its fur was coarse, dark brown, sharp. A long scar ran down its elongated snout, turning into a black stripe and continuing along its nape. And in its predatory golden eyes there was not a glimmer of reason. A raging beast stood before them, quick, deadly dangerous, and almost invulnerable in its strange armor. "I don't like this at all," Cale whispered, his voice trembling. The hunter seemed to agree entirely, but couldn't abandon his friend in yet another mess. The room was too narrow for a full-fledged fight, depriving the hunter of the ability to maneuver, and pitting strength against strength was unwise. The werewolf lifted its lips, as if in a grin, revealing elbow-long white fangs. Cale shivered and closed his eyes again, hoping it was just a bad dream. Any moment now, Godwin would come with his usual kicks and help him wake up. The hunter didn't seem to intend to fight the werewolf. He extended his open palm towards the beast, as if intending to stroke it, to which it responded with a deep growl that made the stained glass windows in the room ring. In the next moment, threads of magic flew from Godwin's fingers, wrapping around the wolf's neck like a flexible noose and tightening it like a garrote. The beast howled, tried to lunge at its assailant, but only overturned the table and fell sideways when more threads wrapped around its paws, preventing it from standing. "My bag, Kyle!" the hunter barked, and the boy jumped, grabbing Godwin's travel bag. The vial with the blue liquid quickly. It's always hard to find something in someone else's belongings, especially when your hands are shaking. The novice didn't think long. He just turned the bag upside down, spilling its contents. He clutched the blue elixir vial with whitened fingers and, trying not to look at the enraged, bound giant wolf with mad eyes, handed the bottle to the hunter. Watching Godwin force the potion into the snapping, fang-bearing werewolf, trying to bite his fingers off to the wrist, was more than Cale could bear, and he turned away. Out of habit, he prayed to the 7 gods, then spat and grimaced. It was foolish and ridiculous to hope for help from those who wanted the world's destruction. Meanwhile, silence fell behind him, interrupted only by plaintive whimpers, and the novice dared to look around. Robert had almost returned to human form, but looked utterly lifeless. His dull eyes stared indifferently at the ceiling, and for a moment, Cale thought life was leaving the powerful body. Godwin pulled a hunting knife from his boot and slashed his wrist. Thick, silvery blood reluctantly oozed from the cut and then trickled down his arm. The sharp scent hit his nostrils, and the novice barely restrained himself from recoiling. He had never liked the sight of blood, but Robert's eyes came alive, and hunger flared in them. Fierce, gut-wrenching hunger, like the flames of wildfires. Before Cale could gasp, the werewolf raised his head and sank his fangs into the willingly offered wrist. Godwin didn't flinch, didn't pull back his hand as if it were perfectly normal, just watched his friend intently. Instead, Cale felt the fear. "Godwin," he whispered hoarsely. "What's happening?" This entity forced Robert to complete the transformation, the hunter explained calmly. As long as he hadn't tasted human blood, the beast within him couldn't dominate, and Robert could control his hunger. But given the power of the other we faced, premature awakening is quite justified. Cale stared at the hunter in incomprehension. Godwin caught his bewildered look and sighed. "I'm not human, Cale, remember?" He smiled wryly. "Witcher blood has many properties, including the ability to quell a werewolf's madness, giving him control over his animal nature." The novice shivered. A chill ran down his spine. He glanced at the lifeless body of the archbishop and listened to the reigning silence. "Are you crazy?" Robert's quiet voice broke the silence. The werewolf had finally come to his senses. He had no memory of what had happened. The last thing he remembered was the dark entity hitting him in the chest. His consciousness had shattered into silver shards and faded. Now he woke, feeling Godwin's lap under his head and the metallic taste of foreign blood in his mouth. "Welcome to full transformation, buddy," Godwin grinned, not worse than Robert himself. "Welcome to the Monsters Club." "Bastard," Robert groaned, trying to rise. His arms and legs refused to obey, and he felt like a crushed spider, wanting to gather his limbs under him but unable to do so. "Get up," Godwin said sympathetically and pulled his friend to his feet. The werewolf groaned in pain and swayed, trying to keep his balance. Cale sighed and supported him from the other side, helping him move. Descending the steep stairs seemed even harder than climbing. Robert was heavy and constantly threatened to drag them down, happily counting the steps with his sensitive nose. But Godwin and Cale managed to hold on. The courtyard was slowly coming back to life, The Witcher's spells were dissipating, and the brothers were stirring on the ground, rising, blinking in confusion, trying to comprehend and explain what had happened. So the three zigzagging figures heading for the exit didn't draw much attention, which greatly pleased Kyle. But as they finally left the inhospitable citadel of the Holy Order and crossed the drawbridge, where the familiar guards still dozed with their halberds, their attention was drawn to a cloud of dust in the distance. The keen ear of the hunter unmistakably caught the rhythmic pounding of hooves and the clanking of weapons. It seemed they had visited the destination just in time. His fears were confirmed. As soon as they stepped off the road and hid in a sparse grove near the paths, a heavily armed squad of royal guards galloped past. The decision to liquidate the Holy Order as a threat to the world's stability had been made.